Ta-da! Yeah, I thought we might be joined by somebody in the green room by now, but no. So whatever. So we're all doing good. All happy bunnies. Oh dear. Afternoon, mate. Yeah, it's a cold one tonight, isn't it? I have to freeze the barnacles off a brass boat. And of course, Lily's asleep out in it on the lawn. Expect no less from her. So... Been up to anything interesting? Hello, mate. Hope it's warm up in that attic. It's not exactly tropical in here, actually, thinking about it. Oh yeah, Paul. Yeah. I think it could be said that without... Oh, it's Golden, Virginia. I think it can be said without any fear of contradiction. I wasn't really prepared for yesterday's show, I'll be honest with you. And a lot of the stuff I picked, I didn't realise didn't even come out in 25 anyway. So... But I think some pretty good calls were made on that. I still think that TL1000 is... Yeah, it was. Like I said to Robbie, I said, oh yeah, some of us have to work, you know. So... I don't know, really. I'd say Andrew's definitely more prepared than I was. Even though I had spent a few hours, trying to put a list together. It's your birthday, Paul? Oh man, go for it. Happy birthday, mate. Still 23. Yeah, that's the best one. I'd leave it there if I was you. I wouldn't advance any more than that. It's all downhill from there on me, mate, to be honest with you. Yeah, I mean, yeah, exactly. Yeah, it's sort of like, and it's not like it's, it's going to change the course of history or anything, is it? So, but I must admit, most of the stuff that Robbie and Jason were going about, I mean, what the hell's that? So, it's sort of a case with me of I know what I like and I like what I know kind of thing, to be honest. So, but yeah. I wanted to put a couple of software libraries, actual orchestral libraries into my top 5 softwares, but maybe the Berlin strings, but that's about it. And the thing is, it's pointless because if you're going to have a sort of like a public vote with it as well, I mean, there's not that many people who want to spend £2,000 on a string library, so it's not really worth putting it in. But I needed to make up the numbers, I suppose, more than anything else. And to be honest with you, I thought Pigments would win it. So there you go. But I didn't actually find out about it until I think it was either Wednesday night or Thursday morning. I actually discovered that this poll was on. So, oops. So it's either I needed a reminder that I had been told and I'd forgotten, or what, I don't know, but yeah. You only voted for one of the winners, yeah, well, you know. I think most of the winners, I mean, what do you lot reckon? I reckon most of the winners were pretty much dead certs, really, in their own way. You know, there was no massive surprises or anything. Oh, it's Andy. Let's let Andy in. Bonsoir.
Hey, late show, huh? Late start today.
Yeah. Yeah, well, only a little bit late.
You've been cranking away on some repairs?
Yeah. And they are horrible ones.
Oh, really?
Yeah. Well, that's what I'm doing. This is typical of most Januaries, actually, to be honest. I'm left with the dregs that won't go through the strainer at the end of the year.
So your New Year's resolution is to work on the worst shit right now?
Yeah, I spend the next 5-6 weeks working on absolute god-awful pain in the arses. And to get them out of the way to free up the rest of the year, as it were. So,
yeah.
But yeah, I mean, it's always the way, because you need to put money in the bank, so you go and get the easier ones done.
Oh, sure, yeah.
And then you're left with all the dross, basically. So, CS70s, Quadras, Polymogs, Rev 2s, or they've all got horrible, weird faults. So, I mean, the OBXA I'm doing now, somebody rebuilt the power supply and used nearly all the wrong components.
Oh, no.
Yeah, and...
so, barely worked for a while and then finally just cracked.
Well, it was actually stressing everything.
Oh, shit.
So instead of having a plus-minus 15 rail with a minus plus 5-volt rail, it had a plus-minus 19.2 volt rail.
Is this person just stupid or lazy? What's going on there?
Hard to say. It's hard to say.
Because how can you call yourself a repair technician and do something that bad?
Well, judging by the work that was done, I wouldn't have said it was a repair technician.
Okay.
And the way it was done. And it has little things in it that probably seemed like a good idea to them at the time, like cutting a hole in the top of the panel to put a VU meter.
Oh.
Because that's what an OBXA really, really always needed, was a VU meter.
Apparently, yeah.
Yeah. And then they never... Well, they disconnected the wires to it since, so obviously it didn't work.
Why not just put jacks in the back and then plug a VU meter external if you want that badly?
Yeah. So, and it's got the got a MIDI kit in it of a manufacturer I've never heard of in my life.
Wow.
And you can turn the MIDI on and off, which seems weird. Why would you want to turn the MIDI off? Just don't use it.
Is this something from the London area, or where was it from?
I have no idea. This ball could be from anywhere.
Wow.
So they done the classic of, because it was a non-MIDI one, they've taken one of the end cheeks and cut a big square hole in it to screw a plate on with the 3 DIN sockets on it, rather than fit them on the back edge.
Yeah.
And leave the wood intact.
Yeah, sure.
So it was like...
It's just wood, who cares, right?
Yeah. But it comes with this on-off toggle switch, and you can turn the MIDI on or off. And they cut a big square hole on the front panel
Oh wow.
and mounted the switch from underneath there. And then they thought, oh, I know what we'll do. Make it really interesting. Let's put a square LED in there as well. So they cut a little square hole, except they made the square hole a little bit too big. So you've got this square LED sticking through, and it doesn't work anyway. So yeah, it's just so, and they obviously gone through it and done a lot of what they considered restorational work. But because it was running at 19 plus minus 19 volt, and all the capacitors in it are rated to 16, yeah.
Oh my goodness.
There was a lot of damage in there. So
that person just should be arrested, basically. Yeah.
So so it's seen a better life.
Send that guy to Venezuela. Let Trump attack him.
Well, I mean, it does this lovely thing where when you turn it on, you push auto tune. It goes through all 8 voices and then flashes all 8 to say none of them are tuned. And of course, what an OB8 does, what an OBXA does, is if a voice is not in tune, it turns it off, and it removes it from the cycle path, so you can just keep hitting the same note and it plays. There's no gaps, so it goes all 8, and that's it. No sound now. There's nothing. Right?
Oh my god!
But if you turn it off and turn it back on again quickly, it goes through the auto tune and everything passes and it plays perfectly. Oh my god! And there's a crackle on
Unbelievable.
it on the audio, right? And the customer
Scratchy Potter, is it?
Oh no! This is just simple operation. And when you play notes, the crackle gets slightly louder with the notes, so it's definitely on the audio path, or something is affecting the audio path. And he goes, what, do you know what that might be? And I said, yeah, it'd be a capacitor. He goes, oh. I said, the problem is going to be, which one? There's going to be somewhere in the region about 300 capacitors in there. And it could be one or some.
Do they have tantalums in that one?
Weirdly, they only have about 3, I think.
Okay.
One on the 5-volt regulator, one in the power supply, and one on the lower control board. And they're not critical at all, and they don't see a lot of juice. And they tend to be okay, because I mean, touts don't leak or anything. They work or they don't work. End of story. And I still took them out and replaced them with new caps, but they're normally quite good on them, So, but yeah,
Are these caps like bulging or anything, or is there any sign of?
No. But they've definitely been strained, or actually have not really been doing their job, because it's been like nearly 3 volt over its rating.
Yeah.
So he goes, well, I'd love to induce some sort of capacitance into this circuit, but there's nothing I can do about it. Sorry.
It's ironic he wants a VU meter on the thing. He didn't bother to check the voltage of the actual fucking power supply.
Yeah. Well, you see,
that is just so painfully.
Well, even a sensible person would go, right, I'm going to put a VU meter on this. What I'll do is I'll connect up all the wires and bits and pieces that I need to make the VU meter work, and then test it and go, right, that is definitely working. Then cut the hole.
Yeah.
What this guy has clearly done is cut the hole, fitted the meter, run some wires around, didn't really work. Disconnected all the wires and left the meter sticking out.
He just has a lot of confidence. He's like, this is going to go right the first time every time. So,
or it just never occurred to him.
He sounds like a real idiot. I mean, it just.
Well, it might be his first time ever doing.
Then don't
that
do
kind
major
of work.
cuts and weird shit to like a classic piece of gear. What an idiot!
Well, the thing is, this has probably been done, judging by the state of the VU meter, 35. Maybe 40 years ago, where an OBXA was worth next to nothing.
Well,
nobody wanted them.
I mean, it's still a nice machine, nice piece of gear. So it's like, come on.
Nobody knew that these things were going to come back and be worth that kind of money again. It's literally, no, their time has passed, move on. Ooh, look at that lovely digital thing over there. Ooh. You
But
know?
like my dad fancied himself, kind of wannabe electrician at home here and there, and he found out the hard way by shocking the hell out of himself and figuring out, hey, we got to get somebody in here to really do this, right? But all he did was it was a all he did was end up hurting himself. He didn't like cut big holes in the wall and do other kind of stupid shit. He found out the hard way and got the pros involved. This guy sounds like he needed a hit over the head a few times.
Yeah, I mean, it was probably done when the internet was basically, even MySpace was considered like in the future. You know what I mean? So
look how much the internet's really helped people. Not that much, to be honest.
Yeah.
It's actually more disinformation than ever. So
it is now. It is now. Yeah. So alternative truths seem to be the watchwords now. But yeah. So I mean, it was. I think this was done in a time when the thing wasn't considered to be worth more than maybe $250. Do you know what I mean?
Still, it's a nice sounding piece of equipment. Take care of it.
Yeah,
It's not valuable.
But back then people were saying, "Oh, no, we're done with this. We want this new sound. What's the new sound? Oh, samplers. Oh, digital. Let's go. We all did it. I did it.
Yeah,
Romplers. Yeah, I did it.
Yeah,
too.
yeah.
I coveted all the stuff that was new. I was stupid not to buy the old stuff.
Yeah, but I mean, we had this fascination back then of trying to get sounds from our synthesizers that sounded like existing instruments.
Well, I mean, even from day one, that's what Moog was doing, right? So,
Yeah,
woodwind instruments and things like that. So that's
But in a way, I mean, if you listen to the piano patch on a Polymoog, you go, huh?
well, that's the best they could do. But look at Buchla; he didn't even put a fucking keyboard on the thing because he wanted a totally different instrument.
But I mean, literally, the piano patch on the Polymoog is, yes, it has the same sort of envelope shape as a piano, and that's about it. That's as close as we're going to get, sort of thing. And people are going, wow, piano sound, So, and then, of course, after a while, people go, well, no, I don't want my synthesizer to do sounds of conventional instruments. Why would I want that,
At least want Funny Cat. I mean, you got to have Funny Cat.
Well, if you can. So...
Or the frog from the CT65 or whatever it was.
Yeah.
But
then...
Casio, whatever it was.
And then, then it started to take the piss out of itself because then you had synthesizers trying to do sounds of old synthesizers.
Yeah.
Mm-hmm. Yeah.
Instead. And it was like... so it's all been very sort of like...
Very incestuous.
It's been everywhere. I think basically the bottom line is that all synthesizer keyboard players do not have a single fucking clue what it is they want. That's pretty much the bottom line.
Well,
none of us know what we want.
That's the problem. You have too many choices.
Yeah.
You can go all different directions. So.
Yeah. But even when we didn't have any choices back in the day, you can have that keyboard or that keyboard or that keyboard.
Well, like look at the Juno 6 or Juno 60, right? It's not that variable. It sounds nice, but it doesn't have that much latitude. It's a very limited system.
No, but the character that it did have brought a lot of people back again, didn't it?
For sure. Yeah.
Oh, yeah, that chorus is still one of my favorite choruses.
And that's the weird thing. One of the main attractions of the Juno 60 is not actually anything to do with the actual synth itself. It's the bolt-on.
Yeah.
That you could probably get as a pedal anyway. It's just weird, isn't it?
Also had a great arpeggiator and stuff. Well, at least the 660 did. The 106 took it out, but he's got some of the same signal issues I have.
Oh, okay. It's the cold air. It's much thicker. The signal has a trouble getting through it.
Yeah.
So I'll catch up again in a minute.
Well, I think he also lives either in or right by the church. He might be sharing bandwidth.
Yeah.
For the Poly 6. Stupid Wi-Fi.
Yeah. There you go. There you go.
Again, it's number one, it's at the other end of the house. Number two, it's really bad.
Yeah. Are you sharing Wi-Fi at all?
Yeah. It's really slow. I was saying the Poly 6 too. With what did that have? That had the arpeggiator, but it had the ensemble effect too.
Yes, it did, but it wasn't. It wasn't quite. It never really hit as hard as the one in the Juno, did it? It was nice, but it was like meh.
Yeah, it was a bucket brigade, I think.
Yeah, I mean, it was sort of like it was something about the Juno one. See, one of the things that the Poly 6 should have had, at least I thought the Poly 6 should have had every single time I turned it on and used it, was to have stereo out.
Oh yeah.
That would have been delicious,
Mm.
you know? But
Yeah, that
in their
ensemble
infinite
of
wisdom,
stereo.
they thought, let's put an ensemble in it, but make it mono. It's like,
Mm.
what? Seriously?
Well, they fixed that on the plug-in
Mm. Yeah,
because now you have that spread control.
yeah. And, again, there you go, cutting edge programming technology being used to create synthesizers from 40 years ago.
Mm-hmm.
We really don't know what we want, do we?
No.
We really don't.
Well, look at little things like the Chase thing that came and went from Roland.
Mm.
That didn't last very long.
No.
It's on
No.
D50 and I think a couple other things. That's about it. So,
Yeah.
But I must admit, back in the late 70s, early 80s, I mean, both me and Richard were, sort of like, we had synthesizers of, after a fashion, Wasp, a Transcendent 2000, stuff like that. But then he bought this Roland RS-09, and the ensemble was like, oh my God, this was brilliant.
that's the one used on Mr. Crowley, right?
It's either kind of what was the CE, not quite the CE one, I don't think. There was a slightly different character to it. But there's definitely a Dimension C, Dimension D kind of vibe to it.
Mm.
But then the real selling point was it had the audio in. So I used to put my Transcendent through it, and he used to put his Wasp through it. In those 2-into-1 headphone adapters
Yeah.
in the back. So it came out glorious stereo. And we never turned it off. So we never got fed up with it, you know what I mean? So, what's this one? Now, see, VP330 is one of those machines that I always coveted, and then ended up, it's in the cupboard now. I bought VP330.
Well, that was a big Vangelis thing, right?
Well, exactly, yeah. So it's sort of like I have to own one out of respect more than anything else. Yeah, must have it, and it must be a nice early one and all this sort of thing. And it's just one of those things, But I've never plugged a microphone into it, and actually used the vocoder side of it.
Mm.
But yeah, I mean, it's just sort of weird, isn't it? We're sort of like constantly going back and then striving forward and then going back again, and then striving forward and then going back again. It's quite bizarre.
Mm.
It's like we never fully explored everything that we had, or really properly enjoy it when we have it.
I just saw a guy did a tour of 5G in Tokyo, and got an amazing store. It's like it's laid out more cramped than Perfect Circuit, but they have so much cool stuff in there. It's unbelievable.
I'll bet.
And they even had a Hartman Neuron sitting there, just beautiful.
Oh.
It's like, oh man, you don't see those anymore.
No.
And they had he was playing on the new Roland TR-1000. Sounded pretty good. And
Yeah, I mean it's an entire rhythmic studio in a box. It's ridiculous.
pretty cool. I mean, it's expensive, but it does a lot. So.
It does a lot, yeah. But like Bobby was saying, last night about that, there will be trickle down technologies come from that. Cut down TRs.
There'll probably be a TR-100 or something.
Yeah, that kind of thing. Yeah.
But it's funny because he walks in the store and you hear these god awful kind of weird noises, and he puts in the subtitles. He goes, "Oh, by the way, that's the shopkeeper making all those awful noises. The guys on there making all their awful sounds." It's usually the customers, but at this time it's the guy running the places.
Yeah.
Or horrible noises.
Yeah, Excel going about DX7 and M1 keyboards are identical. They are. Jack said there's in terms of manufacturing design and everything, they are from the same manufacturer, but there's actually a plethora of synthesizers that use that board.
Oh gosh.
Who made the board? Who was the?
I think, is it Fatar? Is it a Fatar one?
Is it Fatar? Yeah.
I think it is. I think it is.
For a while they did a lot of stuff, but
I'm trying. Do you know what? I'm trying to remember.
I don't think it was.
It's got me thinking now.
Let me see here.
Yeah,
'Cause it was like
do a bit of a googly.
it's like the Yamaha FS action or something like that. I thought it was Yamaha. I thought they made their own, but I could be very wrong.
I mean, they are one of the few companies that love to make their own cables. That's for sure.
According to the, see, there's a thread on Gearspace. According to the Ultimate Keybed thread, original DX7 used a Yamaha FX20 keybed.
Okay, so interesting. So Korg were using a Yamaha keyboard in them.
Oh yeah, M1 Trinity. I had a Triton Extreme 76 that had the that Yamaha keybed.
Yeah,
but it was an updated one though. It wasn't the DX7 one.
Yeah, but
so
I know
like the FS action.
I've seen that board appear in other machines, and I'm trying to remember what It's sometimes sort of like weirdy European ones and stuff like that.
Yeah.
But oh man, I'm trying to remember what. I think the Gen SX 400 had that keyboard in it as well. I think.
Could have been, yeah.
I don't quite honestly remember, but that talking of keyboards and stuff like that. One of the Wave Station, exactly.
Well, yeah, Korg was owned by Yamaha at the time, according to Wagyu.
This video that Peter shot of for the synth show. That's when is it? Is it next month?
What's that?
The synth show Peter and Robbie is doing. Dawlish, the Dawlish one.
Oh, I don't know.
All right. Well, I lent him a load of synthesizers. He said, "Look, can I borrow some synthesizers out of the garage?" And I went, "Yeah." He said, "Because I want to film them on the beach, and I don't want to use obviously nice working machines. Preferably old broken ones would be more suitable." I went, "Yeah, go for it." So we had like a Jupiter 4. But I was giving him ones that were complete. He didn't want ones with no panels missing and stuff like that. It's going to spoil the illusion. So it was Jupiter 4, Andromeda A6, and there was an SX 400 there as well, and a few other bits and pieces, and a 700S, all that sort of thing, right? And he was going to lay them all out on the beach and film them, have a drone flying over them and everything, and it was going to be sort of like a presentation video type thing. And he said he was filming away, and suddenly there was this very, very large wave. You know what I mean? And he said, "Did you know that Jupiter 4s float?" Because it sort of went, "Goodbye." Come back. So, and I want to see that. Please tell me you kept that bit.
Yeah.
So he goes, "I don't, they weren't wet long. I don't think the salt water will affect them." I said, "Seriously, stable door." Seriously, that horse has not only run away, it's now in a burger somewhere. Don't worry about salt water or them getting wet. That's not an issue at all. Oh no, there's an emulator too as well. So I'd like to see that video. Well, of course, that's not going to be available until the show is on. So I think, it might be March. Might be given to March.
Yeah, Ixorb, I agree. That's how I run my DX7 when I go through my my Studio Live board. There's a chorus on it and there's a reverb on it. So flat, meh. Like you can get some decent.
CS80 too, no effects. Is that?
Oh yeah, CS80 with no effects. It's the most. It's actually quite dull.
Yeah,
it is dull.
Most classic synths need some oomph.
Oh yeah, I mean if you watched Anthony's video with Steve Porcaro, they were running that CS80 through like a reverb and maybe a couple other things.
Yeah, you at least have delay, reverb, some chorusing, something, right?
Oh yeah.
So yeah, I mean, but it's the elements within the synthesizer have to be present regardless anyway.
Right.
It's just that I think sometimes effects just help emphasize You know.
It's
I
funny.
know
because
that. I know there are some synths with built-in effects, and that literally it's lipsticks. You know, lipstick on a pig. You know,
Well,
it's sort of like
yeah.
they go, yeah, you got the reverb and delays and stuff like that, and you go, yeah, but it's still, you know, it's still not speaking to me. Do you know what I mean?
Think of a lot of those, sample playback instruments from like the 90s. If you take
Yeah.
the effects off of them, are they going to really sound that, majestic? It's like
Yeah,
a lot of those sounds
the
are
effects,
made
yeah.
with the effects,
Yeah.
in mind.
Yeah, because the virus stuff can sound really good, but they clearly on the TIs and stuff drowned everything in effects because they could.
Yeah.
But
Yeah.
it is a capable unit without the effects. It's just those are the preset standards they had.
yeah,
But it's funny because I came from not having any money, a cheap Casio background, and then wanting to put guitar pedals on those and rack mounts and stuff to make the Casio sound good. And so I was already used to doing that. And then when I started playing some good synths, I go, oh, these should sound great. Oh, wait a minute, they need effects too. You have this impression that these famous pieces of gear are going to be great out of the box, right?
yeah.
No shit, these also need effects. So it's funny.
Yeah, Chris is right. I mean, the D50.
Yeah.
You know, I think if there was no effects in that, they would have had trouble.
It does sound good though without the effects.
Oh yeah.
It does, but I don't think its longevity would have lasted either.
No, you needed it. It was a marketing thing.
Yeah. And, it's all right with the synth. Once it's been out, for like 20, 25 years or even more some now, there's a romance attached to them that sort of like smooth over any of the flaws that he may have had, So, and unless it's obviously a longevity issue, like, Andromeda A6. Because, you've got to be very brave to buy one.
People put too many effects on everything and everything gets muddy.
Yeah. Oh, I'm very guilty of that. And honestly, Ty is forever saying to me, he says, for Christ's sake, he says, will you just pull back on the reverbs? I'm going, yes, sir.
Yeah.
3 bags full, sir. He goes, no, seriously, pull back on the reverb. You don't need a 20-second tail. All right, okay, I'm right. So I'm trying to be good.
Yeah.
And not go full Vangelis every bloody time.
Yeah.
But the thing is, I spent so long trying to get a lovely, clean, vibrant reverb.
Mm-hmm.
I started off with a spring reverb, which is where my hate of spring
favorite,
reverbs came from. Yeah, that's where my hate of spring reverbs came from.
Probably shouldn't have started there.
Yeah, probably. But money said that's where you got to start.
Start.
Money said 9-inch spring. That's your lot. And it was in a little wooden box like that with one dial on it and a PP3 battery.
But where would surf guitar be without a spring reverb in a cabinet?
Well, yeah, exactly. But somehow guitars lent to that. And they work together. Whereas you put a Moog Prodigy on one, oh God.
Or the ARP 2600.
Yeah, or the 2600.
Yeah, funny enough, with the ARP 2600, what worked for the ARP 2600 in that effect, in that way, was that it was stereo.
Yeah.
That did help. If it had been mono, yeah. But in its stereo form, it's kind of quite okay. Although it has that fault on it where that all 2600s had, was if you turn up the volumes to about 75%, you got more noise than signal. You either had to go to 80 or drop down to 70. But if you were at 75, it just went right out of the speakers, and then you get this little going on in the background. But yeah, so I mean, it kind of works on a 26, I suppose, up to a point, but mainly because of the stereo outs. But when you think about it, it's quite an achievement for a synth from 1972 being stereo.
Yeah.
Because as far as I remember, there was feck all else that was.
Yeah, no, not unless you had the Rhodes suitcase piano.
Yeah.
Because I think that had the stereo tremolo on it.
Yeah. Although it didn't really fall into the, back then, it didn't fall into the synth category, as it were. In fact, the Fender guys used to look down on the synth blokes, go,
I mean, I'm thinking keyboards in general.
Oh no, I know. So yeah, but it's I don't know. I think it's true. I think musicians, all of us, don't really know what it is we want. Even when we've got it, we don't know we want it.
Me in the chat here. Didn't the X7 have problems with the membrane over the touch buttons? Yeah, if you weren't careful with it.
Yeah. Yeah, especially if you dropped a Boss CE1 phaser on it.
Yep.
Yeah, that poke a hole straight through it.
Oh yeah.
But
I mean, knock on plastic table. Mine doesn't have any cracks in the membrane at all, and all the buttons still work.
yeah. Well, they can now. They can last for a long time, but
Yeah.
Sometimes you get unlucky. I suppose. But there again, how many sensors have been where the top of the pitch wheel snapped off on a SH101
I've had that happen
or
on
a
my
Juno. Yeah.
I've had the whole joystick break out of my O1W Pro X.
Ugh.
Yeah, so had to get a 3D printed one.
Yeah.
Then trying to track down the spring for the Y-axis, where you have two springs in it. One's a different size than the other one.
Yeah. Yeah.
And I was like, no, I'm just gonna sell the freaking thing for parts and not even deal with it anymore.
Yeah.
I mean, I miss the sound, but fingers crossed that Korg will eventually put it into Collection 7 or 8 or 15.
Yeah. I must admit that keyboard that I threw into the list yesterday. What was it? The Bomb Sempra
Oh yeah.
SC100. So, anybody want to buy a £54,000 home organ? Mind you, I listened to a video demo of one. It's very impressive. Very impressive. But yeah, it's still a home organ.
Right.
But I couldn't find anything that, because it wasn't when he said about finding the best thing of 25. And I went, well, do I have to think it's the best thing of 25? Because if I have to think it's the best thing of 25, I've only got 2 or 3 things on my list. Sorry.
Right.
There's other stuff that I'm just like, meh.
I mean, the TR-1000 was really, I think, the only thing really significant as far as anything over.
Yeah. I mean,
$1,500.
Although that teenage engineering team is clever and good, and it is, and I was very, very impressed with the price, I must admit.
Right.
But I've kind of got that already in software with my, Novation Launchpad, which is pretty much the same thing. But the fact that it had the little vocoder mic with it and stuff like that, I mean, yeah, it's quite clever, and I like that. Yeah, but the thing about the multi-poly is that I just like it. I like the sound of it. I just liked it, and
Yeah.
I thought, no, that can go in. That can go in for sure. I was going to add Omnisphere, and I thought, no, because it's just Omnisphere with tits. It's not. It's still the same thing. Fundamentally, it's the core. It's the same thing it was last year and the year before and the year before. So
yeah, they may have added a couple of things here and there to the engine.
Yeah.
And added 20,000 more presets, but when you get down to the nitty gritty of it, it's pretty much the same.
It was like with Pigments. Pigments, it's got MPE now. I go, all right, well, that makes it, actually fantastic. But it was already a fantastic sounding software instrument.
Right.
And I thought, I got to put that on because it is it's an incredible piece of engineering. It really is. So
I just haven't had.
And the Mercury, and I had to put the Mercury on because it had to be. I think to date, it is the best emulation of a synth I've heard yet.
Oh, the Mercury 8.
Yeah.
Yeah.
I've never heard one that close before. You know, you've heard it's like, yeah, kind of. But this one was sort of like, bloody hell. That really does sound like a JP8. What's this? What's this question for me? Maybe Andy. Justin. Does the US version of the DX Mark 1 have the notorious Riffer capacitor? Oh, Christ, now you're asking.
I don't know. Mine's not even here, so I can't open it up.
I would imagine it might be only the 240 volt version, because I seem to remember something about the Mark 1's power supplies were slightly different to the 241 sold in Europe.
Right.
So that might be where your Riffer capacitor comes into play.
That could be, yeah.
No, it didn't have a voltage selector. The Mark IIs, I think they eventually put a voltage selector in. The Mark 1s didn't have it. So that might be, yeah. So they've put an upped capacitor in there to support the 240 volt power supplies. Although even then, I think they still were rated at 220. They weren't even rated at 240s anyway. Not that it really matters, because, you know, although we say, oh yes, we have a 240 volt main system in the UK, it's anywhere between, I think it's 218 and 280 something, and we got one of the dirtiest mains in the world in the UK, apparently. Not very pure, apparently.
Mm.
So, I think the worst thing you can have anywhere near a studio is a central heating system. Jeez, it's terrible. Because when it used to turn on, especially if it had a reverb going, and the thermostat would turn the heating on, and you'd get
right,
that in the middle of your track. Oh, thanks for that, guys. Yeah, love that. So, but even some of the tracks that I played on SOR, you can hear the central heating clicking on and off in places. You know, a track will be starting, then you hear bloody thing. But we're all updated now. Got rid of that bloody hot air system. It was effective as a candle in a field in terms of heating. It really was useless, absolutely useless.
right.
Yeah, so, and of course very expensive to run, and it just wasn't really working. So. Yeah. They've got dog hair, which is not surprising. Dog hairs get bloody everywhere. Hmm.
Forget.
It's funny. I just thought I had a JD800 coming 2 weeks ago, and the guy said that the fault that it had was when he's using he's using the factory presets or stuff like that. He said you play it and it's in one key, but when you let go, it goes into a different key.
Huh.
And I went, oh, is that your... Because in the VCO section, you've got that pitch up or down, or a pitch
Right.
release thing. He goes, no, it's in the centre. I went, oh, okay, I'll have a look at it for you. So I had a look at it, and, you know, a sound that's not supposed to do it, and he goes, da, 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 like this, right? I went, oh, okay. So maybe the CPU is sending that information through when it's not supposed to be getting through or whatever. So what I did in the end was went, oh, hang on a minute. Where's the slider? And he goes, oh, yeah, it's in the centre detent. I'll just put some WD in it. So, but like that, I mean,
Yeah.
put it back in the centre. Dan, 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 dan. Yeah, bloody slider.
Ah, that's all it was.
Got a bit of junk in it, and it didn't want to work properly.
Yep.
So I did the rest of them for him because they were obviously a bit dusty. Because I asked him when he came to pick it up, I said, where do you keep this? And I said, before you answer, is it in a bedroom? He went, yeah, it is. How do you know? I went, okay. Yeah. If you're going to keep it in the bedroom, put a cloth over it, mate.
Cloth over it, put it in a case.
Or put it somewhere else.
Or in, different room.
Yeah, or get a soft case for it or something, yeah.
How was the red glue situation on it?
Oh, the red glue, it was, well, I told him, I said, all your red glue is intact. Whether it will be tomorrow, I said, so just look out for any red drippiness at the front, or you push down a key and it takes 3 keys with it and stays there. I said, give me a call. So, but funnily enough, I've done 2 JD800s in the last 4 days for the red glue.
Oh, geez, yep.
So they were like a dog with 2 dicks when they got them back, I tell you. They thought, they go, well, what am I going to do? I'm going to have to buy a new key. I said, no.
Wait, did they just get red glue, or they had it all this time and didn't get it fixed?
Oh, one, it started doing it a couple of years ago, and he just sat it to one side, and that one, I'm afraid he had to pay through the nose a bit extra for that because it had stuck to the felts. It contaminated the carbon contacts on the key contact switches.
That's what I'm afraid about mine. I let it sit too long. So
yeah. The other thing you've got to worry about is that part of the red glue cycle is if you leave it long enough, it goes rock hard again.
Yeah.
Huh. So you get all this bleh, and then it sets like concrete again. You go, oh
yeah,
shit.
It's very stiff.
And then you find you can't get the keys off the key bed anymore. It's ridiculous.
Exactly.
It's stupid.
Yeah.
So and you actually have to put the whole keyboard into Fiona's solution to try and loosen it up. Yeah.
Wow.
So it's a bit touch and go how
you
well
have a horse trough for that or something.
Yeah, really.
Yeah, basically, yeah. It's this long buckety thing that she got. She did get it to wash the dogs in, but of course she could never hold a dog long enough to wash one in. So it's become a sort of, it's like a big water bowl out the back now. And I actually think it's been a flower bed for a year as well. But no, if we ever have to drop the whole keyboard in, we can plonk.
They put a bunch of horse troughs all through the streets of San Francisco to block off areas to keep homeless people from sleeping on the sidewalk.
Which is kind of mean, isn't it?
Yeah.
Well, they just, if you live there, you don't want that, right?
I can see that.
But strewn about and stuff. So they put.
How about do something about it?
Well,
some sort of shelter somewhere.
Look, either we want to be cruel or we want to invade countries. That's all we do here. So. Pick your pick.
Yeah, but that's the thing. That was the thing, the whole thing about the Pax Americana and everything. It's kind of go, well, hang on a minute. You started a lot of wars for a peacekeeping nation. What's going on there?
It's so funny because again he ran as an anti-war president, of course.
Yeah. Okay.
Now?
Yeah.
Okay then.
Wait a minute. How much crude does Venezuela have again?
Well, it's oil, right? As we always knew, they talk about drugs, but it's really about the oil.
Oil, yeah. So, and how much he can make out of it.
Exactly.
Because apparently he's made about $3 billion in the last 12 months.
Well, his family's doing crypto scams and plenty of other bullshit. So,
not to mention those trainers.
Yeah.
And that phone.
Those are just from China. Yeah, they just put his name on it.
Yeah, but
They
you know,
already exist, they
but
just
you know where the
don't-
profit margin's going.
Yeah, and the same with the watches too. They have those fancy like chronograph watches with the movement, all the fancy movements inside and stuff. And they're just starting to be Chinese watches that were probably worth at the most maybe 10 grand.
Yeah,
And then he has the $100,000 markup for that. So
yeah. It's like Half God says, Putin is going to get the lithium, and Trump's going to get the crude.
oh sure.
Yeah, fucking hell.
And that's why Elon's involved, because he wants the lithium for his fucking car company. So
Yeah, well. Oh, somebody did something really upset him. Oh yeah, they took one of his Teslas and dropped the battery out of it and put a V8 in it. Right, it goes like, and mate, it goes like stink. Well, it automatically straight away it's 2 tons lighter,
yeah, sure.
and it really rockets. I tell you.
Well, they're not the safest cars, I got to tell you. I mean,
Well, this is it.
it's don't crash that car.
Yeah.
Well, he can with this one because he's put like a full roll cage in it, bucket seats and everything. It's basically taken all the crap it doesn't need out. You know
what's funny though is having been in China recently, and they have all those different electric cars up there, right? And you guys, I
Yeah.
heard you guys get some of them over in the UK.
Yeah.
And,
Well, the BYDs, the Chinese ones.
BYD, Beijing brand,
Yeah,
and the really nice ones are Red Flag. Those were reserved for like heads of military and VPs and stuff like that. And now anyone can buy them. We had a Uber type driver over there drove us in one.
yeah,
It was a luxury car. It was like $15,000. It's a
Yeah.
fucking luxury electric car, way cheaper than a Tesla, way better than a Tesla.
yeah.
No wonder they don't want
Yeah.
those cars in the U.S. because they'll kick ass. The Teslas are shit.
Yeah,
It's funny. I mean, the Rivians are pretty good. That's another competitor, Rivian.
yeah,
You got Polestar in Norway, I think.
yeah.
They're around here a little bit.
But do you think we should have gone hydrogen and not electric?
Yeah, but I understand why they went electric. A hybrid makes the most sense to me. So you still have a chance to drive a little further and have some other fuel source available without a charging station.
A013.
Yes.
Yeah, it's my favourite patch of all time. Yeah, sorry, Andy, you were saying.
No, you do use that one a lot. Is that a replica of a 80 patch, or what is that?
I think it proclaims to be 80-ish, but I just like the sound. Just like the sound.
Yeah. Is that only on the Deluxe?
Well, it's a single sound.
Do you know what? You say that, but I don't know if it was on the 49.
I don't remember hearing it, but I haven't gone through all the presets.
Yeah.
It's
Well,
A013, so you'd have to check on yours.
Yeah.
It might be
but
different number too.
it might not be that
Could be,
location either. Yeah.
I mean, if you have the manager on the computer, I'm sure there's a way you can search for it. If
Yeah,
it's
just
on
grab
there.
it. Yeah. Oh, Matt says it is on the 49.
Is it? Okay, good.
Nice.
Yeah.
Nice.
I really have to use mine more. I haven't touched my 49 in like probably 6 months. So
Well, as much as I love the 49, when I got it, I loved the 49. But I was going, if only there was another octave.
yeah.
Or an octave and
Well,
a
I
bit.
can always hook to something else. I mean, I lose some of the.
Oh, yeah, no, agreed. But then you
But-
don't get the action of the keyboard sort of
Then I
thing.
got the Osmos hooked.
Yeah.
Even
Yeah.
though that's short, I have even more control over it.
Yeah.
And so yeah, that's okay. I don't mind shorter keypads. I'm not playing rock on off, so I'm okay.
Now, what was it I found the other day? On here. Let's have a look, around here somewhere. Yeah. Yeah. Get all Wendy Carlos.
He's doing Dune again.
Here we go. There you go. Bit of Wendy Carlos.
There you go.
There was a bloody patch on it. I went, I like that.
It's nice.
I
Yeah.
kind
Nice.
of do.
That's nice. I like it.
Brandenburg Concerto First Movement.
I wish I
Yeah,
had
exactly.
I wish my M8X was over here.
Is it still back at the other place?
Yeah, it's at the church.
So we
Well,
had
soon
that
as-
song in our ads here for Entenmann's Bakery.
All right. God, well, why not?
Yeah.
But and I went, oh, I like that. But it's one of the actual straight factory patches. And I'm going, how come I've not come across it before?
Right.
Why have I been missing this patch?
There's
I don't get it.
Goes to show how many really good, just straight factory sounds are in that instrument.
Yeah, exactly so. Exactly so. But
Well, it's the same thing with the deluxe. I mean, there's some really good ones.
yeah.
Really good ones in here.
Well, I put a lot of the Scott McCauley patches on as well. There's some lovely ones on that.
By the way, Kent, have you ever seen or heard of Vivatone before?
The Vivatone?
Yes.
No.
It's a very, very old, very, very rare electric piano kind of Rhodesy thing.
Right.
And there's a woman has a cool channel called Emma Repairs. I just came across it, and there are apparently only 3 left on the world. And so she
Wow.
goes and repairs one. It's been in storage at this guy's place forever.
Oh, wow.
And it ends up being a really old one where you can see all the rough wood and there's pencil marks on it.
Yeah.
And actual handwriting of the guy who made it.
Christ.
And she goes through painstakingly, shims it all up and adjusts all the pegs and makes all the keys level and performs it. It sounds really cool.
Ah.
So, but it's
Well,
one of those rare old things.
Another Andy in the chat. No, Andy.
There you go.
Hello.
When you going to do your Saturday morning again, mate? That's the question that's on everyone's lips.
Well, he needs a break once in a while, right?
Yeah, I know. I understand
Everyone needs a
that.
break.
I must admit,
I
Saturday mornings I'm going, oh. So,
mean, Ramsey couldn't do it today, so there's no show today, and
yeah.
I haven't had time to do any little.
When you're ready, Andy, mate. When you're ready. Because I must admit, it's one of those things. It's really bizarre that when Andy's doing his synchrotron show on a Saturday morning, I just tend to get a lot of work done. It's just weird. It's just like, and then,
Well, mood music. You're getting a good mood. You
but
do your work.
exactly. And when the 2 hours are up, I'm going, wow, look how much I've got done. It's really good. But I mean, this vibe, I'll either have the earbuds on because Madam is like over in the corner somewhere, and I'll be getting getting on with bits and pieces. I've been spraying panels to Andy's show and stuff like that. It's always good on a Saturday morning to have that, something to wake up to, But yeah, and we had old Brooksy show up on PSN last night in the chat.
That's cool.
So I haven't seen him for a while. But I must admit, like when I said, I haven't seen like Red Walks, I've seen him in the chat for donkeys, but somebody said that he has been around, but clearly not in the chats that I was in at the time.
I'm
sort of thing.
on like Sonic Talk and stuff like that. So.
Yeah, because somebody say yesterday on PSN about how Sonic's not going to NAMM this year.
Oh, really? I didn't hear that.
That's interesting.
Something to do with not a good idea with a journalist's visa or something.
Mm.
He's reluctant to come to the States with the journalist visa.
Only
I
if
don't know
he's
the ins
been-
and out. I mean, I grabbed
Only
a
if he's
few
been
words.
bad mouthing the current regime, but they're very sensitive to those things.
Yeah, I mean, they'd never let me in, would they?
I mean, we have so much freedom of speech here, yet you can't say anything, supposedly. So
Yeah, we were supposed to have freedom of speech here, but it's people are getting arrested for saying things like, please don't bomb the shit out of Palestine. So, yeah, it's a shame, really,
Yeah.
because I imagine tourism is down quite considerably.
oh, it is big time.
Yeah.
In fact,
So,
Canada was like boycotting our alcohol, and they're boycotting travel here, and
yeah, because weren't they the biggest importers of Kentucky whiskey?
well, it's funny because that was our route through Prohibition. We went through Canada
Yeah,
to get stuff, and now now they're blocking stuff from going to Canada. So
yeah,
it's kind of
yeah.
funny.
They'd let me in, but not necessarily back again. Yeah, true enough.
Yeah, sounds like
Next thing I know, I'm in Venezuela trying to learn Spanish.
sounds like the last line of Hotel California is true. You can check out anytime you like, but you can never leave.
Never leave. Yeah,
Yeah.
yeah. No, I find him to be just the most odious creature on the planet. Even when even on comedy shows, or one of the late night American talk shows like Jimmy Kimmel or whatever, and they do a clip of him saying something, I just go, ugh.
Yeah.
I can't look down. Please be over.
You get the douche chills, right?
Yeah, it's just sort of like, oh God, everything about me just makes me want to.
He's never been like a ladies' man as much as he thinks he is. He's never been like athletic or cool, but somehow he just has this amazing ego,
Mm.
And no matter how many times he loses and screws up and gets shit on and denied this and that, he comes back stronger than ever. Just
And do you know what? Part of me wants to admire that part in him because he does pull stunts that I don't think other people would be able to get away with. But it's very much sort of like, that is impressive, but I still want to throw up all over you.
well, exactly, yeah. Well, the only reason it's allowed is because on some level, people either want to ride his coattails because he's a money train, or they're for some sad reason afraid of him.
Yeah.
Yeah.
I don't know. I mean, when this all does come crumbling down around his ears, which with any luck it does, I hope that the American people really do go after not so much him, but his enablers and the ones that still have bits of
here's the
shit
problem.
on their nose.
A lot of his enablers are incredibly powerful. Peter Thiel has so much money and power and influence. He's the reason we have Elon Musk. He's the reason we have J.D. Vance.
Yeah, but you also
Those
have an
assholes
army.
aren't going away. Yeah, but they have so much money, and money talks amazingly well.
Yeah, but the thing is, either you're going to have a law or you're not.
Also, Peter Thiel's a religious fanatic, and there are a lot of religious fanatics in power now. And how are you going to?
That's worrying, because that's always worked out well.
Oh yeah,
hasn't it? Any country with a either an ideology or a faith-based, but very radical approach to things has always worked out well.
Yeah. Exactly. Yeah. So history will look unfavorably on him, fortunately, but it's going to take a while.
Yeah, if there's any history left.
Well, there's that too.
Yeah. Because, yes, it's all a little bit sort of like... See, the other thing was, I saw an interview with somebody who was saying, I can't remember, was it on CNN? It was one of the news channels, anyway. And it was saying about the air traffic control people are screaming out for money to update the systems. They said we have computers keeping airplanes in the sky. They have floppy drives and are running pretty much similar to Windows 95. So, so the whole US air traffic control network is out of, 130 systems, 54 of them or something like that were like, they can't go anywhere with them. They need to be replaced. Another 54 systems that have a little bit of possible improvement before they can't be used anymore. And then the rest of them are sort of like newer. And it's like, what? So when was the last investment in the air traffic control system in the US?
Well, remember the whole Y2K banking nonsense and stuff, because they had ancient computers in banking, which is like the worst place to have bad computers.
But yeah, exactly.
And so, I mean, I'm not surprised by that, because we had it in the banks, we had it in a bunch of other places. So.
Yeah, but it does seem to be a connection, and this is worldwide. There seems to be a connection between any institutions that earn more money than you could possibly ever imagine existed, and sustainable resources for it, there's always this huge mismatch. You know, it seems like the more money you make, the more stingy you are about how
Well, that is true.
updating the system.
How many rich people do you know are actually cheap bastards? You know, they don't tip well.
Yeah.
They don't respect people who work for a living and
Stiffing businesses left, right, and centre. Yeah.
Trump didn't even pay a lot of his contractors and other stuff over the years.
Yeah.
You know,
and that's another reason why he stiffed the contractors that are supposed to be doing this ballroom.
Exactly.
And I don't feel sorry for him because, dude, you can Google. You don't have to Google very hard to find out that if you do something for the guy, you're not getting your fucking money. You know, so you go, it's your own stupid fault.
I mean, supposedly even Giuliani didn't get paid by Trump for all
Oh
his
man,
money.
mate, what he's done to that what he's done to the White House.
I know.
Oh,
It's
my God.
well, he wants to look like a Saudi prince lived there with all the gold and all the gaudy stuff, and
Yeah, and it will look so
you
gory.
you've seen pictures of his place in New York, right?
Mm.
Trump Tower.
Mm.
It's just like that. It's like marble and gold, and
Yeah,
gaudy
but is
to
it
the
marble
extreme.
and is it gold?
No, it's just the look of it.
Yeah.
The look of it, because he wants that, that opulence, surrounded by opulence, because he's so special.
One of our comedians here was saying, he says, I've never been in such a state of duality. He goes, I'm watching Trump destroying the White House, and I'm going, oh my God, what is he doing to, one of the most famous buildings on the planet?
Yeah.
And he said, and then my British side kicks in and go, yes! He goes, we tried for years to lock that bastard down. We used to set fire to it all the time. That's why it's painted white, wasn't it? Because the British kept setting fire to the White House back in the day.
I didn't hear about that.
That's why it's white. Did you not know that?
I didn't know. I just thought it was the classic paint job.
No, apparently it's because we kept burning it.
Oh.
We kept firebombing it, and they kept painting it, and they kept painting it white.
Wow.
So it became the White House, and it stayed that way.
Because that's kind of a classic colonial design and shit and paint job and stuff. So, I mean, a lot of houses here that have that look to them.
Yeah, but I think it's more of a copy.
Yeah.
I want our house to look like that one.
Yeah.
Please, thank you.
Mm-hmm.
There's some in Palo Alto that look like it as well. With pretty fancy houses.
Yeah. But, no, watching it being torn down like that.
Well, the fact that he does everything without approval. Like, he didn't get Congress approval to do this Venezuela thing. Didn't get government approval to touch the historic landmark called the White House. No respect for anything, right?
Yeah.
So why should we respect him?
Yeah, but I think, Prometheus, I think we burnt it down more than once, if I remember rightly. In history, back in the day at school.
Well, it's like the Holy Grail thing. Burned down, then sunk into the swamp. And then with the third one stayed up.
Yeah, it's like, see, the thing is, when we're taught history, and no offence, Andy, but when we're taught history in the UK, we're taught the truth, as opposed to...
Well, I was taught the truth, too. They don't teach it anymore, but I was
No. Apparently, they never told you everything. They didn't want to teach you anything that made America not look good.
Oh, no, I learned plenty of that, either maybe through my own research.
But not at school.
Yeah, not in
school tried to sugarcoat a little bit.
They love to sugarcoat the stuff.
That's why you have to read Howard Zinn, People's History of the U.S. It's a very good,
exactly,
accurate account of
where
all
here
the shit that went on.
Because of we've always had this self-deprecating thing, I suppose. So when we do history here, we go, well, this is some of the horrible things we've done in history, kind of thing. We're going, fucking hell, we were bastards.
Yeah.
We're going sort of like they kind of, the sugarcoating was kind of true, where they say, yeah, but when we left, they had a rail infrastructure and stuff like this, right? And they had they were taking on either some sort of democratic kind of government system and stuff like that, and all this sort of thing. And when we left, they were always better off for it, if you see what I mean, in terms of infrastructure and stuff like that. But And then they were saying about how we ended slavery.
Yeah.
And one of I remember my teacher saying to me something about she goes, what you have to remember is although we invented we stopped slavery in the end, and we went to war to stop slavery, but we didn't start it. And what you got to remember is that when the Spanish, the Portuguese, the Italians, the British, and all these different various races that came to North Africa to collect slaves for whatever purposes, the people they were getting were already slaves. They bought them from slave traders.
Sure.
In North Africa.
Yeah, it was a complex system. It wasn't just going and taking.
Oh yeah.
The locals sold their own people out. So.
Yeah. Or they had invaded a province somewhere, enslaved the population, brought them back, and sold them off. Like you would cattle.
The story is always more complex. I mean, look at Apple gets shit on for all this stuff in China and making iPhones cheap and stuff, and taking advantage of the laborers in China. Well, the Chinese government allows that. That's not just us going in and forcing Chinese people to do stuff. The Chinese government doesn't care about their own people. So just like the Africans didn't care about their own people they were selling as slaves. That shit's been going on forever. Governments don't care about, and people in power don't care about their own people.
Yeah, slavery isn't ended. It's called being a courier for Just Eat. You're not far off, mate.
But it's funny because in this country, we are taught that the French did help, but a lot of people either forget it or choose to forget it, and they goof on the French all the time. But without the French, we couldn't have kicked the British out of here.
Oh no, but you had more than the French on your side as well.
No, we had a lot, but I mean, the French did help a lot, though.
Yeah.
So.
But you see, but history is always written by the victor. So
exactly, yeah, it's and modified along the way, and so
Oh yeah.
You never know what the 100% true story was, because some of it's oral history written down incorrectly, some of it's chosen. Look at again. Look at if you want to see so-called, look at the Bible as history, right? Jesus, a big chunk of his life is missing, because when they reassembled the Bible, they cut a lot of him out. He's like a kid, and all of a sudden he's in his 30s.
Yeah.
So they cut all that shit out because they edited the shit out of it, right?
Yeah.
Because they didn't want certain things getting out, and also changed his image instead of being like a Middle Eastern Jewish-looking man to look like a guy with a Roman nose and flowing hair.
Yeah.
That's not how he looked. If he's born in that area, that's not how he looked.
Yeah.
So everything's been doctored and tweaked to.
Everything is it's tailored to suit. It's a natural thing people tend to do, doesn't it? To make things fit a narrative that they want. But But I don't know. It's like this thing about the Battle of Hastings didn't take place in Hastings and stuff.
Oh, really?
Like that. Yeah.
I love that.
Yeah, it was a few miles up the road. But it's also
closest major's town. Is that what it is?
Well, it's also a village close to Hastings called Battle.
Oh wow!
So it could have ended up being the Battle of Battle, which is just confusing. There he is.
Hey,
buonasera.
And we're fuchsia today, are we?
I think it's coral.
Coral.
Looks
okay.
That's what it was listed at.
Yeah, we have in Palo Alto. We have the Coral Zone parking area. It looks just like that. So
come and park on me, baby.
Okay. How much success have you had with that?
The first time I was in San Francisco, I went to the hotel reception and asked where the nearest car park was to Fisherman's Wharf, because we wanted to go to Fisherman's Wharf, and I'd got a car. And I said, and she just went, and I said, car park? She goes, car park. Oh, sorry, parking lot. She didn't understand. Yeah. She couldn't figure it out from the two words car park. That's what I meant. She just, never mind. And then we proceeded to lose the car, and I've told that story a million times. So.
Oh, by the way, Rob, you may be able to appreciate this. Ben Rosper phoned me today.
Oh yes,
from Cyberwave EMS.
Yes.
And we were chatting away and talking about various bits and pieces and all the rest of it. And he was telling me about the horror stories he's having to repair. And I'm telling him about the horror stories. And we thought, shall we just do an exchange? I'll work on your horrors, you work on mine. Because it'd be fresh eyes. Because I'm sick to death of this fucking thing here. You know, that kind of thing. And we might do that yet when he comes down to pick up his motor. And I said, so what's going on? He says, I'm getting rid of the Honda Civic. I went, okay. He says, yeah. He goes, I feel frivolous. He goes, I want to buy a car, right? He goes, right, see if you can guess what car it is I want to get. I went, okay. He goes, I said, all right, so how much is the car? He goes, well, he said, in fairness, he says, it's 2009. I mean, okay. It's 90,000 on it. Okay, right. I said, how much? And he goes, 15,000. Okay, 15,000.
2009 car.
Yeah. I went, okay. He said, well, at least the one I'm looking at is 2009, but they were around in 2006. So, okay.
But still 15 grand for a car that's, 16 years old, 17 years? Yeah.
I go, okay. I said, got any other, let's say, Volvo? Yeah. And he said, bit contentious. Some would say it's British, some would say it's German. I went, Mini? Like that. I mean, you're on the right lines, carry on. I went, yeah, £15,000 Mini. Oh, okay. No. Okay, right. He goes, put it this way, it's an offensive car. I went, okay. And anyway, this one. Yeah, he goes, VW, he says, you're close. I'm going, oh, okay. Hi.
So, an offensive car, I would have said Tesla.
Well, Matt has got it. It's a Bentley Continental GT.
Oh, yeah, which is essentially,
Right. Which, when new, was £250,000.
Yeah.
I said, okay, what's wrong with it? He went, oh, there's nothing wrong with it, but now it's at 90,000. It may need a service. It may, or it may not.
Is that one kind of sporty looking?
Yeah.
Yeah.
But
So Johnny Ive had
ugly
one at
sporty
Apple.
looking.
I saw it all the time at Apple there. He drove one.
Well, you can buy them here between 10. The cheapest one I saw was 10. Between 10 and 20,000 for a 15 to 20-year-old Continental. I'm going, are you kidding me? I go, tell me more about it. He goes, 551 brake horsepower, V12. I went, that's all I need to know. Thank you.
Wow.
Where can I get one? My God.
But it's such a big...
Yeah, I've always...
hulking...
I love big hulking.
Yeah, but... Yeah, no, it's undeniably a beautifully built car.
Yeah. Well, I said to him, well, look, the good thing about this is if you lose your house, you can live in the car.
Yeah.
You know, and you've got this £250,000 palace that you can live in. You know, but it's ridiculous, isn't it? £250,000 down to 10k.
Yeah.
But still actually physically nothing wrong with the car. It's just the possibility that it may. And I said to him, in fairness, if somebody said to me they wanted to go and buy a Leasys Andromeda A6, I would say, be prepared, you know. And that's how he's looking at it. He goes, yeah. He said, well,
there's a risk, isn't it? Yeah.
Yeah. He goes, but if I get the guy down to 12, 13...
Well, wasn't a fully
He said
loaded
it's a good
emulator
thing.
3 like $20,000 when it was new, and now it's like nothing? So...
Yeah, this is it. But
Oh, there you go, yeah.
and I said, yeah, exactly. Now the one he's looking at is this delicious blue and a convertible.
Oh, it's a convertible.
It's a convertible, and the guy's asking 15. I said to him, I said, is there anything you've got to look out for? He said, yeah, if it needs a starter motor, because technically what it is it's two V6s bolted together.
Yeah, it's a W12.
Yeah. But the starter motor used to start 6, not 12s.
Right.
But when that starter motor goes, I said, "Oh, it's expensive." He said, "No, the whole engine has to come out to change the starter motor over." I went, "Okay, so we're talking. It's a bit iffy when it comes to servicing. But if you're prepared to do most of it yourself, then you're getting a lot of car for very, very little money."
I know when
You're
I
being a
had,
good company, Ken, too. I think even one of the Kardashians had a Bentley, so there you go.
Yeah. Now, if you go back, say, another 10 years to, say, 94, look at the Bentley from 94. Oh, God, it's ugly.
yeah, They're
Awful
very
looking
square,
piece of
boxy
shit. Oh,
things,
it's got
Or
no
boxy.
character whatsoever.
yeah.
You know, I've seen more character in those cars you get in the kids' shops. You know, little pedal cars. You know, it's awful. It's an awful looking shit. And then that comes along and go, yeah, hello.
Yeah.
So it's a dual V6 Volkswagen,
Yeah.
or a VW12, V12. There's nothing
yeah,
I
it's-
dislike about that car.
You could, because there's a little niche market for the VW Phaeton, which was Ferdinand Pierce's fuck you to Audi.
Yeah,
VW own Audi, and they've got this kind of unwritten agreement that Audi do the top end, they do the big cars,
yeah,
they do the luxury, high end Merc challenging vehicles. VW, you're over here, you're dealing with the plebs and the families and all that kind of stuff. And Pierce said, "No, fuck you," and he ordered VW to build this car. And he was very heavily involved with the specification. He's saying, "I want the very best of this. I want the very best of this," and blah blah blah. They even built a factory just to make this car, and it was this amazing glass factory that you could see into from the outside and see
Yeah.
the cars going around being built, all hand built. And they did about 4 or 5 different engine variants. The top of which was this W12,
yeah,
which was essentially, as you say, 2 V6s welded together sort of thing.
yeah.
But they didn't suffer from any major sort of issues. They just
No.
didn't hit the market, and
Yeah.
the market didn't want to buy or spend that kind of money on a VW. There was kind of this kind of snobbery thing going on.
Yeah.
But you can pick up a Phaeton V12, W12, or the V10. They did a V10. And they're inside they're incredible.
Yeah.
I mean, it's proper top end. Refrigerators, televisions, and all sorts of stuff.
Yeah.
Amazing.
Yeah. Yeah, because I was saying to Fiona, I said, look, when we sell the Muzzy, when she's done, and we sell the Muzzy, I said it's going to hurt, and I'd like to be able to have an ointment that I could rub on. And I showed her that, and I go, and there's the tube of ointment. She went, and she's gone, holy shit! How much is that? I went, well, or there'd be not a great deal. I said we can get a cheaper one. We don't have to go mad.
But yeah, like you say, I mean, they get to a point where they're going to require some attention, and that attention is not going to be cheap. I had this is a completely different sort of vehicle, but when I had my Fiat Bravo.
Yeah.
I had the HGT, which was the 2 litre 5-cylinder, transversely mounted, and it just about fit in the engine bay, this thing. And to do the cam belt change, which is a fairly standard piece of thing, it was an 11-hour job because it was a complete engine out, because
Everything
there was just
out.
no room.
Yeah.
Some garages would say they could do it less, and they kind of half hoist it out and then basically have a mechanic leaning up on something, pushing the engine over with his foot while the other mechanic sort of wrestled with the cam belt. But a main dealer would charge it as an 11-hour engine out job, and that's why you could pick them up for not a lot of money when they were getting close to cam belt change time.
Yeah.
Because it was I forget how much it was. I've got a quote. I say thankfully, I never had the cam belt changed on mine because I crashed it, and then I couldn't afford to. Well, I had
What a
it
brilliant
repaired.
way of avoiding the servicing.
I know, right? I put it into the side of Cinema City in Norwich.
Wow.
It's a funny story, but
rather than pay a ticket. Yeah.
No. I'd been in the car park and I'd parked in the bay where the previous occupant or one of the previous occupants had dropped some oil. And I remember seeing it, and I must have got some on my tyres because I came round this corner, and this is in Norwich city centre, so I wasn't going that fast. I was coming up to a pedestrian crossing, and the lights had. I was some way away, and the lights were red, and then they went green, and people kept on crossing. So I was a lot younger, being a bit of a twat. I revved my engine a bit because it made made a nice sound, that fire.
Yeah.
And as I went round the corner, I just had a little bit too much power going on, and I to this day swear blind it was the oil on the tyres because the back end went out. It never did that before, and the back end went right out. Mounted the pavement. Thankfully, there was nobody on the pavement at the time, and into the side of this place called Cinema City, which was the kind of the art cinema in Norwich.
Yeah.
Cops turned up about 2 minutes because there's cameras, and they turned up and they breathalyzed me, and I was fine. But it was about £2.5 worth of work. And shortly after that, I decided I couldn't afford to keep it anymore, so I sent it back to the finance company, and I never had to change the cam belt. So that was a miss. But,
well, I think because the other motor we were talking about was the to get the Chrysler, but the V8 CRD or SRT rather, and to get the 5-litre V8 one, and I just went. The problem with them is, I got more chance finding another Mustang because I don't want the saloon. The saloon doesn't do anything. I want the estate. It looks absolutely fantastic. And she goes, yeah, but you just want it because it looks like a Bentley. And of course, so this comes up today, and we're going, hang on a minute, why not make it a Bentley then? And get around the whole thing and get an extra 2 cylinders out of it. That sounds like a bargain.
You'd be digging a very large money pit.
Oh, yeah.
If you were to do that, I think. Because knowing your luck, and I'm being.
Oh yeah, no, I know.
Knowing your luck, you'll buy one that looks amazing and is an absolute dog underneath.
Start it and the gearbox falls out on the road. Yeah. So. Yeah, because I was thinking. Yeah, I mean, I like to. How do I put this? I like to know what I want to get next, even if I never get it. Do you know what I mean? So I go,
I do.
Now I know what I'd like. Because I was going, when the Mustang goes, I'd like to replace it. I want to work on a car. I like working on cars. But what? And you want to work on something that's sort of like, when it's done, looks worthwhile spending all that time on. The Chrysler would be cheaper in the long run. However, rare as rocking. The one the CRD, the estate SRT is so rare. They reckon there's 40 in the UK, and at least 3 of them have found trees. So, and if there is, if you see one,
old Corvettes, you like old Corvettes?
Well, here, this is the thing. I was going, if I was going to get a vintage American car again, it's got to be a Riviera boat tail.
Don't know that one.
Totally practical and attainable.
Oh, it's. I think it's wider than Gaddesden Road. I have to wait until nobody's parked on the road before I can get in out.
No, I had a Mercury Marquis Brougham. That was one of the biggest cars I've ever been.
Yeah, I mean, I'd like to have a Chevy Bel Air, right? I ain't got the money for a Chevy Bel Air. They're stupid money.
Yeah.
So, and I've always liked the I definitely a penchant for the Riviera boat tail. However, a 2002 Cadillac, I kind of like them.
My brother
Don't
had
ask me
a
why.
Cadillac for a while, and it was pretty good. It's like the one they have in. He drives in Mad Men, I think.
Yeah.
And it was cool, but it's just impractical.
Yeah.
Going to San Francisco, you can't park it anywhere. It's too long.
Oh, yeah, but I don't buy cars to be practical.
No, I know you're doing the thing. But I'm talking about if someone actually wants to drive
me
the thing.
owning a car isn't practical.
Yeah.
Why would an
an
agoraphobic need a car?
Pictures in front
Come
of
on.
it, but if you want to drive it, it's got to be somewhat practical.
Yeah. They go, so how many miles have you done since you've owned the car? Half?
Because like my parents, you mentioned Audi earlier. My parents had a 924 Porsche, and it actually had an Audi engine in it, which was kind of weird. I didn't know they had.
It's all the same group.
Yeah.
Get a Crown Victoria.
It was a fun car, but it was like, I don't know how anyone bigger than me sits in them because it was bucket seats, non-adjustable steering column. And how the fuck does anyone get longer legs than mine into that thing? Because I had to wedge my knees off to the sides of the steering wheel like that. And it was and it was also manual steering. So you really had to crank that sucker, right?
Yeah.
And so imagine anyone bigger than me trying to get in there. It's just to be a joke. You'd have to go for a 928 or 944 or something. Yeah.
Ford Crown Victoria LX.
Wasn't the 944 basically a VW? It was there was one of those Porsches. I can't remember which one it was. It was might have been the 944. That was essentially a VW project that got like abandoned.
I didn't know that.
And Porsche took it, and it was kind of like an everyman's Porsche rather than a fancy 911 or something. Or was that?
Well, I like the 928S.
Exorb.
That
Did
was
you
nice.
mean a 1956 Crown Victoria, not a 2004 one, but
When you
1956
get
one?
a Cortina Mark III, so you've got American style looks, but a much more
The cop
practical.
car.
Or even a
God.
Mark 1.
No, I tell you what. If I
Granada.
was going to do it, if I was going to go that route, I would like to get a Escort Mark 1 from Mexico
Oh, there you go.
and do that up. And I tell you, who would back me up to the hilt with that? Madam.
Yeah.
Massive fan. Massive fan. There's a 6.1 SRT in black for sale on Auto Trader. What sort of money are we talking, Gabe?
You could fix up an old
Here's
Volkswagen
an
Rabbit.
estate.
Did you guys have the Rabbits over there, or was it called something else?
Oh, the VW Rabbit.
Yeah.
Wasn't that? Was the Rabbit what we? I don't know if the Rabbit was a model on its own or whether
Kind
it
of
was
rounded. It was like a Sirocco, but more rounded, more compact. Almost like a Honda Civic, an old Honda Civic shape.
They were quite nice in their own way. The little Honda Civics.
Yeah, not the newer sedan style. It's the more kind of they have the rounded back.
Because I
the
always
Rabbit had.
thought that the Rabbit was more like a Polo.
Yeah,
But it's
Pro's
actually
saying
more
it's
like a
a Golf. Yeah,
It's a
Rabbit's-
Golf.
Yeah,
yeah.
Golf's a similar shape. Yeah.
Yeah.
Rabbit's a little bit bigger, I think.
Because
But,
VW had a spate around that time. They did the Rabbit and the Fox.
yeah.
I think the VW Fox was quite a small. That might have been more.
Trouble with that, Keith, is it's for sale now. I won't be selling the Mustang for months yet. I've got to get it all back together and everything. So, and I bet you when it is sold, there won't be one available anywhere on the planet. Knowing my bleeding luck. So,
I was reading something on Auto Express the other day, and I think this was purely them sort of wish listing what manufacturers would do, but they had some concept drawings of cars that they wished manufacturers would make, and one of them was a new version of the VW Corrado, which I always thought was a gorgeous looking two-door little coupe, which followed this because they had the Scirocco, the first Scirocco, which was almost look a bit DeLorean-like, but a little bit rounder. And then they upgraded that to the Corrado, which had a bit more heft and a bit more muscle, and it just looked gorgeous. And these concept drawings look amazing. But I'm curious where it's all going to go now, because they're saying SUVs are a done thing, and people are going back to more traditional, style, station wagons for family cars, that sort of thing. So we'll see.
Yeah. Well, a Volvo 440 would be nice.
Wait,
Do
so
one
that
of them up.
Lamborghini SUV is going to be no more? No, don't say that.
Honestly, I can't believe they did that.
It's really funny.
That thing that makes me laugh is all those supercars that are sitting around in Saudi Arabia.
In Dubai, there's that place in Dubai. Is
Yeah,
a massive
just sitting
place.
there. Yeah.
Nobody can drive them. They just like to look at them.
No, they're abandoned.
Yeah.
Really?
Yeah. Some of the most beautiful cars you've seen in your life, and they're just abandoned.
There's no workforce there to work on them.
£2
basically?
million car just sitting in the sand.
Wow.
Just
Well, you
covered
know
in-
it's not going to rust.
Yeah, well, it's not going to rust, is it?
Be sandblasted, but it won't rust.
Yeah, it might have a. Mind you, the fiberglass ones aren't going to be affected too. That'll polish out. Don't worry.
Yeah.
We have a big McLaren dealership in Palo Alto, but I rarely see them on the road.
Yeah, but it was a weird reason why they were abandoned. What was it?
I know a lot of people go out there. They make status purchases and that kind of thing, and then they don't make it, and they have to go home, and they can't afford to take the car with them, and they can't afford to maintain the car.
It was something. It was something else. It was something very weird.
Wasn't it a repair issue or something? Or
No, it wasn't that either. I wish I could remember what it was, but it was something quite strange. It's like, really? I know there was a few that they said there was quite a few there that were abandoned simply because, now they're a year old. And they want to just buy new cars again because they got that much money and they just buy new ones, But it was something weird. I can't remember what it. For the life of me, I can't remember. It was a very strange reason for why a lot of these cars were just abandoned, rather than sold. Yeah, I don't know. But
I've just booked my 2 weeks to Italy in August.
oh yeah,
Drive mine over there for the first time.
ooh, gotta put some miles on her.
Well, it won't be a huge amount. I'm just more worried about the because obviously the last 3 or 4 times I've gone over there, it's been in a diesel, a very economical diesel. Now I'm going in a gas guzzling petrol. So if I use it to its fullest extent, gives me sometimes single digits.
It will
In
be
the
spanking
MPG.
your wallet. Yeah.
Yes. So no, this one it'll get put into economy mode.
do you hit endless toll roads going down there?
If you can do it without doing so, France has got a brilliant network of what they call autoroutes, and they are all toll roads, and they're generally maintained by one of 3 or 4 different companies. So the tolls can be a little variable. Sometimes you can go for tens of hundreds, maybe miles, and they'll only charge you 10 or 15 euros. Others you get on and you're paying 25 euros. But yeah, the best way to cross France is by autoroute, and so you've got to stump up the. I have a little box in my car that's registered to the vehicle, and so I sail through all of them, and it just beeps as I go through.
Yeah.
And then the next month I get the bill, and it just comes off my credit card, and I settle up then.
Oh, Babs is in the house.
Hey.
I hope it's not long COVID anyway.
Oh, damn.
She's still got a cough sniffing going on.
Yikes.
Yeah, it takes a while to go, doesn't it?
Does
Yeah, it's
France
not-
have
it's
anything
not
like
nice.
Autobahn, like where you can go fast, or not really?
No, the auto routes, the top speed is 130 kilometers, which is 80 miles an hour.
Yeah.
Yeah.
And they have these kind of, I say it's odd. It's not odd. It's actually very good. They have variable speeds depending on the road. So if the road has an above average incline or decline, then they'll set different speed limits for trucks and
Yes,
caravans
Probes.
and
It is
trailers.
something along those lines. Yes, it is. It's something to do with Islamic law and
rain. If
interest.
it rains, you have to drop your speed. But it's only in Germany where there's no limit
Yeah.
on the autobahn.
Yeah.
In fact,
That'd be crazy.
you can be pulled over for driving too slow on an autobahn.
I've heard about that. Yeah, that's pretty wild.
Yeah.
But it's like they're very good roads. They're well maintained, and they're not stupidly twisty or turny. So they trust the individual to, and the accident rate is no greater than here in the UK, where the limit's 70 miles an hour. You still get idiots, but
No, you don't hear
yeah.
about much. I remember Matthew Broderick had a thing a while back where he killed somebody on it, I think, or something.
oh yeah, I remember. Yeah, but that was in Ireland, wasn't it?
Oh, I thought it was Audubon. Oh, maybe
No,
I got wrong.
I thought it was in
Okay.
Ireland. I might be wrong. I don't know.
He went, shit, a bend.
Yeah.
I wasn't expecting that.
It would be something.
Yeah, but I mean, it's like when you watch some of those dash cam videos on YouTube. I mean, some fucking idiots.
Oh, yeah.
Holy shit.
The Russian ones are some of the funniest ones, the Russian dash cams.
This one was a guy pulling. It was here. It was in the UK, and the guy was just pulling up to the roundabout, and it's clear, and he's just pulling out, and gets hit by a van that came over the top of the roundabout.
Wow.
In a transit, just went bang like that, fucking flying. He goes, I didn't see the roundabout. You didn't see the huge green roundabout.
Did you ever see that video? It was a few years ago. It was round here somewhere. It was on the A11, I think. And it was all caught on dash cam. Here you go. Shocking moment. Van is filmed flying over a roundabout. This is brilliant. You'll
Is
love
this the white van? This
Yeah.
is it. It's
Yeah.
This is it. Yeah.
Right, hang on. Let's find.
Remember watching that and go, how unlucky do you have to be?
The guy who didn't see the roundabout, is it that?
Well, the thing is, you can't not see it because there's yellow lines across the road
Sure,
as you
yeah.
approach it.
Yeah.
There are countdown signs as you get closer to it. There's obviously massive road signs that show that you're coming up to a roundabout. And this,
Well, even the
this
small
guy-
ones here, you can't miss. I mean, it's yeah.
Yeah,
it's
but the
pretty
thing is, you don't see roundabouts if you're texting someone.
Well, exactly.
obvious. That's true. You need a transparent phone so you can.
Yeah,
you go.
exactly.
So this is what happened. There's the van. There.
Yeah.
Does he think he is the Blues Brothers?
I know, but it's just that he obviously didn't realise.
Yeah.
I mean, how he couldn't realise, I don't know, because if you look, he's coming up, and then he just goes, wrong.
He goes, oh, there's
shit.
a roundabout there.
It does have a nice slope though, so it provides a jump for it.
Yeah,
It's
yeah.
kinda funny. Yeah.
Thing is, where's
I
the
used to
van?
live just over there. Yeah.
Where is it?
This is at Attleborough on the A11.
No, where's the van?
Oh, the van's on the other side.
Yeah, but the bloke's gone round the other side. There's no van there anywhere.
No.
It went to a portal.
He's gone right into the field.
Mental.
Well, what about that one with that
Yeah, somebody
huge
had a portal
rig
gun.
in the States? The huge rig. And he's either fallen asleep at the wheel. And, sometimes you have those big, sort of like grassy troughs next to the road.
Mm.
And he's gone into the trough and lost it and everything like that. And the whole truck's gone up in the air and then just sat on this guy's house, pointing downwards.
Yeah.
Unbelievable. It's like, oh, shit.
Yeah.
But no, that is not the one I saw.
No.
No, it was. So I'll have a look and see if I can find it here.
I always love that when somebody passes last minute and has no idea what they're up for, and
Oh no, that's the one you just looked at.
because we have a lot of like serious curbs here, so probably he would just go hit the curb and maybe flip or roll or something, but not like go.
Yeah, I know.
I love when people they try to turn over an island, and the car gets stuck in the middle, and they're kind of in
beaches.
between, touching one side or the other, and they can't cross,
Yeah.
Yeah.
and it's just they have to wait for somebody to tow them off. I see that way too much, actually.
It's funny. All I can see is the one you just showed.
Mm.
Would you believe?
Another common thing is U-turns. They have the islands where the U-turn sticks out a little further than you think it does. So they'll start turning immediately instead of going a little further out and around, and then go the thing. It's pretty funny.
Somebody from Hollyoaks killed themselves driving too fast. Doing 123 miles per hour.
Wow.
But filmed himself doing it.
Oh, man.
Okay. And it's like, it's one of our standard sort of like dual carriageways, Rob?
Yeah.
123 mile an hour. Oh, how was that going to end, I wonder?
I see a lot of these e-bikes and scooters and stuff now, and some of the e-bikes go like 40 miles an hour or faster, and they're not wearing any helmets or anything, and they're dead. If they hit anything, they're toast.
Oh, yeah.
Well, we had a thing here a couple of years ago where there was 2 kids on either e-bikes or e-scooters. Either way, they were quite fast moving, and so they don't have any helmets and stuff. And they were being followed, not chased, but they were being followed by a police car or van, I can't remember which.
Yeah.
And the police, I think they said in the aftermath, they said, yeah, we had our suspicions, which was why we were tailing them. And the kids just went faster and faster because they saw that the cops were onto them. And I don't think they'd done anything wrong other than riding these things because they're illegal over here.
Yeah.
And they go around the corner and they both of them go smack into, perversely, an ambulance, I think it was, and both died. And then, of course, the public are in uproar because they're blaming the police for making them ride fast on illegal machines without proper headgear and stuff. I mean, fuck's sake.
That's great. So those are illegal there or not?
Electric bicycles are illegal.
Really?
And electric scooters are only legal where they are managed and issued by a licensed company. So there are some, like Cambridge, for example, or London, you can get e-scooters where you rent them and they're managed by a company, but apparently those are okay.
So you don't have them on the street where you can just run a card through and check them out like we have here? You don't have
it's that sort of thing. It's a managed service that people can rent the bikes, so there's stations all around the country.
All
these
over,
things will plug in.
yeah.
Most of the time you'll find them just abandoned by the side of the road.
Yeah.
Because people rent them,
Yeah,
battery
Rob.
runs out, and then they just leave them.
Yeah.
I might have found somebody who beat your van's flying record.
Uh-oh.
Come on then.
Here we go. Let's find it a second. That's not it. Right. Here we go. See that all right?
Yeah.
Right. Coming towards us from the left.
Yeah.
Oh, boy.
Here he comes. Yay!
That's amazing.
Now that's a straight road. How did he not see the big green thing in the road?
Yeah.
Seriously.
With the massive concrete stuff all around it.
Yeah.
And then the road divider as well, and all the big
Here
signs
we go.
with the red arrows on.
Hey, way!
Again, they have that ramp, so he just goes right off.
Yeah.
He doesn't crash.
See, if that was an old style roundabout, that would be a vertical wall.
Yeah.
And it'd go, game over.
But there was this thing, again, I think this was some years ago, and it was, I want to say it was on the A66 junction with the A1. Massive roundabout that goes, so the A1 is this big road, it's this arterial road that goes from London to Edinburgh. And every junction, if it's a roundabout, it's 2 bridges that form this roundabout junction with all this, and I can't remember the reason whether they were just driving too fast, whether they were being it must have been driving too fast. Bunch of young people.
Yeah.
I don't know if alcohol was involved, but anyway, they hit this junction. They came up to this junction way too fast, and obviously the roundabout's not like that. The roundabout's this big cutaway thing filled with trees and stuff. They'd gone over it and into the foliage, into this kind of miniature little forest, hit the trees, kids flying out of windows, all sorts. All of them died apparently.
God.
But they couldn't find them. This car had gone missing, and they couldn't. Nobody had witnessed them going in. It was like early hours of the morning, and they only found them eventually. They said, "Well, where haven't we looked?" And they looked there, and they found the car, and there was the bodies and bits of people because they'd just gone in and were completely invisible from the side of the road anywhere, and they just went into this. It's horrible.
Mm.
Yeah.
Well, see, it's like that one where you'd see this car, this tiny little car, about say Civic size, something like that, right? And it's going along, and it hits another car, and the driver bails, and then the other door's open, and about 14 people come out of this tiny little car and all run off in different directions. It's like, how were they in that car?
It's a clown car. Yeah.
Yeah. It's just, there can't be any more people. It's just no, more people. It's like, what the hell? But,
The sad thing though is these are all cool old videos, but now with all the AI nonsense, we can't trust these videos anymore.
Exactly.
oh,
You can only trust the grainy ones.
the ones that I'm disappointed with is where people do ones with animal reactions and things.
Yeah.
Where, because before, like, you get an animal reaction, you go, oh, you wouldn't have had clever or something like that. Now you go,
Yeah.
no, that was too humanised. That's AI. Move on. You
There's a
feel
lot of
kind of
cat
cheated.
videos at the moment, isn't there, with cats
Yes.
doing crazy things?
Yeah, exactly. You go, no,
Well,
it's not. It's not the cat doing it at all. Yeah. And it kind of spoilt the genre.
Did, yeah.
There's a lot of videos at the moment, just in the last few days, because a small bunch of people who are idiots decided they didn't like the Stranger Things finale ending, the way it ended, and
Right.
I don't want to spoil it for anyone, but there's one character.
Oh, they made an alternate ending, right?
And they make these alternate endings. And to be fair to the technology, the characters look like the characters out of the thing, but it's not the ending, and it's just everywhere. I'm like,
Oh, God.
Your life. Aren't all cats AI? This is true.
Yeah.
Oh dear me.
Drunk driver crashes into roundabout at 150 kilometres an hour.
It's 150.
Wow.
It's about 90.
All right. But I think it looks like it might be the guy that does it. It's the guy that's filming it. And we'll see in a minute. I'm just checking the video out, make sure it's just not another one of those bollocks once again. Where what they say happens didn't happen.
Yeah.
Oh, no. Don't worry about it. That was pants.
So you're talking about the scooter stuff. Stanford has a real problem with the scooters and the e-bikes because they all drive like maniacs. And a kid got killed several months ago on campus because it bolt out in front of a car. My car is like 4,000 pounds, and I'm moving, and I can't stop on a dime. And you come out of nowhere like a bush in a blind spot and going too fast. I can't react. So some stupid kid got it. They even have pileups on campus. Some of these small vehicle roundabouts only where I can't drive, and the e-bikes and scooters will collide because they can't negotiate the roundabout.
Here you go. This one is right at you.
Oh boy.
Here we go.
That's in
Bearing in mind there's traffic everywhere. Here he comes.
Oh, dramatic music.
Whee! Well, fortunately, he was going fast enough to miss all the other cars.
Yeah.
But that looks residential. It's sort of like, I'm going to hit this house instead. Crash. Fucking hell. Ends up in somebody's front garden.
Wow.
I mean, cheese on
Going very
bread.
Yeah.
Yeah, I do love these videos. They go road morons. Yeah, don't worry about it, mate.
Yeah.
There's the guy in the Range Rover driving up the path because he can't be bothered to wait in traffic. Yeah,
I stupidly clicked on a video today because I'd never heard the term before. I thought, what's this? And it was basically a judge in an American courtroom
Yeah.
dealing with a case where the defendant was a self-proclaimed sovereign citizen.
Oh, those are
Oh,
my favorite.
one of them.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Your laws don't apply to me, man.
They carry
sort of
this
thing.
paper around, and then they said, "Well, you haven't read that paper because if you read the paper, what you're claiming is not even in that paper."
Yeah. And so this judge completely owns this guy for 20 minutes.
Yeah.
He's getting very frustrated. In the end, the video ends with him being the defendant being held in contempt of court and sent to jail for 30 days. But then, of course, my YouTube feed starts filling up with sovereign citizens videos. And there's like this one woman that got stopped because her tag had expired on her vehicle, which wasn't even her vehicle, and she didn't even have a license. So he asked her to produce a documentation, but instead of saying I don't have it or I'm not going to do it, she was doing that whole thing of, well, why do you need to see it? Is what I've done legal, or is it unlawful, or just word salad? It was just oh fuck, these people walk amongst us.
Oh yeah, they vote too.
I know. Well, yeah.
There was a great Cops episode of show Cops, and they pulled over a sovereign citizen asshole family, and they're all very nasty and barely cracked the window. I don't have to show you anything. I don't have to do anything. I'm a sovereign citizen. I'm like, actually, you do, because you're traveling on our roads.
Yeah.
And these are the laws. I think it was Highway Patrol, and it's like, so you have to show me this. And finally, they get him to get out because he's threatening to break the window, and they're taking him away. And then she starts trying to be tough and realizes, oh, it's not going to go your way. She starts, "Go, please, I didn't mean that." Kind of like, so suddenly all like soft.
Yeah.
And it's like, see how you can't play around with that shit.
Yeah.
Well, I like the one I saw where it was the guy getting pulled over, and the cop asked him to see his license and registration, and he's going on about, I don't have a license and registration, I'm a sovereign citizen, but he identifies as a cat. And the guy goes, well, he said, in the state of Florida, it's illegal for cats to drive a car. So I'm going to have to arrest you and take
Only
you
mountain lions can drive.
to the pound, where you will remain. And if nobody comes to collect you, you will have to go to a rescue home. But obviously, they will have to neuter you before you go. So, still a cat?
Yeah.
Or are we going to be sensible for 5 minutes? Yeah. And the guy's
those are
going,
great.
"Oh yeah, it's John Logan." yeah, okay.
Well, it's these people who either watch too many videos or read some stupid documents and say, I'm an expert now. I can go out and defend myself and claim my rights. And then it quickly falls apart when I come across any normal person. So
Yeah. No, I think that the videos that I've seen where that are troubling is all the kids on the scooters with hoods and just grabbing people's phones on the street. No, easy as pie, because people are there going, "Oh, like this all the time." They go, "Oh, thanks, iPhone 17, win." Yeah.
Mm-hmm.
But then you look at those other videos where you see people that are falling over, or they're walking out of the house and they fall over, or whatever it is, and there's always a mobile phone involved. Or they're walking into lampposts.
Oh yeah.
Or doors and stuff like that, and they've been looking at the phone more than anything else.
Well, they had a thing for a while in New York City. They banned earbuds because there were way too many people listening to music, walking into traffic and getting killed. And I don't know how well they policed it, but it was a thing for a while.
Yeah, well, it's like Jimmy Carr said, wasn't he? You got the world at the moment has a population problem. He said all you've got to do is remove health and safety, because those people, who's going to miss them? The guy that fell off the cliff, his wife's complaining because there was no railing. The guy that broke his neck diving into a hot tub.
Well, remember when Pokemon Go got really popular, and all these shut-in kids
remember
wanted to
that.
play because it's a game, right?
Yeah.
And they're out in the wild. They don't know how to negotiate the world. They fall off of cliffs. They get hit by a car. They get injured by something, right? Because they're just too busy playing this dumb game. and it was very funny.
Yeah. I mean, children, obviously, children are still learning and everything like that, so they got the excuse. But, if you're a 35-year-old man and you think it's a brilliant idea to put, C4 between your thighs and see what it's like, and you're going to do a TikTok video of it, you deserve to be all over Hailing Island. Yeah.
There was a redneck guy who used to sell these videos about how to make home explosives and anti-personnel devices and all this other crazy stuff. And as he's doing these demos, it's very dangerous. And you can see he's missing fingers already.
Yeah.
So, like, do you really want that guy teaching you how to do stuff?
No, I know. But it's like I like some of the pranks, because a guy did one where he left this sort of like rather expensive looking mountain bike leaning up against a tree in the park. And then there's this, sort of like hill slope that goes off. And they're hiding in the bushes filming. And they rigged the bike where they've cut through the frame in various places. So any real strain on the frame, it will collapse, right? So he goes, we got one. This sort of like youngish man comes up and he's looking at her and he's like, doing all this and this. And he goes, gets on the... Nobody's taking any notice, gets on the bike and starts riding down the hill. And he's watching him ride down the hill. And this thing just goes like this. And this bloke is fucking flying. Right? And they're going, yes!
There was a guy who famously booby-trapped his front door and had cameras everywhere and would put on YouTube or whatever. And, either explode with a bunch of powder.
Yes, I've seen
or,
these.
Or
yes.
water gun or something. And sometimes the guy just got scared and he had to negotiate the picket fence. And he would trip over that sometimes, and it was very funny stuff.
Yeah, I like the ones where some of them look kind of contrived.
Yeah, some are fake now, but there were some good.
But some of them are definitely because of the reaction.
Yeah.
But you get this like there was one. So a woman come up to the door and she's just got up because they know most people now have door cams, don't they?
Yeah.
And she come up with this plastic bag over her head. And she's come up to the door, and she cut the steps completely wrong and walked off the steps and gone outside with tit into the flower bed and stuff like this. and so she pulls the bag off to see where she is and looks directly at the camera. It's like the guy, oh my God,
that's great.
Oh, it was another one with an entire wheelie bin over them. It was like, what? So. Just bumping into things, trying to get a box, and when they did get the box, it just went poof, like there was just all this red powder went everywhere. Fucking hell.
Oh yeah, I've seen a bunch of videos of porch pirates stealing packages, and some of them are bait.
Yeah.
So you pick up the package or you open it, and just stuff gets just shot all over them, explodes all over them. Yeah.
I saw quite a nasty one where when somebody tried to pull the pick up the package, it made the flap open and it put pepper spray straight in their face. And then they go, oh! stumbling around and running and falling over and going,
and the thing is, some people probably get done for doing that.
You could, I guess, get sued even though they're the one trespassing, etc., etc. But
it's the same thing with we have the crazy gun laws in this country. Some not so tough, and some way too tough. And the stand your ground laws in some states, if you're under grievous bodily harm potential from somebody with a gun or a knife, you can shoot them, right?
Yeah.
But in California, in general, they don't have any stand your ground laws or whatever. So even if someone really is coming to kill you or your family or whatever, whether you're armed or not, if something happens to them or you hurt them in the process of that, they can sue your ass. And
better make sure they're dead then.
Well, that's the thing. Yeah, that's the thing. It's like, are you
dead
trying
men
to
don't
encourage
sue
people to
exactly? Just go,
finish the job.
I think there might be a loophole in this. Let me think. Yes, I'm sorry, officer. I don't know where his head is.
Yeah,
but because there was, I heard somewhere about how there was going to be a change in the law, but I don't know whether it was like globally across the US or whether it was in certain states, because you can have laws can change dramatically from state to state. And one of them was that if you're in a car, like a stolen car, as a passenger, and the person driving the car crashes and kill somebody, you also will get done for murder, even though you weren't driving the car. You know, to the same degree as the driver, the person that actually did kill the person.
Yeah, some laws are whacked out. Just
Yeah, so it's all like, wait a minute, but this is an Uber, you know.
yeah.
Yeah, but hey.
And so many of us have to follow these stupid laws, and so many people above us don't have to follow any of them. So
Yeah. But there was a set of videos, I think Fiona found them. We keep watching them because it's just so incredulous. There was 2 sets. One was Gen Zs in London, and another one was this guy does a quiz, and he's an Uber driver, and he asks his passengers these questions, and they can win 50 quid, or the price of the trip, right?
Oh yeah, I've seen that.
And the questions are really rudimentary, right? And some of the answers, you go, Jesus Christ. Did they stop teaching kids in school around about 2005 or something?
kind of.
It's like, my God, you know? But the Gen Z one is incredible, where the guy goes, he asks these questions, and he always looks at the camera when he gets the answers, kind of, just like doing this business. But he asked this guy, what is 2 times 2 times 0? Something like that. And Fiona was when she goes, oh, when something is times 0, it's 0, or something. And the guy's gone, 4. And the guy goes, no. And he goes, it's 0. He goes, yeah, but 0 isn't a number. Go, sorry, what? 0 isn't a number. What? Like, what? Excuse me?
Well, you probably heard all that wacky Terrence Howard stuff. The kind of failed actor who went off the deep end and started talking about weird, platonic solids and all this kind of wacky stuff about the universe. And he's working with some charlatans about some kind of new math. And he kept going around and saying, yeah, 1 + 1 doesn't equal 2. And this is why. And he got, you still haven't told us why. You're completely insane.
Yeah.
And he went on Joe Rogan, and he went on all these major shows. They even did a talk either Oxford or Cambridge. It's online. You can watch them. And the students are actually giving him serious questions about his theories. And he's completely insane. You guys got to check that out. Terrence Howard. It's just unbelievable.
Yeah, I mean, there's lots of these things where people debate, but they'll debate with, for want of a better word, children, as though, and if you're good at it, you can convince younger, more malleable minds into going around to your way of thinking.
Yeah.
Oh, what was his name? Charlie Kirk. Did he ever actually go up against an adult?
Not usually, and that's how that works. Same with
Yeah,
Ben
I'd
Shapiro
never
and all
seen
those
him go
adults.
up
They always
against
attack
anybody.
college kids.
Yeah, I never seen him go up against anybody who was old enough to drive.
Because he didn't have the chops to do it.
Yeah.
Yeah, it's very sad.
So, but yeah, no, just because he was always promoting the whole, the gun law thing.
Well, that
But
was
there
the
was
ultimate thing that was his undoing. But he promoted so many other horrible things about.
Oh yeah,
Black
but there was
History
another
Month,
guy that
which
was
shouldn't be
promoting.
celebrated, and
There was another guy that was promoting about the infringement of freedom from wearing masks, and COVID is a myth and all this business. And that guy died of COVID.
exactly.
And it's like,
And these are the guys who still want you to have a mask in the operating room, and still want you to wear a mask in a clean room because you can't have clean products in your business if you don't have a clean room. So,
yeah,
oh, but you're taking my freedom away, and I can't breathe. Bullshit.
yeah,
You know?
yeah. It's weird.
I was in a clean room for like 8 hours one time, fixing some shit at the company I worked at.
Yeah.
And my freedom wasn't taken away. I could breathe just fine.
Yeah.
So, just so stupid.
Yeah, but you know, these people go, no, a mask is against my constitutional rights.
Yeah.
You go, okay, well, you're a paint sprayer, so you know,
Go huff
yeah,
away. Yeah.
You spray 2K, so you're still alive, or do you wear a mask with a respirator on it by any chance?
Yeah.
I go, oh yeah, well that's because I'm protecting myself because I'm free to protect myself. And you go, oh, you are fucking such an arsehole, you really are.
Exactly. Yeah.
Good God.
There was an episode of The Pit where the guy basically, the woman's an anti-masker stuff, and he goes, "Well, now you have a cut on your hand. You're going to have to go into the surgery area to get it done. Would you prefer the guy to wear a mask or not wear a mask?" And she goes, "A mask."
Yeah.
Oh, you want it for that? So
Yeah.
okay, nice.
So you're not worried about his freedoms, it's yours only, huh?
Yeah.
It doesn't work like that, I'm sorry. Yeah, but, I don't know. But is it me, or is it only in the last sort of like 5 or 10 years we've had the rise of the Karen? 'Cause I don't seem to remember.
They've always
anything.
been around, just not as extreme as
It's
they
just
are
like
now.
it was like with anything.
Oh, we're just
yeah.
getting to see it more.
Yeah, we're seeing it
Yeah,
more.
and you see it more with
Yeah.
the social media stuff. Yeah.
I don't
Especially
think
now
I
that
bet.
there's a thing people deliberately go out and film it. In
Yeah.
fact, there's so many fake videos that are clearly set up
Yeah.
of people pretending to be completely outraged because they've parked their car across somebody's driveway.
Yeah, yeah.
It's completely staged and set up, and it's very badly acted, but it gets clicks because people love to see that anger and that negativity.
But I did see one where this woman was like screaming at the kids about destroying the forest. Really going at them because one of the kids was holding a 6-inch branch with leaves on it that he picked up anyway. It was just because it had berries on it, And she'd go, "You're destroying the forest." It's like, oh, good Lord. But, I like the ones that you do see where, the Karen's giving it some and has a crack and completely misses and goes arse over tit on the ground. Her bloody Starbucks goes flying.
Yeah.
Although it's satisfying, I'm just keep going, no, you shouldn't have done that. Where the woman's sort of like smacked the guy or knocked his phone on the ground and he's just fucking smacked her one and laid her out unconscious on the floor. And I go, no, you see, that's hitting a woman.
Well, speaking of coffee, there was a woman who went to Starbucks and asked the name Charlie Kirk for her coffee because she wanted to hear his name read out aloud. And the person refuses to read it because he doesn't want to deal with that shit. And I go, I know what you're doing here. I know your game. So she complained to management that he's not doing his job. And then the police showed up because I think somebody thought something was going to go down. And then the police said, what are you doing here? I wanted him to read the name as my right as a customer. They're supposed to. They read his name and they read his name and they read his name. And it was just like unbelievable. And the cops are there and basically said, well, you're basically never going to be allowed to come back to the Starbucks, essentially. And we can also take you in if we want to.
Yeah.
How can you do that? I'm just asking for him to read his name. And it's just that kind of shit, right?
Well, I mean, you can always counter that, so when they read the name, you just go, boo. And just counter it.
Well, it's the employee's right not to read the name if they don't want to, right?
Yeah.
So you're right there. He knows it's you.
Well, it's like the ones where they do, they do the funny name.
Yeah.
Balls scratching or something.
Hey, would you blow me? Yeah.
Yeah. Stuff like that. To go, hey, would you blow me? Hey, would you blow me? Hey, would you blow me?
Mike Hunt.
Looking around.
Mike Hunt,
famous
yeah.
one. Yeah.
Mike Hunt, yeah.
Hugh Jaspern.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Huge asshole. Yeah.
Phil McCavity,
There's another one. Willie.
the Scottish dentist.
What was that one? Willie Fistagash.
Willie Fistigate. Thumb in a softie? Thumb in a softie, anyone? Is there a thumb in a softie here? Yeah. I don't know. I don't know. Yeah, it's weird because when you see some very cantankerous Karen really giving it some, and then somebody lays them out, you go, "Oh God!" And the other half of you is going, "Yes,
Yeah.
shut the fuck up, bitch."
Justice there, but,
Yeah. Yeah. I mean, that's what I like about the old SNL with old Michael Che and that. When they read each other's jokes.
Oh yeah.
I just think that's hilarious. That's an excellent idea.
Well, the empathetic part of you feels bad when they get kind of dressed down like that. But at the same time, like, where was their empathy?
Yeah, well.
Do I really have to feel that badly about it when they were being the total assholes?
Yeah, but explain to me, Andy, what is it about Spirit Airlines? Is that kind of like our Ryanair or something?
I've never taken it. I know a little bit about it, but that's it. I just
I'm taking it as a budget airline.
probably.
Because they would say, the TWA flights now have this robot with laser scanners to kill germs on all the seats and everything.
Oh.
Whereas with Spirit Airlines, they've got a Roomba with a scented candle on it.
I mean, the cheapest one I've taken is Frontier.
Yeah.
And it was okay.
Yeah,
It
I've flown Frontier.
Was it? Oh, another one was a Spirit airline aircraft had to make an emergency landing because of a swarm of bees that were on the wing. But they did have time to spell out on it, there are screws missing.
Wow. I mean, we famously had JetBlue with the drunk pilots. That was fun.
Oh, yeah.
Wow, right.
Yeah.
Always made me laugh whenever you fly to Africa. When you fly back, so from Africa to the UK,
Yeah.
they have to the stewards have to walk through the cabins and spray this insecticide.
Wow.
And it's these big aerosol canisters, and they start at the front, and they warn you before they're going to do it. And it's completely, well, they say it's completely okay.
Harmless, totally harmless.
Yeah, totally harmless. It kills bugs dead, but it's fine for you.
Yeah.
But and they just walk through in synchronized motion, just spraying, particularly at the height of the storage bins, because I guess that's where they would probably go in and settle. But yeah, that was always a slightly unnerving thing. You sort of sat there and these people gassing you inside the plane.
Yeah, it's only DTT we were worried about.
Oh, we forgot.
Exactly
These are the nerve gas canisters.
Oops, wrong ones.
Go, wait a minute, but why are you wearing a hazmat suit?
Yeah.
Well, my favorite had to be the United Airlines thing, where they unfortunately roughhoused that Asian doctor guy because he refused to leave his seat, and they ended up making a Lego set out of it you could buy. So where he has like the broken glasses and the bloody nose, and
Was that the one where he dragged him out and everything?
dragged him out.
Yeah.
Yeah. Again. Yeah.
Yeah. Oh, there was one where they had it was a guy. He had a window seat. So then there was two other passengers. Then there was the aisle. Then two more seats with two more passengers, and then this woman in the other window seat. And she was asking this guy to put away his bag of peanuts because her son's daughter has a nut allergy in Florida. And she was going to see her daughter.
Oh boy.
And in the end, he got so fed up, he turned around to her and he went, I hope she dies. Everybody else is laughing. She's going, oh my God, I can't believe he said that. Really giving it all
crumbles
this.
a little peanut dust on the.
But but the thing was, it goes, because it's like, she's over there, he's here, kind of thing. It's like, and the stewardess was there, sort of ready to intervene, but you could see her going like this as well. So, but it shut her up, weirdly.
Yeah.
So,
Well, I've known people had like nut allergies like that, and it's pretty serious stuff. And
Yeah,
they even warn
absolutely.
in packages, this is processed in a factory that also processes tree nuts,
Yeah.
or peanuts, or whatever.
yeah,
And so be warned, because what are you going to do?
yeah.
It
Well,
sucks.
So what's she going to do when she walks through the airport or down the street?
And airlines always give out mixed nuts, right? Or salted nuts or something like that.
Well, they do it less and less now, don't they?
She
I've
can't go into a
noticed anyway.
supermarket. They sell nuts in there.
Generally,
Yeah.
nowadays they give out like pretzels or
Pretzels too, yeah. That's
Yeah.
Get a mix of that.
But I don't know.
or on Ryanair flights they just give out bad attitude. Actually, do you know? I say that I never flew on Ryanair until the last sort of few years
Yeah.
when I was going to Super Booth, because it's the main airline that flies out of Stansted, and they do a direct flight to Berlin, so it's very convenient. And I remember booking. My dad used to fly on them all the time because he'd go back to Italy to pick up stuff for the restaurant. And it was cheaper
Yeah.
for him to fly from Stansted
Yeah.
to Turin,
Yeah.
have his cousin pick him up. He'd go and get the mushrooms and whatever it was, supplies that he got, from there,
Yeah.
and then bring them back in. And he could bring enough back in to make it financially better than actually.
It was financially
ordering them
viable to do it than
import-
ordering it.
Yeah.
Yeah.
And he always said, oh, they're fine. But like, my old man was the sort of guy that would get on a plane and sit next to someone and talk their fucking arse off. You can see where I get it from.
Yeah.
For like 2 or 3 hours, he enjoyed that sort of thing. But
Yeah.
I remember getting on there and thinking, oh God, this is going to be awful. God, this is going to be awful. And then they say what you should do if you want something to eat and drink on a Ryanair flight, you order it on the app, and then they just bring it to you. And you just tap and go, and that's it, done. Whereas if you order on flight, it takes forever. So you just got to learn how to play the game.
Yeah.
And it's actually, the seats aren't the comfiest, but you're only in them for like an hour and a half.
Manny's asking you if you're staying at the Berlin Might again.
Oh, I'm not going to say, because if I say yes, he'll probably go and book another hotel. Yes, I am. Yes. Me and I believe Peter is there. Yes, Catalonia Berlinita.
Yeah. But I don't think what one would call pleasant air travel like we used to have in the 60s. I mean, it's a thing of the past now, isn't it? It's all very
it's all
security conscious and
massive security conscious.
Yeah.
Bag sizes, go down. Weight limits go up or down, should I say? Sorry.
And always charge for that. Extra bag.
Everything gets charged
Yeah.
for now. And then they just cram as many of you in as possible.
yeah. And there's this thing now about I think it's here they were talking about getting to the point where you couldn't take pets on the plane anymore.
You can. I think it
Well, you have to have
depends
service
on the
animals,
destination.
at least.
Yeah, service animals. Yeah.
Yeah.
I know that Mark Barnes, he goes to Tenerife like early in the year, doesn't him and Cheryl? That's their kind of thing. They down tools for a month and go to Tenerife with their folks and stuff, and they always take their dog. You just get a pet passport, and as long as the dog's up to date with all its vaccinations and everything.
Yeah,
good
because
to go.
there was a guy saying about they're talking about you can't bring a pet on board aircraft anymore, and the other guy goes, he says, "Oh, do you think they'll then have one of those little bins you put your guinea pig in, or in a clear plastic bag?"
Maybe you have to check it valet side.
Yeah,
But when you book a ticket with Ryanair, it's just like you go through, you pick your flights, you think, wow, £25 each way, that's amazing. And then you have to add on
everything
cost
else
for literally everything else.
Yeah.
So do you want to have a boarding pass? Oh, you pay for that.
Yeah.
Do you? Yeah.
Are you going to be farting on the plane?
Yeah.
Yes. Okay, that's another £10.
Michael Ryan did actually say this was some years ago, and I guess it was just one of his. If I'm in the news, doesn't matter whether it's good or bad, I'm in the news sort of thing. And he said that they were researching the viability of charging to use the toilets on board.
Wow,
Wow, that's bad.
And he seemed serious, and apparently people were taking him very seriously, and lots of people were quite rightly voicing their opinions. It never happened, but
if people, it won't happen. It won't happen. But if people just got all together and go, right, I'm not booking a flight. I'm not going to fly anywhere. And everybody did that within a month. Right, these airlines will be saying, please come to us everywhere.
you say that.
Every passenger gets a free blowjob. Literally.
Or you get male prostitutes
but you
just
say
in their
that.
water bottles, and then you have to go to the
say
restaurant.
that. You say that, but Ryanair continuously, for a long while, used to always get bad press. Terrible, flights. The pilots always slam the plane down on the tarmac. It's the most. But unfortunately, we live in a society where the greater proportion of people prefer to pay as little as possible than worry about little things like stuff like that. So it's always kind of at the end of the day.
Yeah, but
company
all
like
those
Ryanair
little
is so
things add up.
successful. Yeah, but a company like Ryanair is so successful because their owner knows that if he keeps charging the cheapest prices out there, people will keep flying.
Yeah.
And the thing is, they turn around planes very. I mean, obviously, running an airline is a very safety conscious, very expensive business.
Mm-hmm.
If they were cheap on things like aircraft maintenance and stuff, you'd be hearing about Ryanair's planes ditching in the sea all over the place. But they're a highly well maintained fleet. But this is what he makes his money elsewhere. And it's at the end of the day, you can't really fault it.
When
Anyway,
you say cheap, though, how much cheaper are they than like another typical airline?
well, if you compare them to like the flag airline, British Airways, on the same flight, there may be they could charge you say £30 to fly to Berlin, whereas British Airways on the same route would probably charge 135.
Oh, okay. Right.
So obviously Ryanair are just short haul; they don't do long haul.
Mind you,
They are
airlines have
considerably
made
cheaper.
fuck ups in the past, didn't they? There was something about it. It was like a golden ticket you could buy, and you could just literally fly on any plane anywhere. Well, not any plane, but any
And they stopped.
plane on that airline, anywhere as often as you wanted, and all the rest of it. And it ended up there was some guy who was running up like almost £1 million quid.
I think that was an American airline that gave lifetime flights to this guy.
Yeah.
Who literally milked them for it,
Yeah.
quite rightly. And then they said, do you know what? You're taking the piss. It's like an all-you-can-eat buffet.
Duh,
Go into an
really?
all-you-can-eat buffet and eat all you can eat, and you'll soon get thrown out. When you
Yeah.
Anyway, I'm going to go and watch this David Bowie documentary that's on Channel 4. So
Uh-huh.
I will catch you guys later.
All right, darling.
See you later.
Bye.
This is a wall.
That reminds me, they had at the New Year's Eve, we went to the Fairmont Hotel in San Francisco. She had a special deal, so we stayed at yet another fancy hotel that we can't normally afford.
Yeah.
And the lobby was this really cool, ornate lobby. It was built before the 1906 earthquake, and it survived the earthquake. So it's a really old building. It's very fancy.
Yeah.
And in the lobby, they had some artwork stuff that was kind of fun, and they had a Prince on his motorcycle made out of vinyl records. Looked like 3D printing, but it was made out of records.
Uh-huh.
And they had a David Bowie as well, sitting there
Yeah.
on these little speakers with that classic, the blue and white makeup over his face.
Yeah.
And it's all made out of records.
Wow.
Pretty crazy. Yeah.
It's clever.
It's on my little live stream I did in the lobby there. But
Nice.
yeah, it's kind of wild stuff.
Good Lord. Yeah.
Because at a glance, I thought it was 3D printed. Then I see the spindles were used for some of the dashboard on the motorcycle. They used the little record spindles with the artwork to represent like that, the different gauges. And I go, oh shit, this is all made out of records.
Wow.
Yeah.
No, that's clever.
Yeah.
Yeah, I like creative kind of modelling like that. It's very good.
And it was part of this gallery, so I'm sure it was for sale, but I didn't bother to look how much. I'm sure it's just outrageous.
It's probably a few quid, yeah.
Yeah.
Yeah, I think that'd be a safe bet, I would have thought, yeah.
Yeah. But they had this one was like this bronze statue of a basset hound. I'm like, really? Someone wants a statue of a basset hound?
Well, a basset hand fan, I suppose.
I guess, but yeah, there wasn't anything special about it. It was just looked like a natural pose of a basset hound.
Look good in the garden. Be a garden ornament.
Yeah.
Yeah. Oh, well, I don't know. There you go.
You ever hear about those people that get their dog or cat freeze dried professionally in a professional pose after it dies, and they can put it in the backyard and watch the dog in its natural setting?
I don't know whether I'd like that.
A woman goes, I always put Fluffy out there, and she just loves sitting by the pool.
Yeah, and then
A
you
little
got
creepy.
Yeah, I don't think I'd be okay with that, to be honest. I mean, it's nice. You can see your pet still, kind of thing, but I think memories of the dog running around the garden and playing and throwing balls and stuff like that, probably more palatable than seeing the dead dog
Or buy
in the
stuffed animal
garden.
facsimile of it, and you can actually, hold it and stuff.
Yeah, I suppose, but it won't. It'll be sort of like all stiff and, you got photographs if you want to see the dog.
Hmm.
You know, I don't know whether I'd be into that. I don't know. Actually, I don't think I'd be into that. In all honesty, mind you, it's when they start doing it with your parents or stuff like that. Then it's different, isn't it?
Yeah.
Because I'm positive somebody has asked, haven't they?
Hmm.
Yeah, can you do my Nana? So we stand her in the garden with the strawberries. Because she used to love sitting and picking strawberries. It's like, or have her bending over. Then you got somewhere to park your bike. Yeah, do you know? I don't know, mate. Still.
Were you talking about freeze drying relatives?
Yeah.
Wow.
Yeah, that would, somebody's asked. Somebody has.
Well, that's Ed Gein saved a lot of money. He just did it the old-fashioned way. So
Right.
Yeah, I don't know if this is true, but I heard something about Trump hated his first wife so much he buried her on his golf course because it avoided some sort of tax.
Oh,
or
he
something.
did. Well, they're clear. They were. Yeah, it's Ivanka's mother. Yeah, they're very contentious divorce, but I think maybe he thought it was a nice gesture in his twisted way. I don't know.
No, apparently he said it was because I don't know who said it to. But it was reported that he'd said it to somebody that he'd done it because that way he doesn't have to pay tax or something.
Typical cheap bastard who has money and also breaking whatever rules he wants to break anyway. So because you generally can't do that. Obviously, if you have ashes, you can throw them anywhere. No one's going to say anything. But if you you cannot even bury your pets in your backyard. We did it anyway growing up. So the last people to have our house is like so many dogs and cats.
We never had that. No, we could bury our pets in the back garden if we.
Well, they worry about the water table and stuff, right? So it's not
right. Okay.
Yeah.
I mean, if there's particular reasons for that, yeah, I get it.
Yeah, it's not because you're doing anything overly wrong. It's just these rules are for a reason, and usually it's polluting the soil, water table, other issues.
Yeah.
If the animal had some kind of stuff, he could get an animal sick or whatever. You never know. So.
Yeah.
But
yeah, it's interesting.
But my dogs did learn. The other dog was in the backyard one time, dug it up and brought it to me. I was sitting in my telescope looking at some stuff, and I hear rustling in the bushes, and I go, "What is that dog doing over there?" And all of a sudden, I see it carrying something, and it drops right on my feet, and it's one of our buried dogs.
Oh, good Lord!
Dropped the carcass right at my feet, and I go, "What the fuck?"
Yeah, something you don't want to see.
I'm looking at the moon. Get out of here!
Yeah, I think that's slightly better than the freeze dried thing.
Yeah.
Yeah, the freeze dried would be slightly better than that. Yeah.
Yeah, that was pretty bad.
God. Mind you, they don't know, do they? Poor little thing.
Well, and the other thing is too, they're always going to smell it because their sense of smell is so good. I have a friend who does rescue and recovery from accidents, and also finds ancient human remains because dogs can even smell human remains on the ground for hundreds of years.
Yeah.
So they find like Native American middens and other kinds of stuff, and the ones that are not so obvious, they will find them further down in the soil. Yeah. But she also went out to during the Oklahoma City bombing, she went to help rescue, the bodies from that rubble with her dogs. So she does a really good service with that.
That's a job, isn't it? Jesus.
A pretty horrible job, but it's important. So
it was bad enough when he used to do, the late night, take the late night wrecker out.
Yeah.
With Topper, and you go to these car accidents. It's like, Jesus Christ! If people saw this, they wouldn't speed and they wouldn't drink drive.
Well, you would think, but they still do it.
Right.
But you can't put this on TV. But if you did, people would think twice. They really would. And
then they go out and drink anyway. They think twice.
It's possible. Yeah.
They do.
I mean, we picked up we were called out to, I think it was not a Ford Angler, it was Oh, it was a. Oh God. What they call them? An Austin 1300, right?
Mm.
And this guy and his mate, completely pissed out of their minds, ran into the back of a low bed truck, and they were still, when we arrived, they were taking the bodies out of the car, and they were both decapitated.
Yeah.
You know, and then there was another couple of guys ambulance crew guys in the back, putting the heads into plastic bags to bring into the ambulance separately, and it was like, yeah, if people saw this, they wouldn't fucking get pissed and then drive home. They really wouldn't.
You'd like to think that, but they would anyway.
Yeah. The thing was, the truck was parked.
I mean, we had, I've probably told this before, but in high school, we had a guy a grade below me one night had just a horrible accident from drunk driving, you know, and the Mothers Against Drunk Driving group put his car on the front lawn of the school. It was just twisted metal, right? You think, how did anyone even survive this? Not just get messed up, but really survive. And he did, but he ended up getting, you know, physical therapy the rest of his life. The motor skills are messed up, and he had to be retaught to speak.
Yeah.
Because he was so screwed up from that. And the kids still went out and drank the next night. They didn't give a shit, you know?
Yeah, yeah.
So.
Yeah. Well, I think sometimes, we all have a kind of a destructive sort of nature to ourselves in some
Well, we do,
form or
no
other.
matter what.
Yeah. Yeah.
Because there's your, you know, your common sense part of you. And what's the first thing to go when you get drunk? Your judgment, right?
Yeah, that goes out the window. And
that goes out,
and
then your motor skills, and then
bravado moves up front.
Yeah.
And then you start doing shit that you wouldn't consider doing in a sober state. Yeah.
So once you've broken that barrier, it doesn't matter what you remembered. It's gone.
Yeah, like Pro said, the same with the reality of war. Yeah.
Yeah.
Yeah. The kids wouldn't be so keen to go to war if they saw actually what the result was.
Well, that's why
going to the
Tolkien
war
wrote
is.
those horrible stories in Lord of the Rings stuff from what he witnessed in war.
Yeah.
You know, he brought that into the stories, and it's horrible stuff, but people love that stuff. They eat up, this is so cool, it's so violent, or whatever.
Yeah.
And it's the kind of the opposite reaction what Tolkien wanted, I think. So.
Yeah. Yeah, because Tolkien knew, or
by the way, I think it's his birthday.
He knew Ian Fleming, didn't he?
Was his birthday today?
Tolkien knew Ian Fleming, and oh god, and was it Christopher Lee was Ian Fleming's cousin?
Really?
Yeah.
Didn't know that.
So it was weird. So, and he said he was talking about who he knew, the guy he knew in the I think it was like a special forces, who he based James Bond on. And it's weird that then, of course, Christopher Lee ends up playing a villain in one of Ian Fleming's stories.
Yeah. By the way, so that people are saying that they should show the atrocities of war and stuff on TV, in print and on TV in Asian countries and a bunch of other places. They show the bloody stuff.
Yeah,
and it doesn't change people's minds.
Yeah, it's true.
You know, they see it anyway. They don't care.
Yeah. Well,
you see some of the stuff they publish. I go, that was in the fucking paper.
Yeah.
Jesus Christ.
Well, the thing is, I mean, you know, if you can rile the populace up, then yeah, they will forget about all that part of it.
No, but after a while, it's just like anything else. You get desensitized, right?
Well, yes.
Like the guy putting heads in the bags at the crime scene, it means nothing to them after a while because they're desensitized.
Well, this is why history tends to do cycles, isn't it?
Yeah.
You know?
In fact, they do. There were some films they used to show in driver's ed in high school that we missed. It was a couple years before we took it. Yeah. And there was one called Hamburger Highway and a bunch of other stuff. And it's just like horrible, vile accidents and like decapitations and red asphalt and just all kinds of horrible twisted metal, blood and everything.
Yeah.
And, you know, there's some other documentary footage out there of like guys who come to the accident scenes. And they're actually playing with the body parts, goofing around, because that's how they deal with it, right? They just have a sick sense of humor.
Yeah.
Like one guy actually picks up someone's face and does a puppet thing with it, you know?
Oh, God.
So, you know, what are you going to do with that? Yeah.
Jeez, I'm afraid.
It's the gallows humor, right? So
Yeah. Oh, yeah. But, I mean, Yeah, because for some people you got the horrors of war, and for some people they kind of desensitized
I mean, a doctor has to.
to it.
Doctor, nurses have to. Otherwise, they can't do their jobs.
Yeah, well, yeah, exactly so.
Yeah.
So yeah, but I don't know.
By the way, you mentioned Ian Fleming. Do you know where the name James Bond came from?
Go on.
So Ian Fleming, at least for a while, lived in the Caribbean, which is
Yeah.
why Doctor No takes place there. I went to do a trip out there once, and I got a book of Birds of the West Indies.
Uh-huh.
And the author of Birds of the West Indies is an ornithologist called James Bond.
Ah,
And that is the exact book that Ian Fleming used when he was living there. It's an old book. And that's where I got the character's name from.
brilliant.
Yeah.
Yeah, do you know what? I love all this sort of like, some would say useless knowledge, but I don't think
It's
any
totally
knowledge
useless, but it's kind of funny because it's.
Yeah, but I don't think any knowledge is useless.
And who knew that Ian Fleming was into bird watching? But there you go. So,
But yeah, exactly. Yeah.
Yeah.
But it was like this thing about how the name Marmalade come about.
that
I
I've
think
not
it's
heard.
something to do with people in the chat. Get Google ready, because I might be getting this wrong. But it's something to do with Mary Queen of Scots. And when she was ill, she would ask for this orange preserve. And so what would happen is a servant would go running saying, marmalade, or something like that. Which meant, Madam wants her preserve, sort of thing. And then that eventually translated into marmalade.
Interesting.
Yeah, there you go. Madame et marmalade.
Oh,
Madame is ill. Thank you. Thank you, Matt.
Never heard that before.
Yeah, and that's how marmalade came about.
I like when you brought Mary's Queen of Scots. I love the Monty Python. You are Mary Queen of Scots. I am. He'll be like attacking her and stuff.
Yeah. I think a lot of us have learned history through Monty Python.
Exactly. Yeah.
It's a great way of learning history, let's face it.
Look, I was like 12. I didn't know who Proust was.
Yeah.
So.
I think Mary Queen of Scots was responsible for another word as well. Though it escapes me what it was. And I think I got that bit of information from Michael Caine. Michael Caine loves his useless information as well.
Yeah.
It collects along the way.
It's funny.
Yeah. Oh, I saw a picture yesterday. You know how James Webb Telescope is finding all
Crazy
sorts
shit.
of stuff now?
Yeah, all kinds of crazy stuff.
It's found a planet the shape of a lemon.
Yeah.
Honest to God.
That's
And they
funny.
said and it's because of the extreme gravitational pressure it's under by its star.
Yeah.
Which it orbits, right, every 4.5 hours.
Wow.
Yeah. And they said the center of it is more than likely a diamond the size of Venus.
Bizarre. Well, I mean,
Isn't
look at
it?
it this way. Jupiter, as massive as it is, it rotates in 9 hours.
Yeah, I mean it's
Crazy.
It's really, you can see why it has bands on it
Well, and they have differential patterns too.
and going in opposite
spin it-
directions and
They
stuff
spin
like
at
that. It's
different
mad.
speeds and stuff. Yeah.
Yeah.
And was it Neptune was really weird. They had the thing called Scooter that kept flying around,
Yeah.
and then they had its own big spot,
Yeah.
kind of a dark blue spot,
Yeah.
and then some other formations that were spinning around. It's crazy shit out there. Yeah.
But the picture I saw yesterday really did my head. You expect, when you look in the infinite possibilities of the universe, you might find a ring of stars, right? Or an oval of stars. They found an oval of galaxies.
Yeah, I believe that. Well, if you look at the large galaxy formations at different scales,
Yeah.
there are some really crazy patterns out there.
Well, they found this oval of galaxies, right? And they said if we took our galaxy you'd have to line up 13,000 of them to get across the diameter of this ring, right? And yet they said, what's doing their heads in? There appears to be no mass in the centre that's absorbing them. There's nothing that seems to make these want to go in a circle, because they are orbiting, and they are in a circle, and each one containing like 100 billion stars and all this sort of thing. But it seems to be nothing in the centre.
Well, there's stuff. It's probably that stuff they're calling dark matter. We're still not sure what it is exactly. So
yeah, because they're saying they're not seeing any light distortion or anything like that, and it's because it's a circle of galaxies. If it was a black hole, it would have to be so big.
Yeah, because black holes are the size of they're at the center of galaxies, but they're not like super massive.
No, exactly. And there seems to be, but nothing that would be able to hold entire galaxies together in a circle like that. It would have to be
definitely
massive.
some other stuff around causing,
Yeah, and they're very intrigued about. They're now starting to question some of the theories that they had about how some galaxies have formed. Because the good thing about science, you keep questioning, you keep changing and questioning. Yeah.
Oh, but that's so wishy-washy. Why would you do that? You can't make up your mind, can you?
Because when it comes down to it, we know shit.
Exactly.
Yeah, and we have to keep changing it to fit what we find.
No, it was fixed
we're always
thousands
finding
of years
shit.
ago, and that's all we have, and that's it. Stop it.
Yeah. Whose mum is it in the middle? Yeah. There's a big mummer in the centre.
But yeah, I do mostly just local astronomy stuff. I obviously can't see some of the crazier stuff with my meager telescopes. But when there was a Hardware Jams challenge a while back, and it was they wanted to do some kind of astro theme thing, and it was about galactic clusters, and so it was just someone made up some shit, right?
Yeah.
So I said, well, I want to make this a little more fun and educational than just another Hardware Jam. So I actually spent a good several hours combing through all these different university sites and a bunch of other stuff about all this stuff, and learned more than I had learned before about the scale of obviously it's changing with James Webb and other stuff, but as of like 2 years ago, the scale of these galactic clusters, like there's special names for these things, and I forgot most of them already, but I actually I took screenshots of some of the phenomena, put names on them, and showed some little charts with it.
Yeah.
While I was kind of evolving the music piece, it would change to different, stuff. And it was fun. I learned a whole lot about the scale, and it's crazy out there. It's really crazy out there.
Oh yeah. There was another thing. I think it might not have been a James Webb discovery, but the largest star they've ever found so far in the viewable universe, I think it's called Stevenson 23 or something.
Yeah.
Might have to Google that. And it's big. I mean, stupid big.
Yeah.
I mean, it's not a case of,
So
if it was in our solar system, it would consume all of it. No problem. It's ridiculously stupidly big.
Might be. It's usually blues don't get that big. It's usually when they become a red giant and they swell.
And this is the thing. It's yellow. It's not even red.
Oh, interesting. Okay.
Yeah. And they're going, how's that come about?
Yeah, WTF.
Yeah, it's got that thing doesn't look. It doesn't seem to. It's so big. How's it keeping itself together? Kind of thing.
Yeah.
Yeah. So
that's wild. But that's what's funny. All this talk of like, oh, we have to save humanity. Let's go to Mars. Well, eventually, when our sun goes red giant, there ain't going to be a Mars either.
It ain't going to be a Mars either, no.
So
you have to go out further than that, mate.
Yeah, we got to plan for like the long haul shit.
Well, there's one that looks promising, but it's about, 4 light years?
I haven't kept up with some of the exoplanet stuff, but there's, now they know of about like 10,000 exoplanets or whatever, so I don't know.
And it turns out they're not that rare, but they're all far away.
Yeah.
You've got to get over that bit.
I think Proxima Centauri has one or something, one of those.
Yeah.
Around there has it.
Because isn't Beetlejuice going to blow its pants at some point now.
Well,
they're getting
I've heard people say that, but if that's the case, it's not a normal red giant because red giants are already near the end of their life. They're not going to blow. That's why I became a red giant.
Yeah, but see, this is the thing, isn't it?
Because
they say no, it's going to explode. You're going to be able to see it in the sky during the day. You'll see the ejection. Never mind at night. At night you'll be able to walk around and
like Rigel, I would expect to go supernova because it's a big blue star.
Yeah, yeah. But the blue ones are normally quite violent, aren't they?
But the unless it's maybe it's a supergiant. I forgot. I haven't studied Betelgeuse for a while, but
don't know.
If it's a supergiant, maybe it has enough mass to do that. But generally, part of the main sequence when you go through the red giant phase, like our star is going to do, in 5 billion years, it's going to get to red giant, swell up, take a bunch of shit out, and eventually continue to lose the fight. Gravity's going to crush it in again, and it's going to become a white dwarf.
Yeah.
So apparently Betelgeuse is fancier than that. I didn't know that. So.
Michael Keaton, no.
Yeah, exactly.
Yeah.
Don't say his name 3 times. Yeah.
Yeah. But they say, but even after it's exploded, it'll be 4 years before we even know it.
Oh, sure, it's far away. Yeah.
Yeah, it's 4 light years.
Well, I mean, the sun blows up. We don't know for 7 minutes or so. So.
Yeah. Yeah.
Tracker's wondering if we're still talking about Robbie.
It's just enough time to boil 2 eggs, isn't it? And consume them.
It'd be very, very horrible indeed.
Oh yeah, yeah. I mean, I imagine the radiation will hit us first.
But that's the thing that's also going to mess us up with interstellar travel is you have various solar winds out there. You have cosmic rays. You have a bunch of other shit we don't even know about necessarily.
There's also particles of dust you don't want to hit 189,000 miles an hour.
Micrometeorites and stuff.
Yeah. So we have to. It's not about how inventing FTL engines. It's about creating a suitable shield system.
We also have to have artificial gravity of some kind, whether we spin the ship or do something else. But because without gravity, we lose bone and muscle mass. Our immune system's jacked. And we can't live in generational ships that way. We're gonna show up as a blob. We're gonna be dead. So
radiation does. You're right. It travels at the speed of light, so that will get to us in 4 minutes.
Yeah,
is it 4 minutes? Something like that.
Well, that's the thing. I thought it was 7 minutes at the speed of light, but I forgot.
Okay.
Yeah.
You end up with so many figures in your head. It's like
yeah. I mean, it's 93 million miles. You can do the math, but
yeah.
It's crazy.
4. Okay, yeah. Half God reckons 4. Yeah. It's madness, isn't it? And yet we know all this, and yet there's still people who believe the Earth is flat. It's like,
well, yeah. Well, your lemon is getting closer, though.
Yeah. I must admit, maybe they should go and live on that. And then they'll be happy.
Yeah.
In the chlorine gas clouds and all that.
That's it.
Yeah.
But I mean, unless we get extremely lucky, everything we find is not going to be suitable in a nice way. And the nice trees and the birds, all the stuff we like, right?
Well, let's face it. The universe is not exactly what we would call human friendly.
No, as much as people want to say with the anthropic principle about things being made for us and all that kind of bullshit, it's like no.
Yeah. See, the only thing that's going to actually work is if we make a very, very large rocket motor, build it in Australia, and we'll take the whole planet with us. Which won't work either, because we'll just freeze.
It's going to kill off all the life.
We still have to create powerful shields.
Moving the Earth.
Yeah, we have to create powerful shields so we can just heat ourselves from within. It doesn't work, does it? It's sort of like, if shit hits the fan, good night. I mean, all it's going to take is a rock to come this way. It's very little. We'll blow it up with a nuclear weapon. Yeah, now you've got thousands of little rocks heading to us. Great move.
Yeah, they could. I mean, we could do some kind of. They've done lots of science fiction. We could do generational ships and deal with the damage here and there and have enough resources and whatever.
Yeah.
But you're not going to be necessarily as healthy as you would like to be. You're not going to have the best food choices and quality of life, recreational choices and stuff. It's going to be pretty miserable
Yeah.
living in space for long periods of time. It's just not cool. I mean,
Yeah.
just imagine living underground for a nuclear event.
Yeah, exactly. Yeah.
How many years you'd have to be down there, and how horrible that would be.
Yeah.
And then multiply that times whatever going on a ship somewhere. It's just awful.
Yeah.
So that's why I don't know. I mean, everyone has a survival instinct, but if the missiles are flying and we're going to get irradiated, just fucking stand outside.
Yeah. Yeah, but
Watch
it's like
the
the thing.
show.
I mean, it's funny how the imagination can go so much further than the reality of science. Although it is the should we say the antithesis to making inventions happen.
Yeah.
But how would you go about making a machine that generates gravity?
That's some of the magic to be discovered. Yeah, I mean,
Yeah, yeah.
it's not
How-
impossible, but how the hell you do it?
How do you project a body through a vacuum at 196,000 miles an hour?
Well, the great thing is once you have you slowly bring up your momentum, right? It doesn't matter. And the whole thing, that's what's great about a lot of bad science fiction is the engines are down, we're stuck. It's like, no, you
Yeah,
continue
you're still doing light speed, you twat. Yeah,
going until you get another body acting on you.
yeah. Well, they do things like dropping out of warp, as though warp is a different dimension within the fabric
Well,
of
warp
space.
is a weird thing anyway. The way they
Yeah.
describe warp in Star Trek, that's a whole other weird deal.
Yeah.
But as far as their like impulse engines, it's just like little, it's like having a rocket going somewhere.
Yeah.
And then using retros to stop and turn.
And then
that.
the way it's going to fuck up time is just, oh my God, it doesn't bear thinking about.
Yeah.
It really doesn't.
And do your head in.
You have things where the people who are on the bridge of the ship, are 30 years older than the people in the engine room, kind of thing.
Yeah.
All this sort of crap, and then they catch up, and then everybody's sort of the same age when they stop, and then of course now you have to have an engine that is able to stop the ship.
Also,
So-
the fuel source. I mean, obviously, radioactive fuel is one option, but it only lasts for so long.
Yeah,
How much energy you're going to get out of it for some serious propulsion.
yeah.
And you also have to power everything else too. So
Well, the thing is, they were talking about like hydrogen scoops and stuff like that. And go, yeah, where there's hydrogen clouds, where there isn't.
well, that's the in Star Trek. That's the Bussard collectors, right?
Yeah.
They collect the hydrogen.
Well, see, there's another. You're going. Say you're going 3/4 light speed, right? And you're going through a hydrogen cloud, and everything's like fucking hunky dory. You run out of hydrogen. The next hydrogen cloud, though, is over there.
Mm.
Did we fit a steering wheel, and would it work? How
Well,
we
you'd
getting
have to
over
have
there?
positional rockets or whatever.
And how long do you think it's going to take to turn that 90 degrees at those kind of speeds, though?
Exactly.
And it would be such a huge arc. You'd never hit that bloody cloud anyway. You'd go round the other side of it or something, It's so fraught with problems. I mean, who knows? Yeah, one day maybe they'll figure it out.
Well, the solar sail is a good idea, but the problem is that's also hard to control.
Steering
That's
is going to be a
basically
big
free
problem.
energy right there.
Yeah.
So
Because I mean, even if you could even look, quite into the distance with a very powerful telescope, and you see, there's a gas giant in our way, it's several light years away. We're going to hit it. We can't turn out of the way in time. We are going to hit this.
no, it's like Buckaroo
Mass.
Banzai. You go fast enough, you go right through it. So
Well, yeah, that is yet to be proved. But another had a try. Was it the magic figure they're talking about? Is about 850 miles an hour or something. But okay, no, it's not. It's not.
yeah,
It's going to be more than that.
science
before you
fiction is
can
very interesting, but there's a lot of wacky ideas out there.
And what about this thing about? I assume this is a theory anyway. That as you get to the speed of light, you get much bigger. supposed to get bigger in,
Well,
in
as you
size.
so you get mass increase, not size but mass,
Yeah.
and you actually shrink, so you contract, which is not a good thing generally.
Okay.
So that's why when in Star Trek, when the ship does this to take off, it kind of goes.
Oh
Like
yeah.
that.
Yeah.
It's
Yeah.
really
Yeah.
supposed to go like that because
Gotcha.
as you get close to the speed of light, you have mass increase and length contraction, they call it, and also
Okay.
an insane amount of energy to continue along that trajectory. So if you want to go even faster if you could bypass the speed of light, that's a whole other thing.
Yeah. Yeah.
So the warp speed and all that shit comes in. But
Yeah.
getting to the speed of light, it's an asymptote. Mathematically, it goes whoop.
Yeah.
So it's this impossible ramp.
Yeah.
Closer you get, that's one of the paradoxes. Is the closer you get, the harder it is to get there with the amount of energy needed and the mass increase and all that stuff.
Yeah.
And then when you get on the other side, somehow you can figure that out. But how do you get on the other side of that?
Yeah.
That's why they're saying, well, then you can just use wormholes. But
So-
since wormhole is a type of a black hole, essentially, how the fuck are you going to get through that and not to get destroyed? You get spaghettified.
So there was this comedy radio show we had here. There's all these scientists working on all these wild and wacky things in this government funded research laboratory. And he goes, "This is," and they were having this meeting. And he says, well, "We finally been able to build a bomb that is capable of destroying the universe." Like that. And people go, "Oh," and they go. He goes, "Oh no, we're not going to use it, but we think it's quite a strong bargaining chip in Europe."
Yeah.
So I think it's like, and they go, "Yeah, we're going to build weapons quicker than we're going to build anything of any use." You know, that kind of a technology comes along to advance that technology. If it has a military aspect to
It almost always has a military. They'll find a way.
and then that's why it happens, and that's why
Yeah.
it will become. Whereas
For
if
sure.
it's something to go, it's cute and cuddly technology is made. You go, yeah, no, we're not interested. We're not financing that. Yeah.
Yeah.
But if there was an NFTL engine, was somebody figured out how to do one, and it had a military advantage in it, yeah, then it'll get built.
Well, here's the funny thing about military, and you guys, I'm sure your military is just about the same. We have a 20+ year top secret kind of barrier for technology.
Yeah,
So we don't even know what they have unless
Yeah.
you're in the inner circle.
yeah,
And that's why we suddenly get these boosts in technology
yeah.
that come out of nowhere because they've been sitting on it for a while and playing with it. And that's why this whole thing about, oh, we found these little alien crafts that jets have seen and stuff. Those are probably some high-tech military drones that are
Yeah.
able to zip around and do this kind of stuff, right? That we don't have access to yet.
Yeah.
It's not aliens visiting us with these little drones.
What-
So
why
we have all this
why?
stuff potentially.
Technically speaking, why would aliens want to visit here?
Well, they want to put things up a hillbilly's ass. Who doesn't? Right? It's good for a laugh, right?
I'm just remembering that SNL sketch with what's her face. You go, yo, they were rubbing me up here.
Yeah, you travel millions of light years and
Yeah.
potentially or whatever, or at least a few thousand light years,
Yeah.
and you want to go
Yeah.
straight to some hick.
They're in orbit and they go, hey, Quab, you know what we need to do? Let's go and have another look at an asshole.
Yeah,
Yeah. That's a night out. Come on. Get yourself a couple of beers and let's go.
and leave some kind of little piece of metal behind, supposedly.
Yeah,
or
yeah,
whatever. So
yeah.
it's very silly. Yeah. So
Yeah.
not that this means anything really, but between people in the chat here, I know who do astronomy, and I've done it. My friends have been doing it decades before I've been doing it. We're all spending countless hours constantly looking at the sky in rural settings, cities, everywhere else.
Yeah.
And not one of us has ever seen anything significant other than what we're supposed to see. Yet some goofball in some middle of nowhere place has all these crazy visions of aliens and also even the close encounter type.
Yeah.
And it's like, what the hell is that all about? I mean,
Yeah.
it's so silly, right?
Yeah. Well,
Doesn't
then
make
they
any
turn it around and go, no, they were always here.
Well, there's
Just
that
saw an
too.
ARP
They live
2500 for the first time.
Yeah, they
Yeah.
live under our
Well,
feet.
it's those alien. It's the human hybrids or the reptilian aliens who have infiltrated.
Yeah.
You know,
Yeah.
the government. So like they're actually human reptilian hybrids.
Because there was all that thing with Stargate when apparently the people over managed to make the gold leave Earth, and that was always a problem in the storyline. We're going, really? How?
Wow.
And they go, and so the people buried the Stargate. They go, well, they've seen it work, and they go, oh, do you know what? I'd like to have a crack at one of that and see what it does.
I mainly like that because I like Egyptian iconography.
No, I
and
love the
culture
premise.
and
I love the premise of the
stuff.
story.
And I
and
thought it
everything.
was a cool idea.
Yeah.
But yeah, it had a lot of flaws, obviously, in it. And of course, the TV show went way off the rails.
Yeah. Well.
Stargate just was it Stargate Universe? The one where they go on the ship? That one's kind of interesting. Have you seen that one?
Yes. Yeah.
Yeah, that one's not bad.
Yeah, that one. Yeah, well, that's kind of a almost kind of the same as Atlantis and everything. Cause I mean, it was ages before they realised Atlantis was a ship.
Right.
So.
Yeah. So it's a bunch of weird ideas about all that stuff.
But do you think they might have had better maps on board so they didn't land in water? You go, oh shit, this ground's soft, isn't it? Blah, blah, blah.
Well, I mean, supposedly Plato wrote extensively about Atlantis.
Yeah.
And some of his crazy writings.
I'm sure there's always a little grain of truth in some of these legends. Like, for instance, I was talking about the Trojan horse, right? And they reckon that actually how the Trojan horse story come about is, if you remove the grandiose and, the victor's, right history. But there was a possibility that when the I think it was the Greeks left, they left chariot horses behind. Now, chariot horses they would have taken with them because they're worth monetarily.
Sure,
a chariot horse is worth more money than
and at the
some
very least,
cities.
it's a work animal.
Yeah. So if it was left behind, of course, the other guys don't know this because it may have been ill. So they were ill in some way. They'd been sick with something, and so they leave, and they go, "Oh, food," and they brought the horses in for food, and they've eaten this stuff, and it's, given them the squats, something rotten, and weakened them. I think they speculated that maybe there was something like an earthquake, and the Greeks came back because of tidal forces causing all sorts of shit. So they come back to shore, ready to defend themselves, and then found that nobody was coming for them. Went and checked out the city, and it was a bit wrecked, and everybody in it was really, really ill. And that's how they managed to then break in. But they made it about a horse allowed them to get in, but that somehow got bastardized over the years. And it was a theory about the Trojan, because
those stories get changed. I mean, they are oral history, so
yeah. But one guy was able to put. He reckoned from taking soil samples and stuff from around roughly where they thought this all happened, there wasn't enough trees to make a wooden horse that big.
Yeah. Yeah.
Weird, isn't it?
It is, yeah.
So it kind of fits and kind of doesn't fit, and you go, it's just no real way of telling because people love bigging it up all the time.
I mean, it was a very clever thing to come up with. So
yeah,
maybe it was smaller than that. Maybe it only had a handful of people in it instead of a whole crew.
Yeah.
And because if they really were out of it, drunk, celebrating, asleep, whatever, a few good assassins could go do some serious damage before they open the gate.
The Greeks had this huge fucking trebuchet they put together and managed to hit the door, the gates head on and smack them open, and then just vroom, and in they go.
Sure.
And they go, yeah, it doesn't sound like we're great. We've got let's trick them with a large wooden beast and hide in its belly.
I love the trebuchet in Lord of the Rings where they're showing they have giant chunks of the building they're throwing at the building.
Yeah. Is that based on some of Archimedes' work, the trebuchet?
Well, I think catapult had to be first because it's so basic.
Yeah.
The trebuchet.
The trebuchet working on momentum like that.
Yeah, pretty clever though.
It is.
Yeah.
It is. When you consider how far it can lump a very, very large weight.
And even simple like the Archimedes screw.
Yes.
Pull stuff out of the ground and stuff. It's very clever stuff.
Yeah. It's a good. Yeah. He's basically invented the first water pump, didn't he?
Yeah.
And that principle carried on up to our modern, water pumps we have today. It's still the same principle.
And bizarre sex toys.
Yeah. 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 I mean, yeah, it's weird, isn't it? But
it's a crazy world. But yeah, all the futuristic stuff and sci-fi going out and doing, colonizing this and that. It's very interesting. But
Archimedes was the first porn star because he perfected the screw.
There you go.
But I mean, I've often wondered what it'd be like, because when it used to be in my nan's house, and we'd be, watching this little, I think it was about 12-inch black and white TV in the corner, with the little aerial on the top that you had to adjust and all that. And sitting in her kitchen, and I'm going, I wonder what it was like when the house was built. When I was there, I often wondered what it was like when the house was built. Because built, what was it, 1594? And it was, obviously it had been...
Wait, which house was built in?
My nan's house.
No way.
Built in 1594. And it's when the place was called Ebersham, because it was a Roman settlement, apparently, originally, called Ebersham. And it was because of the Epsom salts.
I thought it had something to do with that because it's an unusual name.
Yeah.
So,
and it was also we have the chalk hills.
Okay.
Pure chalk everywhere, and all that sort of malarkey. And so there's this little settlement here, and so Epsom was kind of growing almost in keeping with how it was going in London, or Londinium as it was known. So it was kind of similar, because there'd be London, there'd be Epsom. There wasn't much between them. There was fields.
Did they just harvest the salts there? Or did they have like salt baths and stuff for people to get treatment?
There was baths apparently.
Okay.
Yeah, there was salt baths. Were very good for the skin, and then they found that actually, using the salt had medicinal properties. And so of course there was buildings going up there quite early on. So so it was built in 1594, and it was an inn. So it was a stop off between London and Dover, or London and whatever the port would be down there. Trying to think. Probably Brighton, sort of, or Southend, not Southend, Brighton, or is it Whitney? Anyway, to get across to France, etc., etc.
Yeah, it's cool as an inn, and like if those walls could talk, right? So.
Well, exactly so, and that was the thing. And the more I think about it, especially as I got older, like for instance, the walls, there was no such thing as a flat wall in that house anyway. It was all this kind of, it was like plaster over stone, in a way, and everywhere was small. Everything, the rooms were small, the stairways were very, a fat person, their arse touched each side as they went up the stairs.
Yeah.
And it was like 3 stories and stuff like that. and then out the back you could still see where the stables and coach rooms would be that were built round about the 17th century, and all that sort of thing. And you had the boiler room where the maids would boil the clothes of the to do the washing of the guests and stuff like that. And it was made up eventually into these 4 separate houses. Although the 2 end ones were shops. And there was just these 2 residential ones in the middle. One was my nan, and next door was my nan's sister.
Yeah. Wow.
And the doors were actually next to each other. So instead of having, if you had the door on the left-hand side of the house, the right-hand side of the house, the next house would have the door on the left hand. It didn't. It had it on the right. So with just these 2 doors next to each other. One was my nan's house, one was my nan's sister. And, and it was always cold.
Yeah.
Even if we had, and having a coal fire in a bedroom.
Was there a concept of insulation back then at all on the walls?
No. Yeah. No, none at all. But we knew the windows were old because the glass was thicker at the bottom than it was at the top of the panes because it slowly sagged, and stuff like that. And some of them had that sort of like circular pattern put in them in some of the panes, but that is sort of like drooped and so they'd become more oval. That's and then they went very magnified at the bottom, kind of thing. You know? It's such an interesting house, and that, like I say, like we said several times before, there was a Victorian bottle dump in the back garden because because the government would pay the landowner to dump the bottles because they really didn't know how to get rid of glass. They they didn't really think of it as being recyclable. It wasn't.
They have bottle dumps here too, in the New Jersey area and stuff. People go there and looking for really rare bottles and stuff.
If it's the same as here, you got to be careful because, like I say, in the 18th century, was it late 17th, early 18th century? It was all the rage to put radium into creams and tablets and stuff. Yeah. People would consume radioactive material and go, "Oh, I feel so much better now."
Well, it warms you up. Right?
Yeah. now that my stomach is now glowing in the dark.
Yeah.
And that's where I got radiation poisoning.
That's terrible.
All this fucking scab that I got on my hand.
Yeah.
Really weird. In sort of like it would go round as well. Even though it was circular and it go round, it just looked really weird.
Yeah.
It looked like some sort of, Doctor Who prosthetic that I put on. And all my face and stuff like that. And and it was just a fascinating. I loved going there. It was just such a fascinating place to go. And I didn't really understand the historical background of everything. Well, when you're 6, you don't really, do you?
Sure. No.
The soil I've never known soil like it anywhere else. It was fantastic in it. And and everything was oak, thick. I mean, it had to go from the hall into the kitchen was this huge oak door with a latch, like you see in Game of Thrones.
Yeah.
With brass studs in the woodwork holding it all together.
Was it high too? It was like a high handle?
Yeah, it was really high up, and you lifted it up, and you do this. And as a small child, you had both hands to push it open, and it's sort of like all this business, right? And it was fucking just a brilliant place to be. And it had this big Chelsea sink in the kitchen, which apparently I used to be bathed in as a very, very small child. And you want to go to the toilet, there was a galvanised bucket behind the curtain by the back door. Because there's no toilets in the house.
Sure.
And the only running water was to that sink in the kitchen.
So do you have like a board on the bucket, or you just kind of bounce over the bucket?
No, you had like a Galvy lid with a handle.
Okay.
And it was very uncomfortable.
Yeah.
When you're very small, what my granddad used to do is he put 2 pieces of wood on, and you crack through the gap. Whereas my nan was a very big lady.
Yeah.
And she could sit on the bucket, but he left an imprint of bucket on her ass, basically. So, and I thought that was normal. honest to God, I thought that was normal. Right up until I was about 6 or 7, and then my mum and dad moved here as a council house, and they were given this house, and the rent was, I think it was something like, work out about £1.50 a week. The good old days. And there was a toilet upstairs that flushed, and I was like, "What's this?" It was like, I'm 6 years old. I've
Magic,
never seen a flushing toilet before, or
Yeah.
water upstairs. The only way you got water upstairs
Bring it
for me,
upstairs.
up in there, is you took the water up with you.
Yeah.
And it was like, and I couldn't understand. Where's the fireplaces? There's no fireplace in my bedroom.
Well, I mean,
No,
there's
you don't
still-
need it.
There's still rural places here. They have an outhouse and they have a water pump outside, and they bring water in a bucket. And there are some
Yeah,
really rural spots in this country still that have some
yeah.
stuff like that. It's crazy.
But it was, although her house had no amenities at all apart from a sink. They had an outside water tap. I loved the place. It was just so full of character, but it was also unsettling at night. It was unsettling at night.
because the house creaks all the time and stuff.
Oh yeah, but you just felt you weren't the only people in the house.
Yeah.
Definitely all the time. So, and then when the whole thing with the lady in white, where the woman hung herself in the top room, where the lover she was waiting for, they were going to run off to France, and apparently he was killed on the road or something, and out of grief she hung herself.
In this house you're in now.
Not this one, no, me no.
Oh, the other one. Okay. Right.
Oh yeah, no, this was only built in 66.
Okay.
65, 66. I think we moved in 67, something like that. And this had happened like probably 17. Nan found a record of it down at Bourne Hall Library.
Wow.
And I had this. I didn't see her. I felt like I'd seen her looking over my cot. It's weird. I can still feel it now. I can still feel it now. And he thought, no, come on, ghosts and all this sort of thing, But when I read in the paper about 8 months after the playhouse was built, which they built on top of my nan's house, they had brought in an exorcist out of desperation to try and get this presence that kept.
So you never actually saw it.
Didn't feel like I saw it directly.
Yeah.
But when, like if you were in a sort of like half sleep, you're not really awake, you're not really asleep, and there was this friendly, smiling lady in a long nightie looking over, and I thought it might be, my nan's sister had come round or something, which wasn't unusual. I thought it was her looking over me, but I was really, really tiny, about.
So there wasn't a
2.5.
dream. You were awake.
I felt like I was awake, yeah.
Yeah.
Yeah. But like I say, I was about 2.5, 3 years old or something like that. And I can still vividly remember it now, some 50 odd years later. But when people say to me, "Oh, do you believe in ghosts?" I go, "No." And yet, then I go, "Yeah, but." I go, But when I read in the local paper, they were getting somebody in because they said that people kept seeing this ghost of a woman at the top of the stairs in the balcony to the cinema.
Yeah.
And I go, well, I looked at when the photographs went up online, and I looked online at what the foyer and everything of the playhouse was like, and I worked it all out, and that's where that top bedroom used to be. So I'm going, shit, and it kind of reaffirmed everything again. And I went, yeah, perhaps I did see her then. Perhaps there was something. And I took comfort from that, would you believe? I go, so it's not like black, gone, bye. Some people apparently hang around, or it's in the walls, the
Yeah,
essence
I
of
keep hearing
grief
that
or
from different
something.
people. I mean, I've obviously never had the experience, and the phenomenon doesn't make sense to me as far as
Yeah,
where the hell is the energy coming from? How are you? And why does
yeah,
why does an apparition wear a hat and a dress in
yeah,
parts not parts of their body
yep,
and
yep.
all that kind of stuff? That's always goes along with the story. Like someone said, "Oh, I saw a guy with a top hat on."
Yeah,
Well, the top hat's not part of his body. How is he projecting the top hat?
yeah, yeah. But this is it, because I knew that in whatever context this was in, that she was wearing a nightie. It's
Yeah.
weird. I don't know why. I don't know why. But like I said, you know where they said that is it possible to emanate powerful feelings into the matter of solid objects around you that other people could pick up on?
Hmm.
I don't know. I
I
don't
don't
know.
know either. I mean, the problem is, if all this is possible, why the hell we have biological bodies in the first place? It doesn't make any sense.
Yeah, I know. And yet, I find it very hard to convince myself that it didn't happen. Weirdly, as much as I don't believe in ghosts. You know, when people say, "Oh, I saw a ghost," I go, "No, you probably didn't."
Right. Yeah.
Even though this happened, I'm going,
Well, because you even
It's
said you were
probably-
kind of dreamy, sleepy, whatever. You're
Yeah,
not really
yeah.
sure.
yeah,
So,
but that's pretty much how it felt. Yeah,
yeah.
but not asleep, but not awake really either. You know, that half drifting off kind of vibe you get, you know. And there she was. It's weird.
Yeah.
But it was always, you know, that door that was at the top of the stairs that then led on to the next set of stairs to go upstairs. Yeah, it was just always, you know, you go, oh yeah, it's always felt colder.
Yeah.
But then it would be, because nobody ever goes upstairs. There's cold air up there. The windows have been boarded up. Bloody, what, about 100 years ago. Yeah, it's going to be colder air up there.
Yeah.
You know?
But it's just funny. Like you watch, Star Trek. There've been episodes where they'll catch a species on the edge of evolving
Yeah.
to another form. So one guy becomes an energy being right in front of their eyes, kind of thing, right?
Mm.
And so, yeah, I mean, if that is an actual
Yeah.
legitimate pathway to,
Yeah.
changing
And like-
over time,
yeah.
then that's fine. But
Yeah.
for us to just be like we are now, and they've done things to people that this concept of spirit doesn't really make sense in a lot of circumstances.
Yeah.
Um,
Well, this
some
is
people-
why it was a bit of a two-edged sword to me, because I mean, like Asa was saying
Yeah.
about, lucid dreaming. And I was quite happy to put it down to lucid dreaming.
Yeah.
Admittedly, I've seen this, should we say, apparition before I knew the story. Nan didn't tell me the story until much later, anyway. And Nan says she had seen someone standing, because you had the bedroom door, which was always open, a little runway like that where the stairs would be, and there's the door to the upstairs, and it's so 10 feet away from where her head is asleep on the pillow.
Yeah.
She saw somebody standing there. She woke up one night and she said she saw somebody standing there.
Yeah.
And she said she'd seen that person more than once, and in the end she just wasn't bothering about it, because she's going, I'm probably imagining things, or well, they're not bothering me, I'm not bothering them, whatever, that kind of thing. But I didn't know about this story until later on, and I've still sort of went, yeah, probably it's probably a
Yeah.
fever dream or something.
It's
But
weird.
when I
mean,
read the story in the paper
yeah.
a couple of years after the place had been demolished, and I hadn't been back to the place at all or anything like that, because she eventually left there and lived in a place closer to us. So she neither of us had been in the house for quite a few years, I would have said. And then they said about this woman, this apparition, that used to keep wandering around on the balcony,
Yeah.
in the playhouse, and there was this sort of sudden double-edged sword thing of, I'm going, oh, she's still there, and at the same time I'm going, Yeah, but I was happier thinking it was just a lucid dream. Now I have external evidence coming at me that has nothing to do with me whatsoever.
Evidence, but the
Well,
reports.
and a
And a
shall we
story.
say, something to affirm
Sure.
what I was thinking didn't happen.
Because the problem is almost all these. I heard a lot of people tell me these about different things, like the top hat one I just mentioned. And it's like, but they're always at night. They're almost always by themselves. It's always some very specific weird old place. It's never a modern place. And so ghosts are only tied to a spot. I don't know. It doesn't make sense. And then again, physics works as far as we understand it, and there's plenty of stuff to explore. We don't know all the answers, all that kind of stuff. However, things need to be maintained somehow with some kind of an energy source or some kind of a cohesiveness, right? Yeah. And we need to feed ourselves energy, otherwise we expire, right?
Yeah.
A system needs energy put into it, otherwise it expires. How does a non-corporeal spirity thingy lasting for generations or at least decades without any energy source coming into it, having come from a body that died that was already weakened?
Yeah.
So I just thinking about it doesn't make any sense. It could be a real thing, who knows? But
exactly, and I totally agree with you.
Yeah.
As well. So I you see what I've spent the last 30 odd years now doing is trying to figure out that it can't be a ghost. Yeah. Because it doesn't fit. It doesn't fit, right? And they go, but at the same time I'm going, so what was it then? Is it thinking in a different way? Is it an image that is generated from within?
Yeah.
Based on a feeling for the environment that you're in, and you,
for example,
pick up on.
There's the Moss Beach Distillery, a famous restaurant. Was an old house a long time ago. There's this legend of the Blue Lady, who's even on that stupid show Unsolved Mysteries with Robert Stack. And they've come out and they've taken pictures and all this kind of stuff and trying to capture this thing that people swore they've seen, a ghostly apparition in a blue dress. And of course, the place loves the lore. So I've been at the bar a couple times, and one night I asked the bartender, says, "Hey, so Blue Lady, huh? Have you ever seen it?" He goes, "Maybe." It's just kind of like playing along with the whole thing, right? And then all of a sudden I hear this thumping noise, and one of the lights starts moving.
Yeah.
And I go, okay, so he hit a little switch to activate the light to get, know.
Yeah.
And I look over at the guy, I go, "You son of a bitch." I can see right through your ruse. And he's trying not to crack.
Yeah.
Yeah.
But
I'm just like, I know what you guys are up to. I get it. Why not make some money out of it? But you're reinforcing superstitions and stupid behavior and and it's kind of sad.
And this is why I find it so fascinating that I can have this duality of on this subject of where I can go, no, it's not a ghost. It's not it's not the spirit of this woman that refuses to leave. Waiting for her lover like 300 years later, kind of thing. And then the other side of me is going, but like that. It's exactly the same time. It's bizarre.
The other thing is too is why are they so, just like with the alien stories? Why are they so fucking rare? You don't hear about that many. Only certain sites around the world, certain houses, certain this and that. If this is a real thing and it's normal to happen, or is somewhat abnormal, but so many people die all the time and weird circumstances happen, why the fuck are we surrounded by goddamn ghosts all the time?
Yeah.
And how can some be moving things and some are just like, ooh.
Well, like Probe says, we had this, a very vivid dream about walking past a house in India.
Yeah.
And some people will say, oh, you were experiencing perhaps a previous life and stuff like that. And you just wonder sometimes and you go, well, part of you goes, probably not. And part of you goes, well, I hope so. It'd be nice to have another go.
Yeah.
I'd like to come back, but this time not have fucking agoraphobia. That would be nice.
I mean, part of it comes down to Occam's razor, but that doesn't always, answer everything.
Yeah.
But yeah, it's just, like I said, it's not practical. It's not common.
Yeah.
and it's always again weird little places, weird little situations, usually solo events.
I'm trying to remember who the writer was, but it was a guy and he'd gone to a psychoanalyst, and he was saying about the same sort of thing the prof was going on about having this vivid dream about being in this house somewhere in the north of England, and he was experiencing all this stuff and all the people. He knew their names and everything and the layout of the house. And he said, and I'm still in the process of trying to find if this house exists and go there and be able to find my way around it and all the rest of it. And the analyst is saying, he goes, well, no, you probably won't find this house. It's a very vivid dream. It's something you watched in a film or on a television program, and it's stuck in your subconscious, and it comes through in a dream one night, and it seemed real to you. And in the story, it carries on about how eventually the guy finds this house and goes there, and it is exactly how it was in his dream, with a few different changes because things had been changed. But he went to see this other guy who was a bit of a spiritualist. He said, goes, can you explain it and everything? And he was saying it's probably from a previous life. And he's going, he goes, well, how does that work? But he come up with something interesting. You read it and you go, he goes, well, you were alive before and you died, right? And you were buried in the ground. And you decomposed and went into the soil, which fed the grass, and the grass fed, the sheep, and the sheep was eaten by somebody, and the sheep goes to an embryo because they're pregnant, and blah blah blah, and part of your metabolism is in the embryo, and then
that part's true. I'll agree with that part.
Yeah, and he goes, and that's how you can, and sometimes. Memories or senses of things like that. I'm going, and I'm reading that, and I'm going, yeah, I like that part of it, except the memories.
Yeah, that's not how memories work.
That's not how they work, is it?
No. I've actually lately given rides to Stanford neurologists and guys studying this very shit. And because they used to think memories were individual RNA molecules in your brain.
Yeah,
and they occasionally trigger your memory when something happens, like a
that's probably when this book was written.
Yeah, and then the stuff that's much more complicated now. And they couldn't give me a super clear answer, but it's certainly not as not heading the way they thought it was heading. So they still got many years of work to do with that stuff, but it's not what they thought it was like 20 years ago or 30 years ago when I was studying all this shit.
Yeah,
but
I mean, I have experience being somewhere and could swear blind I've been there before, even though I know I hadn't.
Deja vu, yeah.
Yeah, but there again, I could have seen it in a photograph.
That's the thing too, and again, back to aliens.
And something
right?
just,
there's this whole
clicks.
thing now, this collective, collective memory, collective unconsciousness. There's people use different terms for stuff, but it really is like you've seen something and you don't remember it, but it's in your brain, right?
Yeah.
So when they started seeing aliens and they drew them as the certain bald-headed guys with the kind of almond-shaped eyes or whatever, and a certain long neck and all that kind of stuff. Maybe tall, maybe short, but they had a certain general look to them. And if you noticed, ever since those stories came out and those drawings came out, everyone has the same view of them, even under hypnosis and under regression therapy and all that kind of stuff.
Yeah.
But they've all seen that footage. Right? They've all seen the stories. They've all seen the drawings. So who's to say that that's not stuck in their head? And it's just like cognitive bias, right? It's basically you've already seen something, and you've already kind of skewed toward that direction, whether you like it or not.
Yeah.
Who knows?
But I mean,
right?
this whole thing about the lady in white, and even the story in the Epsom Guardian, he was calling her the lady in white. When I think about it, when it does pop into my head, I'm not looking for supernatural reasons for it. I'm trying to look for like hard scientific reasons for why that may, or I think that may have happened, or why other people have experienced it in the same place. Whether there's some radioactive material in the ground somewhere that keeps fucking with people's brains when they go around there or something.
Sure.
But the romantic side would say, it'd be nice, wouldn't it?
Hey, all this stuff is cool to think about and fantasize about. And that's why movies are great and books and
you go
on these journeys and stuff like that. That's awesome.
Yeah.
But then the cold hard reality sets in of daily life and stories and sometimes wackos and sometimes normal people saying some pretty wild stuff. And who knows?
Where it starts to go a bit weird is, for instance, like when I go in the front room, every day I go into that front room, I do not feel my dad's presence in it. That's where he died, in the front room near where the settee is, right?
Yeah.
And no, I can kneel because I know where he died.
Where it was,
and I can kneel down on the floor where he died, messing with one of the dogs. But no, I don't even think about where I'm kneeling.
The thing. See, why wouldn't that happen?
Why is there nothing there?
Else?
Exactly. And it happened a lot sooner.
And it's a traumatic event, and it's not a pleasant event in any way.
Yeah.
And that's supposedly what traps people in these places, according to these stories, right?
Yeah. And you'd think
a murder, a suicide, an unpleasant situation of some kind.
Exactly.
So again, why aren't they all over the fucking place?
Exactly. Well, this is it, and this is where things start to fall apart again, because I'm going, well, look, I can remember the incident vividly, because you would, as a small child, having your dad on your lap dying on the floor, and then you hear his last gasping breath, and you're there going, with the equivalent of what a child would think, which was basically, what the fuck is going on? What the hell? What the hell? But like I say, I can go down there now and stand or sit in exactly the same place, precisely. Nope.
So why aren't they just all over the place?
Yeah.
I mean, if this is a normal part of our existence and our next steps or whatever, it should be all over the goddamn place.
And theoretically,
and the other thing too doesn't make sense is if they are stuck here.
Why aren't hospitals the most haunted fucking places on the planet?
And explain why they're here according to the biblical stories about where you're supposed to go. That doesn't jive with that either, right? If you're supposed to go to either purgatory, which is not someone's house, hell or heaven or whatever, and now but you could also go to someone's house for a while. If you died in that house, that's where you're gonna be. It's like all these exceptions to these rules. I don't know. It's just so weird.
Yeah,
and even like Half God mentioned the thing about the alien stuff. Did they see the alien first, or was it imagined first? And it's like that's the problem.
Yeah.
When do we ever see? When was the first drawing? It's they have cave paintings of things that look like aliens. These weird looking things with helmets.
Well, maybe just really, really shit at drawing.
Exactly. So who knows? You go way back in some of these crazy cave paintings, people drew some wild ass stuff. And some of them, that if you follow these guys who do the guy who wrote Chariots of the Gods, basically said like the Khufu pyramid is a mazer.
Yeah.
It was used to repel enemies and stuff. I mean, it's totally insane stuff, right?
Yeah.
And he claims that the some of these drawings and some of the cave paintings are actual UFOs and aliens flying craft and other kinds of people in helmets, and it was all legit.
Yeah. Yeah.
Crazy.
But there's always this sort of like convenient technology flaws. I saw this spaceship in the sky, and it was huge and it had lights and everything. You go, and then it seemed to know that I was looking at it, and it shot off. You go, well, if it was that worried about it, why did it have its lights on?
Yeah.
And two, if it's capable of FTL and all the rest of it, why don't it just cloak itself so you couldn't see it?
Exactly. Yeah.
Just like
they're careful to hide in like Appalachia, doing anal probes, but then they'll be in some other place not hiding.
Yeah. I mean, how bored do you have to be to travel several billion light years to go and stick shit up somebody's arse? Well, he goes, well, according to the other people, they've done it before. I said, well, how much data do you need to collect?
Right.
You know, how many arseholes do you have to look at before you're happy?
Yeah.
You know? And it's all, and why is it always anal probing? What the fuck is that all about? There seems to be some sort of sexual fantasy.
It's projection.
Involved.
The person who is telling the story has a fantasy.
Yeah. Well, unless it's a case of, you know, the wife is suspecting something, and he goes, oh, it was an alien, and he fucked me in the ass. That's why I'm bleeding from my ass. Honest, Mrs.
The alien put that cucumber up. I didn't do it.
Yeah.
So,
I didn't do it, and I don't know where Butter was at the time.
Yeah.
I'm sure he was probably at home, you know, fixing his truck, kind of thing. No, we weren't in the woods together. No, what do you mean?
Yeah.
You know, because it's weird. He goes, you know, sort of, no.
Well, don't get me started on Immaculate Conception. You know, Mary suddenly gets pregnant. Joseph goes, okay, I guess it was that. It's not some other guy. You know.
Yeah. Well, I mean, there's been Immaculate Conception since. It's a spike in the something that can trigger an egg to actually become an embryo. Something like that. It has happened before.
Well, I mean, humans aren't known for parthenogenesis, but some animals do.
Yeah. But apparently there has been cases recently, relatively recently, and it's some chemical.
Yeah, but was it an actual
spike.
viable offspring?
But it didn't survive.
That's the thing.
But the woman was
It's
briefly pregnant.
It's a freakish thing, sure.
Yeah. She would have been giving birth to a mass, as it were.
Yeah.
But as for a fully formed child, no.
That mass could have been our savior. What are you talking about?
Yeah. All praise the blob, you know.
Exactly.
Yeah. So
it's like in India when they had these unfortunate weird births there because they had a lot of birth defects, and unlike here where they tend to put them down because people don't want to deal with that stuff in the hospital, they'll let things be born and they see sometimes deities and stuff. There's an Indian goddess named Durga, has two heads, right?
Yeah.
And there was an Indian girl born I don't know, it's like 15, 20 years ago, whatever, who was born as a twin that didn't separate, right? So she has two faces essentially.
Yeah.
And everyone came to pray over her. She's our incarnation of Durga. It's like, no, it's a birth defect. Stop doing that.
Yeah. Well, the thing is,
You know?
she was extremely lucky.
Exactly.
Because if that had happened to her in the UK in the 18th century, she would have been put into a mental institution and
Or
never
just not
seen the
allowed to
outside world
survive.
again.
Not allowed to survive. They would have just snuffed her out.
Yeah. You know, so you know, they took a very good view of the deformity. So you know, cool from that point of view. But thing is now, you know, I mean, I think we'll see the whole alien abduction thing die off now, because I think because I mean things like AI, it's so easy to create videos where you can have incredible things happening and
Well,
look
AI is just
real.
going to ruin everything. It's going to ruin news.
So
it's gonna ruin any
everything
kind of
just
arguments.
becomes everything is going to be everything's going to be unbelievable, no matter how much you try to prove.
It was
that
already a
happened.
big deal. Remember, there was a famous Time magazine article in the early days of not Photoshop, but Photoshop-like technology, and they told you in the article. By the way, the cover photo was digitally retouched. You didn't even notice, did you? And they had taken a shot of the Giza pyramid and something else in the frame, and they had shifted it a bit.
Yeah.
And so it's not really a lie. It's the same angle, the same image and stuff like that, but they shifted some objects around.
Yeah.
It didn't tell you until you got into the article and said, wasn't that cool? We just did that. And then everyone started to freak out like, oh, great. Now we can't trust journalism anymore. Because the picture was always the evidence for court, the evidence for the journalists and the newspapers, and
there was something here about that. There was somebody taking a photograph of something. Oh no, it wasn't. I know what it was. It was. Do you know who started a lot of this off, all this fake news sort of thing? Fucking Eric von Däniken.
That's one of those assholes, a Chariots of the Gods guy.
Yeah, so like, are these landing strips for? Spaceships, and then when you actually, and you've got these, it looks like an aerial photograph from about probably 1,000 feet sort of thing.
Exactly.
And actually what it is one of these Inca drawings.
Right.
and it
The
was of an eagle, and it was its claw.
The Nazca lines, yeah.
Yeah, and it was only about 12 or 13 feet wide altogether. And the people that went for that Chariots of God book, it was just like, have you read this one?
Yeah.
And it was because I read it, and I come out of it going, ooh.
Cuckoo.
Yeah. Well, funny enough, no, not at the point. But when the documentary finally come out on the BBC going, oh, everybody remember Eric von Däniken? Fucking lying asshole kind of thing. We're going, what? And a lot of people were, I remember at school the next day going, do you feel stupid? Yeah, I feel stupid now.
He's the one that said the Khufu Pyramid is a macer. He actually walked to the Grand Gallery, saw some markings on the walls, and said, see, that's how the shape of it made this cavity, and it's can do all this. It's like, come on, dude. You're reaching. This is primitive shit. It's very advanced for the time, but it's not macer quality or laser quality or anything else.
Yeah.
But just totally insane stuff. There's a famous Scandinavian story about Lemminkainen and Anarchy. They even made Sibelius had some opera about it or whatever.
Yeah.
And really nice little music and stuff. And they made some crazy movies back in the 60s depicting all this mythology of like the guy who can forge, with his magic forge, you can forge a giant boat out of metal. And there's a witch who's trying to always mess around with them and stuff like that.
Yeah.
And she wants him to build this mythical thing called a Sampo, S-A-M-P-O. And it's a machine that can produce milk, grain, or flour, and gold. One machine can do all that stuff, right?
Oh, the classic gold making machine.
So Mr. fucking von Däniken said, that's a possibility. There could be a Sampo. I go, you fucking asshole. Are you nuts?
The only way you can get a machine to make gold is by putting lots of gold in it and it pushing ingots out at the bottom where it's crushed them, heated them up and crushed them into little ingots. And there you go, gold making machine.
This magically generates those three items.
Yeah, I mean, milk. I mean,
yes.
Now you're pushing.
They show it in the movie. He builds a Sampo,
Yeah.
And then they have to steal it back because the witch wants to keep it. And it's just a big, silly adventure movie. But those assholes are looking at some of that mythology and saying, oh, yeah, that's real stuff. There was one of those guys also wrote a book. It wasn't von Däniken, but one of those other assholes around the same group of people. And a woman had it at work. It was a book called JFK and the Aliens, showing how the aliens were involved in the JFK conspiracy.
Okay.
So there you go.
Because you know how bored these aliens are.
Well, yeah. I mean, it's very important. They love politics.
Yeah, don't they?
And
but it's nearly always for your country. What's that all about?
We've got a lot of problems here.
Yeah. It's sort of like, aliens often visit America for
you can
nefarious reasons.
You can understand why we're in the pickle we're in now.
Yeah.
To elect a piece of shit like that to do more damage. So.
I tell you, well, the thing is, right, we're kind of looking at kind of the same thing at the moment with reform and Farage. I mean, it's widely documented that he's just a racist little cunt, basically.
Yeah.
And his rhetoric is gathering momentum. Now, the other parties are not helping matters by being ineffectual little crappers as well.
Well, that's what I've heard. Yeah, we have parties messing up,
and they're kind of pushing people towards that, towards that reform angle. And you think, it happened in America. It could happen here. It could happen here. It could happen anywhere. It has happened in other places.
Well, sure.
Full stop. You say the right. I mean, they were talking about. They were saying about how in the early 30s, mid 30s, they were talking about how Hitler. They said he's just a mental case. Don't worry about it. Next thing, he's in charge.
Yeah.
The next thing is going, right, Poland, off we go. Come on, let's get Poland sorted out. All these Jews, let's get them sorted out and all that shit. And it's like,
sure.
Wait a minute, they were laughing, pointing at him fucking 4 years earlier. You know? So, yeah, they're laughing and pointing at Farage. Yeah. Then the by-elections come up, and suddenly the next thing you know, various state provinces have gone reform, and they're gathering, credibility.
And I'm sure Hitler got laughed at plenty before his day.
Oh, so. Yeah, he was. Yeah, he was considered, this guy that was just ranting on.
Kind of a crappy artist. Wrote this book.
Yeah, he's
had a criminal record.
Yeah, he's a bit of a dick. Don't worry about him. He's no threat, to democracies or anything like that. And then 4 years later, oh hello.
Yeah.
So, but it's like everything else. I mean, especially with well-off people, because it did happen. There was a lot of very affluent Germans left Germany nice and early. Well, they could afford to.
Well, just like the Chinese were getting out of Hong Kong before they took over Hong Kong.
Exactly. Yeah, next door neighbours. They said they had to get out of. They apparently said that they was very interested. The Chinese government got very interested in their family, and it's sort of like goes, I think it's time to go.
Yeah.
And they just and then we're gone, and they're here now. Oh. But so it's just that it's going. Yeah, it's not good, So a lot of German families moved here and stuff like that. America as well, obviously. And
we're always in the situation where it has to get a lot worse before it gets any better. And then it's that climb to get back to where we were to be somewhat normal.
Yeah. It's like because you've had a lot of rich movie stars left America. They say for good. They're living here in London or in Paris or wherever, I think, or they were British anyway. And they've moved back.
Well, even that guy went back. The guy who made the Isle Instruments guy made the S2400.
Yeah.
He went back to the UK. He didn't want to stay in Florida.
Yeah. Mind you, Florida always struck me as being a little weird in places.
Well, so there was a funny, as a radio show many years ago. They used to do a little game, and they would read a crazy news story, and the answer was, is it Germany or Florida? And it was hard to tell sometimes.
Wow.
And it was a very funny game.
Yeah, but this is it. When you hear these ridiculous news stories sometimes, and then they go, and they finish it off, or they start it off with a man in Florida.
Yeah.
And you go, here we go.
It's true.
Yeah.
I couldn't live there. I'd like to visit. I mean, Disney World is fun. The Everglades are beautiful. South Beach, Miami, like the whole Miami Beach Art Deco scene is cool, and the Keys are beautiful as well. So it has a lot going for it, except for the people who run it and most who live there.
Yeah, exactly. Lots of wealthy British went to Canada as well. They wanted to get the hell out of there because they knew what was coming, Because being rich, they would know people who were in the know and go, look, don't tell anybody, but in the next couple of months, this is going to happen. Get the fuck out of here. And they go, okay, but don't tell anybody. We don't want a mad panicky rush sort of thing.
Sure.
So, but I mean, because I must admit, I remember my nan telling me the stories of. She goes, yes, you'd be sitting. She goes, I'd be sitting in my kitchen. She goes, and I'd be listening to the radio. And we'd be listening to something, some little radio comedy or something like that with Arthur Askey and all this sort of thing. And you'd hear the buzz bomb coming over. And
Yikes.
You just hope you just kept hearing the engine and hear it fade away rather than it goes silent and then hear a whistle. And then you'd have to go and find somewhere to crawl under, and for her it was a oak table in the centre of the kitchen. That was it, right? And she said one come down in Epsom High Street, so it'd be about I'd say about 1,000 yards from her front door. She lost all her front windows and everything. This thing fucking put a hole in the road like you wouldn't believe, right? And she said, but it was the same here. I mean, all of this area here was Bomb Alley.
Oh, damn.
So what would happen is the German bombers would fly in from France, French coast, They come up across here, up into Surrey, on their way towards London, and because we had the blackout, so no street lights. People put these black curtains up over their windows if they had their lights on or anything like that, or just turn the lights off altogether. But where there would penultimately be lights, or if they could work out roughly where the anti-aircraft guns are, or where the factories they want to hit, and they would drop bombs. But he didn't always drop all the bombs. So what they used to do is, flying back, they would drop bombs on what they thought was just open countryside.
Oh, wow.
Because you use too much fuel taking these bombs back to front.
For sure, yeah.
And she goes, so, even though we're a few miles from the centre of London, she goes, Epsom and in between areas either side, used to get the shit bombed out of them indiscriminately because they were just flying back and just letting them go because they thought I was dropping it on fields.
That's what birds do, by the way. They don't want to carry extra weight, so they're constantly shitting.
Yeah. Yeah. On my car, from what I've seen.
Place.
Oh,
Yes.
God. I tell you what, I think it must have been a seagull and it must have eaten a horse.
Oh, yeah.
Because it hit the roof of the Chrysler. It covered the entire roof. I've never seen anything like it in my life. It's like, Jesus Christ, what was wrong with this seagull?
Well, maybe they did like a little tiny circle and goes, a couple of them drop down.
So they used to bomb the shit out of it.
Wow.
And there was, for years afterwards, people would be finding, they go to their allotment and they'd be digging away and suddenly find something clunk like that and go, what is this? And it's this bomb that's never gone off, stuck in their allotment, And that was happening for years afterwards. People discovering unexploded bombs from the Second World War all over the place. They must have dropped billions of tons of bombs during the Blitz. Absolute tons of the fuckers. So, but there again, they had the resources of another two countries to hand, because they got Poland, they got France, and they got all the resources of those two countries. So
I remember that movie. I think was that a John Borman movie about his childhood? About the bombing of London all the time and stuff, and living in the rubble and stuff. It was a really good movie. I forgot what it was called, but I think John Borman made it about his childhood.
Yeah. Yeah, there's been quite a few films covered.
Yeah. Some of them depressing as hell, but it's very interesting. So.
Oh yeah, but some of the films and plays have focused more on the happier part of it, and some have looked at the much darker side of it because there was a very dark side of it. Yeah. And because we were on rationing apparently, and you could go to the shop and you could have. You have a
ration book or something, right?
Yeah, exactly. Yeah. So, but if you had 3 eggs one week, you could only have 1 egg the following week, kind of thing, and 1 loaf, and a half a pound of potatoes or whatever. And so we.
So you had the victory gardens, right? So you grow your own food.
Yeah. Well, there was that, but of course that takes time as well. But we had to rely on food convoys from the United States.
Oh shit.
And of course, the subs would be after these cargo ships, because that way they could starve us out if they could get these cargo ships.
Yeah.
And I can remember my nan saying, she goes, what we didn't know is at the end of the war that we got the bill.
Oh shit.
She goes, and we finished paying the US government for helping us out in the Second World War in 2007. You go, wait a minute. You go, and you get an American come over and you go, yeah, well, we came over here and saved your ass. He goes, no, you were a mercenary. We paid you to come over and do it.
Yeah.
Which kind of, you think, sorry for the poor American soldiers going, what do you mean we're mercenaries? We're supposed to be heroes. What are you talking about?
It turns out goodwill only goes so far. So
yeah. So, and there's this story, myth that America didn't want to get involved in the war.
No.
They were too busy wondering about what was going on out your back garden with
because
Japan.
that's when we finally did get in. Yeah, exactly.
Yeah. And they go, we don't want to get involved with Europe as well. Fucking hell, come on, I'm not fighting on two fronts. And from a sensibility point of view, why would a country want to fight on two fronts at the same time?
But I love the fact that the guys did come over and help. That's kind of cool. It's like the hot shots that wanted to go kill Germans, basically. Right?
Yeah, absolutely. and of course, there was this thing where, they're saying about, but, you're 16, you can drink in Europe. What?
Yeah.
Okay. But they did this thing where something to do with the Lusitania, and the American government had asked the British government, is this particular channel safe? Do you know? Because we were supposed to know where a lot of German naval operations were happening, and they said, is this channel safe? And apparently it wasn't, and that Churchill said, tell them it is.
Mm.
And then, of course, subsequently what happens is a German U-boat shoots, torpedoes the Lusitania, which was a passenger liner, and as an act of aggression, America goes, we're coming over and sorting this out with you.
Yeah.
So he kind of tricked America into.
Oh, so that wasn't one of those things where they had to, and because I know the Enigma machine got involved, they had to basically let certain things happen to.
There was that as well. Yeah. But apparently, even when there was talks between Churchill and Roosevelt, they were going to have a meeting. But it was Churchill who had to sail to somewhere off the coast of Canada, I think it was, or Maine, to meet Roosevelt.
Okay.
And apparently he had to do it in such a way that the Germans weren't to know.
Yeah.
Because there was this big thing about, anybody could be a German spy. Keep it to yourself kind of thing.
Sure.
Do you know what I mean? And of course everybody's like looking at each other funny, going, they could be a German spy. And if somebody knows how to speak German, oi, now you're in trouble. Especially if they hear you speak Germany. The next thing, if you're speaking German to say your German grandmother or something like that, who can't speak English, and somebody hears you, the next thing you've got MPs on your door.
Well, remember, in this country during World War II, we had the Japanese internment camps. You didn't even have to speak Japanese; you just had to look Japanese.
Yeah,
you got shoved in a camp. So
yeah, Pearl Harbor triggered their engagement in the Second World War
big time,
on the Pacific side. They didn't want to get involved in Europe.
Yeah,
that's the thing. So, and I mean, that was because like our comedian in the pub landlord, and he said, in America was caught, with the bombing of Pearl Harbor, America was caught completely by surprise. 3 years into a world war.
Yeah.
They go, where? Kind of thing. But
I heard things too about they kind of knew it was happening, but they also wanted to let that happen because they wanted to enter the war. I heard something about that. You never know, but I think Roosevelt did know about that.
Well, this thing about the sinking of the Lusitania, people have said that I don't know if there any evidence existed about that, but when the story was circulating, immediately after the war, there are those who chose to believe it, my nan being one, and those who didn't. So and it's one of those things, But I mean, my granddad went ashore at Dunkirk, and I can still remember to this day. We had done some history on it at school, and I asked Nan. I said, "Does Granddad know anything about Dunkirk? We did that at school today." And she goes, "Yes, he probably knows a little bit about it, but I wouldn't ask him."
Yeah.
And I didn't take heed, and I said, "Granddad, can you tell me about Dunkirk?" And he went, "There is nothing you want to know."
Yeah. Most normal people who go through the war don't want to talk about it.
Oh God! When I said the word Dunkirk, you could physically see the blood drain from his face.
Yeah, especially places like Vietnam where it was really nasty.
Yeah,
guys
exactly.
don't talk about that shit at all. But my mom's dad was on a boat, the Missouri, USS Missouri, in Pearl Harbor.
Oh, really?
He made it. His boat didn't get nailed somehow.
Wow.
Somebody's boat blew up around him, So many people died there, but
Jesus.
he survived. He's a crazy old guy.
Yeah, because people see war films and they see like tanks exploding, and they go, "Oh, those people are dead." But in their heads, they don't see that the inside of that tank looked like a Jackson Pollock painting of people. It's they don't see that, so they think, "Oh yeah, they just see the tank explode."
Yeah.
The threat removed, and they're not looking at the human side of it
the
at all.
technology they have now for tanks is so brutal.
Yeah.
To destroy all the contents of a tank, it's unbelievable.
Yeah. Some weapons I think have been designed by absolute fucking psychopaths.
Oh sure.
To be honest, where you go, why would somebody invent something that does that? That kind of thing.
Well, even during the, I don't know if it's Vietnam or before that, but certainly Vietnam, they had a thing called Bouncing Betty.
Yeah.
And that's just fucking heinous, right? You step on a spring track, it sends an explosive up to about face level,
and then goes off. Yeah.
So it doesn't blow your legs off; it blows the rest of you off.
Yeah. So it blows all the bits that they can't patch up afterwards.
Yes, exactly. Yeah. So bad.
So. Yeah, but I mean, I think they made a film about it as well. The whole thing with the bouncing bomb, to take out the, was it the Rotherham Dam?
Oh, the bunker busters.
Yeah. So no, this is a bomb that they designed to bounce on water and hit the.
Oh really?
Hit the dam, then sink, and then blow the dam up.
Oh shit!
So and they're going to take out 3 dams.
Wow.
So I'm trying to remember the name of the guy that invented the bomb.
That's crazy.
God, I can't remember. So, I mean, this was a big thing. It was a big thing for us. So the Dam Busters film used to be on regularly. So you had the Lancasters dropping this round bomb. They used to get it to spin first and then drop it.
I remember the name Dam Busters. I think I've seen part of the movie, yeah.
And then it would just, Von Braun, thank you, right. And then it would skim on the water like a pebble, hit the dam, sink, and then it would detonate, and then bang, the whole dam would go out. And they had these 3 dams to take out. Now, I believe in the film, they take out all 3 dams. But apparently, and don't quote me on this, might have to Google this, but apparently, in reality, I think they only took out 2 or possibly 1. And it wasn't actually what you would call a completely successful mission.
Yeah.
Another thing I read, I saw actually, somebody was talking about it, was, do you know the film The Bridge Over the River Kwai?
Oh, yeah. Classic.
Right. So where yeah, exactly. So you got Alec Guinness, and he's portraying this colonel, and he's making it happen so that the soldiers build the best bridge they can build, and show what brilliant engineers they were. When the film was released, the family, immediate family of the guy, this colonel that was portrayed in the film, were absolutely beside themselves with anger. That they were showing him as, it showed him as being collaborating, as it were, with was it the Japanese, wasn't it? In building this bridge.
Yeah.
Cause it's for a train, wasn't it? A railroad bridge, wasn't it? Or something. Across this cavern or something. I honestly can't remember. But they were absolutely, they said, no, that's not what happened. And all the rest of it, And they were going to sue the film studios and all this sort of thing. Wow. So sometimes what you see is not necessarily what happened.
I enjoyed Merry Christmas, Mr. Lawrence, where David Bowie's torturing Ryuichi Sakamoto as the commandant.
Yeah.
He's messing with his head, and
yeah, oh mate, yeah. But yeah, no, it's funny sometimes how history can be sort of distorted somewhat, to suit a narrative. But
that's the problem. Is it really, things really did happen? Are they documented correctly, and do people care, right?
Yeah, true. That's true.
Because everyone has an agenda.
But it makes you wonder about other things in history books, doesn't it?
Oh, of course.
You know.
That's why it's unless it's actually documented in the tablets or in paintings or something like that. At least you still have to take their word for it because they're documenting it in some form of right. It could be trash journalists of the old days, right?
Yeah.
It's the National Enquirer. Yeah.
Yeah, like Halfgod says, he cares what is true, and I think a lot of people do, but not as many people as there used to be.
Not enough to keep it consistent. That's the problem.
Yeah.
And a lot of kids, I don't want to blame all the youth for stuff, but they either got told the wrong stuff too many times, or they are just into other things. They don't care.
Yeah.
I always liked history. It just wasn't taught very well. I got into history later in high school. I started going to museums a lot more, reading books and stuff like that outside of class, and I loved it.
Yeah. Well, I mean, a lot of teachers used to teach history, in a way that was very what's the word? Formulaic. It was just bang, bang, bang,
very
bang, bang,
dull
bang.
Too. Just
and wouldn't look at like some of the really interesting shit that used to go on as well. Because you're kids, or you don't know what you can't know about this. You go, were you kidding? This was fucking brilliant. We'd love to know about that.
Every once in a while we do like a living history thing. They had a lot of cool places around here, living history museums. So you see how people used to live.
Yeah.
And you can see we had the California missions all through here, right? So a lot of those old buildings are still here. 100 years later, more than 100 years later. You see old timey stuff going on there, and then you go to these like Renaissance fairs. Are kind of cool because they're somewhat accurate.
Well, it's like there's a museum of the history of sex aids, right?
Yeah.
And my God, a lot of people put a lot of time and effort into some of these things. To be honest, yeah.
We have a museum of torture in New Orleans, I think.
Yeah. We see there was a lot of innovation there, wasn't there? I mean,
yeah, for sure.
So yeah, I mean, some of the things that went on in like the Tudor household, for instance.
Yeah.
Yeah. Okay. But they wouldn't. They, obviously they're teaching this stuff at school, and they talk about, the ruffs that they wore, and the tunics and what they were made of, and how farmers did, their agriculture and stuff like that, but never about how they dealt with syphilis, and what a female prostitute was called, as opposed to and all this sort of. They wouldn't go anywhere near that, obviously, because the kids, but it's all part of it, and you have to go to university before you start hearing about that stuff.
Although they did like talking about Jack the Ripper a lot, and there's some pretty nasty details in there.
Yeah, and they also like talking about the fire of London. That was always a good one. And they talk about, it was terrible. So much of the city was decimated by the fire. And it was only until after I've left school and I'm later on in life that I heard about the good things that happened because of the fire of London. Yeah. We only heard about the bad. We only heard about the damage to buildings and businesses, but also the enormous rat population it got rid of, and it knocked the plague on the head.
Yeah, there you go.
As well, right? Never mentioned that.
Yeah.
Yeah. And, kings and queens, and of course they never got anywhere near some of the naughty and interesting things that they got up to.
Yeah, of course.
It's all that, we passed this law, and passed that law, okay, cool, yeah. Which that law doesn't exist anymore, so that's cool.
Yeah.
And it's sort of, oh no, Richard III, fuck this sheep, fucking stupid and everything like that, Or this king was so mental, right?
Yeah.
He had a sheep as his queen that sat on a throne next to him and stuff like that. No, they're not going anywhere near that. No.
It's like Caligula making his horse a senator, right? So.
Yeah. That's interesting history shit, right? Right there. Yeah. It makes you want to know more. Tell us more. Come on, what's going on?
Wow.
Yeah, exactly. Queen Victoria, shall we say she wasn't a stranger to the cock?
Well,
so
she knew what she liked.
Exactly. And it makes her a much more interesting person. You get a much more rounded view.
Well, that's why I love
Oh, what
watching
was
that
she- who
show,
she
The
was like.
Tudors, on HBO,
Mm.
because I'm not sure it's that accurate, but there's a lot of sex going on in it.
Oh, there was, trust me.
Yeah.
Yeah. Affluence brings effluence.
And it's all done with beautiful Thomas Tallis music, so it's really nice, you know.
Yeah. Well, this is it. I mean, it just makes it interesting.
Yeah.
And I think a lot of people would have gone on to study more advanced history at uni or whatever, or college, if it was allowed to be more interesting than it was being projected.
Yeah.
I mean, when you're teaching 13, 14, 15, 16-year-old kids, I think you can talk about the risque stuff. They sure as hell want to know.
Well, if you're already teaching them sex ed, you can teach a little bit more, right?
Exactly. Because literally, there's probably kids that were leaving school thinking that nobody had sex until the last 20 years.
Yeah.
You know?
Well, that's the great South Park episode where they start teaching sex ed to the younger kids, and all the kids are running around wearing condoms because they're so worried the girls are going to attack them at some point, and they have to be ready.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Yeah, but it was it's interesting when you later on when you're doing history, you get to when you're doing the Second World War, and they're getting more into the nitty gritty about the hierarchy in Germany and what the government were doing here and stuff like that, and the shit was going on in Russia and Poland and that whole sort of thing, and then started talking about Stalin, Trotsky, and the Cultural Revolution and all this sort of thing, and as well as the Industrial Revolution here and all this sort of stuff, and it's like, okay, so basically it was all money driven. Okay, all right,
For sure.
yeah.
Wait in the future they start talking about the shit going on now.
And how will it be portrayed? Because the people who live through it probably won't be hearing it portrayed like you have experienced it.
Well, I mean, like Stalin was clearly continued to be a bad guy all through the stuff, and Hitler as well, and a bunch of other guys. So I mean,
Yeah.
I'm sure he will be remembered as badly as he needs to be remembered. Not as maybe not fully, but enough.
Yeah. Well,
know.
generally, because there are people who love him.
Plus, remember, with all this media content, however that gets stored in the future, there's plenty of videos of him changing his mind about every single thing he's ever done, lying about everything,
Yeah.
saying terrible things, saying he never said it. So I mean, the record is there
Yeah.
for anyone to look if they would care to look.
I've seen people being interviewed on YouTube and that, where they talk of Trump as the literally the second coming.
They just-
Literally.
Yeah, well, that's the religious nuts who basically are I think he's some kind of a saint, and it's like he is exactly opposite. He knows nothing about religion.
He doesn't know anything about it.
And doesn't act anywhere religiously in any way.
And I'm there kind of holding my head trying to work out where the delusion could possibly come from.
But we also have Jimmy Swaggart, who famously was with a prostitute, right? And all these religious figures
Yeah.
who are dirty and apologize and cry and all that kind of stuff. So yeah, it's crazy.
Yeah, I mean, so like that, the classic line, wasn't it? With the Catholic Church are finally going to deal with the sexual problem within the Catholic Church head on, as opposed to their normal position of face down, arse up,
Yeah.
kind of thing. That was SNL. But yeah, I mean, so you got to feel sorry for a Catholic priest who's like just wants to be, a priest in his community.
Yeah, some of them are decent
But
people. Sure.
then he has all that bullshit going on behind him, and somehow it's splashed all over him as well.
Although
And you got to feel sorry for that guy.
I
haven't you?
can't feel totally sorry for a Catholic priest who's spreading propaganda and fantasy to people about how the world works. So I'm not totally
Mate,
down for that. So
any religion is pretty much that.
exactly, that's what I mean. So I never totally
None
feel
of them
sorry
have
for one of
clean
those guys.
hands from that point of view. Yeah,
Yeah, because they're trying to keep people stupid and ignorant.
yeah,
So
and it's control. Yeah, I know. So,
they can be nice guys, but ultimately they're pushing destructive ideas.
like I always said, I mean, if there are people who find comfort from their beliefs, and it enriches their lives, great, good on them.
Yeah.
Get on with it, fine. But don't ask me to follow it.
Yeah.
Or believe in it.
Well, that's the thing. It's generally supposed to make people better. And the saying, WWJD, what would Jesus do, right?
Uh-huh.
And think of anyone you know who's heavily religious. How close are they to following any of that stuff? How nice of a person are they in general? How are they charitable? Are they racist? Are they all that kind of stuff?
Yeah, exactly.
Are they really that moral? Are they really that empathetic? Probably not.
What was that? We had a comedy sketch here. I can't remember what it was on. And they had the thing about what would Jesus do, and they were saying about so they had this bank robber, and he's going, he goes, right, everybody face down, right, and he goes, give me the money, right, get the money out of the till, sort of thing, right, and all this sort of thing, and this bloke walks on, and he goes, what would Jesus do, like that,
yeah,
and it switches to Jesus in the time he was living in, going, and the bloke with the microphone, he goes like that, and he goes, what the fuck is a bank?
Well, he knew to attack the money lenders, though. Remember that?
Yeah, exactly.
So there you go.
But they did other ones, like a guy stealing a car, and he's going like that. He goes, "What the fuck is a Ford Escort?" Like this sort of thing. Yeah.
Yeah. Yeah, it's just that some of the ideas, assuming he existed and actually did good things.
Jesus would say only used bills. It's Mr. Coral. Hello, Coral.
Coral. That was a bit weepy.
Oh, was it?
Yeah.
It's always good. Actually, it's nice if you've got something that actually moves you,
Yeah, I usually find chili moves me. No, it was... it was just saying to Jackie, when Prince died, I still don't compute that Prince is dead.
right?
To me, it's just weird. I don't know. I just don't think of him as dead. When Bowie died, we both, when the news broke, we just bawled our eyes out, and we just sat there and they're just recapping. I mean, God, we've been over it so many times over the years, and they just kind of do that whole thing about him recording the last album and how it was all very prophetic, and it was like him writing his requiem and all this kind of stuff, and we just sat there with tears.
Yeah.
It still gets me, that man.
Well, certain people get affected by certain people. I mean, I was upset about Sean Locke.
Yeah.
A lot. I was really pissed off about that. I was really pissed off about Victoria Wood.
Yeah.
Again. So you see where my cultural heroes are lying.
The last time I cried over a pop star or a musician was Lennon. Before Bowie. It was Lennon.
Yeah.
Because again, that was one that we woke up in our morning, wasn't it? Because it had happened in the early hours of New York, so it was about 8 o'clock in the morning over here. And my mum was a massive Beatles fan. She was there.
Yeah, there was I remember at the time there was a lot of the those damn Americans rhetoric going on as well.
Oh yeah.
Blaming America for it.
I got
not one guy.
I was so into the Beatles because as most of us did. The first music we kind of get into is the music of our parents because that's what they've got. That's the records they have. Maybe not so much now, but. Certainly, back then you want to listen to some music. Well, what have we got? Open the cupboard, and it's mum and dad's old records, and mum's, was mostly Beatles.
Yeah.
So I'd gotten really into the Beatles because it wasn't that long after they'd split up that I was listening to them, but they were a done thing. And so
Yeah.
when Lennon was murdered, Mum was beside herself. And she obviously knew that, I was massively into them. And, she called me downstairs and she was like sobbing. And I thought, oh, God, Mum and Dad have had another argument again. But hang on a minute, it's 8 o'clock in the morning.
Yeah.
Dad's in bed, so that can't be it. And then she tells me, and it's like,
Yeah, I like it. Like Exorb saying, he goes, wait a minute, you burst into tears when you heard that Lenin had died.
no, just the hand of Lenin.
The hand of Lenin.
The hand of Lenin.
He has pins and needles in the hand of Lenin.
Yeah, I never got weepy over pop stars or actors or whatever, but I get sad. I mean, you get depressed a little
You
bit.
get sad, yeah. I mean, I was sad over Tomita. I was sad over Vangelis. Particularly. I mean, followed the guy like a fucking shadow, basically, in as far as his career was concerned. And yeah, it is. You feel like you're losing something again. I don't think I was massively affected too much about Vangelis dying because so many of my own family were dying around me all the time. I'm numb to it at the time. Yeah. It was later on I've gone. Oh.
And however, Vangelis unfortunately didn't do the most to continue to live well. He was, probably ate like crazy. He was very overweight, smoked like a chimney. So I mean, he wasn't really asking to live a long life.
No. He was your classic Greek who was going to go bust, and he did.
Yeah.
So, but but he lived his life. He's made his mark. More than some of us can say, I suppose, isn't it?
Oh, sure.
Well, a lot of people saying at the time, weren't they, we should consider ourselves lucky that we lived during the same time as Bowie or any of these people, any of these people that made such a massive.
Yeah.
Because Bowie wasn't just a rock star. He fundamentally changed everything.
Yeah,
If it wasn't for him, we wouldn't have so much.
He's a good actor too.
There's that, yeah. There's that as well.
Princess Di. Yeah, again, that's another one. That was sad, but there again, her life was sad. Right, it started when she got involved with the royal family.
Yeah.
Her life became sad. Yeah. She wasn't ready for that. She didn't want that, I don't think. Somehow, but like you say, some people can hit you harder than others.
Yeah,
sure. Don Rickles actually. I was like,
God,
oh,
sure, yeah.
And I know it'll be the same when when Mel Brooks goes, it's gonna be oh man,
yeah, Richard Pryor,
and he's doing Spaceballs 2 in 27.
I know.
Well, we hope he is. To be honest.
Well, I love the end of History of the World Part 1, where he's supposed to do Jews in space. And is he going to really make a movie like this? No, it's just a fun trailer.
Yeah, it's a logo. This will get him. This will get him.
Yeah.
Jews in space.
Star David Phipps. Yeah, that's hilarious.
Yeah. Oh, mate.
Yeah.
Yeah, but you see, all of those films were considered box office flops.
Yeah.
Although I think Spaceballs only cost 36 million, if I remember rightly.
Well, it's funny because his later movies, he was really late. Like the Robin Hood one, he was late to the game. The Spaceballs, he was kind of late to the game. Right?
Well, yeah, but Spaceballs was how long after 79? It was 87, wasn't it?
Exactly. Yeah, it was a long. It was a long.
But it was one of those ones, like most of these kind of films. You watch them and you go, yeah, okay. And it's later that they start to warm up.
Yeah.
And then become more culturally embedded.
Sure.
And they always make the money in the long run. Whereas the other films that came out in 87 didn't ever go back into the cinema again, whereas Spaceballs did,
I never really liked Spaceballs for a long. I think maybe it's because I was such a diehard Star Wars fan that I thought anything that was parodying something that I deeply, loved wasn't worth, shit. So I never really. I think I watched it and was just like scoffing. I was like, "This fucking."
Yeah, but I think
but as I get
that's
older,
precisely why it works.
Yeah.
I mean,
absolutely.
and the Falcon is a Winnebago, and stuff like that. And then
yeah.
and the beautiful fourth wall, and in some cases fifth wall breaking that they do, like the bit with the where they put the film in to see, because they want to try and find out what's happened, where they've escaped. He goes, or we could watch the film and see where they've gone.
Yeah.
And they start watching the film and everything like that. It's just mental. And he goes, and this is now. He goes, what now? No, that was then. This is now. Kind of thing. So it's a good giggle.
He's always been clever. Yeah.
Yeah.
Oh yeah, yeah.
Use the Schwartz. See, it's still a giggle. It's still a giggle.
Well, like stuff like High Anxiety, where if you're really into Hitchcock, that movie's amazing. So.
The Producers.
Yeah.
Can you imagine a world where The Producers had never happened? Springtime for Hitler. Come on.
Yeah, that's a classic.
And then just the camera just cuts to the audience all going. Springtime for Hitler and Germany. Brilliant.
Well, I think that musical will start taking off this year. So.
It's got to be better than Cats.
Yeah.
Can't be worse.
No, what's the worst? No, the Starlight Express. That was
Starlight
the one.
Express is pretty lame.
That
With
was
the roller skates and the
Yeah.
Yeah, but I remember a friend of mine went to whatever theatre it was on in London, and it blew him away. It was for a moment, it was game changing because the entire theatre was the stage, and people were whizzing round on roller skates with lights and all this shit. And it was just like whoa, but it aged terribly.
Yeah.
It was very much of the moment, and then
there's something about that time period. They had Solar Babies where they're on roller skates, and he had a bunch of other like silly roller skate movies.
Yeah, there was a thing.
Yeah, but there's a lot of films, parodying wasn't really a thing that much before Mel Brooks.
He was definitely.
I'd like to think he invented it.
Well, Weird Al did it with music first, but.
Well, yeah, but definitely, but as far as the films, as far as in the film industry is concerned, I think he was mad enough to go and do that. So, and it's become a thing, I mean, have you seen? Is it the Minions 2?
Oh, honestly, every single fucking film with a minion in was been on TV over Christmas.
Right,
year.
and they were parodying things like, and you go, wait a minute, is this a kids' film? How many 6-year-olds in the audience have seen Midnight Cowboy?
Yeah,
for instance, I'm working here, you know what I mean? And so it's there for everybody, but
yeah. Well, all those films contain moments for the parents that take
as
the kids
well,
to see
yeah.
them.
And will be for the kids when they're showing it to their kids.
Exactly.
They'll know more about the film, so they can enjoy it again when they go, oh, that's from Midnight Cowboy. Of course, yeah, I do. But when they're 6, they're going, huh? And they just think it's funny because the guy's complaining about the, Gru's rocket-powered bicycle getting in the way or whatever.
Which one is it? One of the Despicable Me's. Is it the second or the third one? In the laboratory, Doctor, I forget what his name is, the one that's voiced by fucking, sexual pervert Jesus. There's a Fairlight screen.
Russell Brand has a voice in it?
Russell Brand,
Russell Brand is the
Russell Brand,
doctor.
yeah.
Oh, I haven't seen this movie. I haven't seen much of those movies.
Yeah.
Yeah. But there's Page R. Fairlight Page R is on one of the big monitors. So there's clearly somebody at the studios who, and they think, we'll stick that in there. That'll get the synth nerds.
That's funny.
Yeah. Can't remember which.
Well, it's like was it the Oberheim on the Star Trek Enterprise?
Yeah.
Control.
And
Jodie
Foster communicating with the aliens with an Eventide H3000.
Yeah.
God, our technology is great, and it makes music communicates with.
Well,
aliens.
if you're going to have one of them in the studio, contact aliens with it.
Yeah, why not?
Yeah, absolutely. Yeah, but it's like, what was the other things they used? Phantom Menace. The junkyard bloke with the wings.
Watto.
Watto, yeah.
Right. Well, when they're walking into the junkyard, there's a 2001 space pod there.
Oh, right.
Have you not seen that?
No.
Forgot.
Yeah,
I must have
yeah.
seen it at some point, but I forgot.
Clear as day, and with the claws in front and everything.
But they all did it, didn't they?
Yeah.
They all, like Spielberg put R2-D2 and C-3PO in the hieroglyphics in Indiana Jones. I think it was
Yeah.
the second one.
Yeah.
Or no, the second one there was a bar. It was a bar C-3PO or something. It was, and they all put these little references in each of their films. Fucking
Yeah.
Stranger Things is like every episode is littered with
Stuff, yeah.
but it's done in a really subtle but
Yeah.
cool way.
Obviously subtle way.
It's
yeah.
like Nancy, right? Who's this prim and proper girl at the beginning of Stranger Things and becomes this absolute badass
Yeah.
by season 5. Her outfit that she's wearing is so Rambo. It's it's absolute, but you don't make the instant connection because it's Nancy, but she's got the long curly hair like Stallone had in the second.
Yeah.
Was it the second Rambo? I think it was.
Yeah, part 2. Yeah.
And,
Yeah.
and the sling of cartridges and yeah.
I'll be honest with you though, I prefer the mistake ones, like
Oh, yeah.
Braveheart, the Mark IV Cortina in the battle scene.
Oh, really?
Yeah, plain as day.
Sorry, in which one? What was this?
I think it's Braveheart. There's a Mark IV
right.
Cortina parked.
Oh,
Well,
Yeah.
some of those period things they have, like, you see tire tracks in the distance.
yeah.
You know?
Yeah.
Or
Well, there's, Lord of the
cable
Rings has
pylons
this,
and
doesn't
stuff.
it?
Yeah.
Lord of the Rings has it in when they start on their journey, and what it is, it's a car coming down the track. So what he did was he CG'd some smoke onto it, and it looks like a little hut with smoke coming out of a chimney. But it's actually this car that drove into the scene. They go, car, fucking car.
That's funny.
Yeah.
There's J.J. Abrams put an R2-D2 in this first Star Trek movie he made. There's a big debris they fly into, and there's a little R2-D2 tumbling in the distance in the debris. So it's not even the
Of course,
right universe.
You
You know?
got ETs in Phantom Menace as part of the
Yeah.
Senate, haven't you?
Yeah. Oh, and they did that thing with because in the original film, where they managed to get the door open and the stormtrooper hits his helmet.
Yeah.
Well, when Lucas did the remasters, he added the sound of a helmet hitting the door.
Yeah.
Right.
Well, you mean he added something and didn't?
Yeah, he added so it goes dink like that, right? But also, then they carried on the whole thing of you can't see out of the helmets properly, and that's why stormtroopers
shoot.
can barely fucking hit anything, sort of
Yeah,
thing.
exactly. Yeah.
And it was all that.
there
So
was
you
this
build a
rumour-
whole folklore around it.
There was this rumor that kind of sprung up about a blooper in the original version of Star Wars, the cinema version,
Yeah,
that apparently in one of the scenes in the Millennium Falcon cockpit, so the camera's looking into the cockpit, and you see
yeah,
that there is a brief moment where you see like a stagehand or something in the background. It sort of like kind of comes in and then goes away again. But of course, that up until very, very recently, that version of the film has never been available for anybody
Yeah.
to go back and check.
yeah.
But they did something last year, didn't they? Where they showed the original 77 theatrical cut, and apparently it's going to get a general release next year, as in 2027.
Because if
They're
you
actually-
bought the DVDs, they had on the second disc they had the non-anamorphic original Laserdisc version.
and they were fucking awful.
They were terrible, but at least they had it somewhere.
Yeah.
So.
No, I remember buying those on the premise. It said the original, and it's like it
Yeah.
wasn't. It was the pan and scan. It was just ugh.
I just remembered another one in the Matrix. Now you think about it, the Matrix there's quite a lot of CGI in the Matrix, isn't there?
Yeah.
But they couldn't
Most.
CGI this out. But basically, you know the bit where Morpheus brings him to the door, and he goes, you've got to go through the door,
yeah.
and he reaches for the door handle, and then you get a shot of the door handle, and Morpheus and Neo there with his hand coming forward, but also most of the picture is of the camera right up against the door handle,
right.
filming the reflection.
Wow.
And you look at it, but you see it, but you don't see it. It just looks like he's done this with his coat, his leather coat or something,
Yeah.
But then when people go, no, that's the lens of the camera, and you look, you go, Yeah, it's the lens of the camera, isn't it? Yeah. All this sort of thing. But, I mean, another one, that a blatant one, I don't know why it got left in, is the Moonmobile in James Bond. Which one was that? Moonraker, I would imagine. So you got the thing with the claws.
Yeah.
And you see it go over the hill, being chased by the car. And as it goes off camera, you see one of the wheels bounce across the screen. And they left it in.
Wow.
There's a subtle one in Empire Strikes Back. So you know when they're navigating through the asteroid field, dodging the TIE fighters, and there's a bit when the Millennium Falcon goes up like this and comes back round again. There's a reflection in either in the lens or something. So as the Millennium Falcon goes up, you can see this kind of reflection going in the opposite direction. I don't know quite what it is, but it's clearly, it's a limitation of the technology they had at the time.
Wow.
It's just a tiny little thing, but it always bothers me. I see it, I thought, whoa. It's it's like breaking the magic. But
There's a really famous one in, I think it's an Empire. It's one of the big scenes where there's just mayhem. It's in space, TIE fighters going, and one of the ships goes across camera, and it reveals some like film number markers.
Oh right.
And it was there for the longest time until they had the re-release version. So
Yeah, but there's supposed to be one ship that just flies through another one.
Yeah.
It just flies straight through it. And they go, we'll fix it in post, and then forgot to make a note of it.
Yeah.
But, shit happens, man, doesn't it? I mean, come on.
Yeah.
So, and sometimes, you have to watch some of these, movie blooper videos on YouTube before you realise that there was ever a blooper in it,
Yeah, that reflection stuff's very common. They don't catch a lot of those reflections.
Yeah,
till
exactly.
later.
Or there's nothing they can do about it. Go, technology's not here yet. Sorry,
Yeah.
I'll have to stay in. Nobody will notice. Don't worry.
The open matte. Sometimes you get open matte versions of movies, and that's really fun too. Because right on the edge of the frame, they really got tight. And so if it just goes slightly wider, you can see like equipment sitting there, somebody standing there, various other things that were in the frame. They just matted them out.
Yeah.
So
But there was one. It's annoying me now. It was a big film, big pricey film. Did well at box office kind of thing. And there's one shot where they have two of the principal characters of the film with a third, and clearly in the background is a guy holding a boom mic.
yeah.
And you can see the whole guy's just standing there with the boom mic, like that with the headphones on,
That's funny. And of course, my favorite is always the foam ball popping into the scene.
Yeah.
And quite often it's orange. You go, you can't miss that. There's an orange ball bopping in the thing.
Yeah.
Like in Stranger Things episode 7, when Holly gets put back into the Mind Flayer. It was a big thing on the internet for like 24 hours until
Starbucks coffee cup in Game of Thrones. Yes.
She's got a costume on, but underneath her costume, she's got a matching green Under Armour, just to keep her warm, I guess.
Yeah.
And as her arm goes up, you see the little Under Armour logo.
Oh,
of course, Under Armour didn't exist until many years after that, and so apparently it got noticed very quickly, and they went in, as you can with a streaming thing, and just brushed it out and then re-uploaded. So
that's funny.
Yeah. Yeah, but again,
and yet people lose their fucking minds over it. Oh, for fuck's sake, I never even noticed it until.
Yeah.
I enjoy it as trivia, not to lose my mind over it. Get upset about it.
But there are, there's people out there. It's like everyone's banging on the last few days about the IMDb ratings of Stranger Things and how episode 7, which is the episode where Will comes out and sort of tells all his friends that he's gay, and it's not like a little woke moment. It's an integral part of the story that we've known that he's been gay for 2 seasons.
Yeah.
And that he had a crush on Mike, and it's his big fear. And the whole point is that he's getting rid of that fear so that he can face the final, because the monster preys on his fear.
Yeah.
And yet and yet it got the worst rating. You know, what do they
Yeah.
call it? Review bombed or something. Oh, fucking
Yeah, of course.
Yeah, mate. Yeah, well.
jeez.
But you know, the thing that makes me laugh when I think about it now, but quite innocent Bond film like Diamonds Are Forever, because it's Diamonds Are Forever has got my Mustang in it, isn't it? It goes up on two wheels into the tiny gap that way, comes out that way.
Is that the Mac 1?
That's a Mac. That is a '73 Mac 1. Yeah. And it goes in that way, but comes out that way.
Yeah.
So they do a cut scene where it does this
Yeah.
in a gap that isn't wide enough for the car anyway, but it explains why it's coming out facing. Yeah. Well, in that entire film, I can remember it was PG-13. You had to be 13 years old with parents to be able to see that film.
PG-13 didn't exist back then.
The equivalent of it.
Right.
PG had basic nudity for a while.
I think it was rated.
Yeah.
Is it,
You had
what do they call it? R.
You had U.
U.
Then you had A. Double A.
We didn't have those. Yeah.
Double A. Yeah, go on.
And then X.
So it would be
They
the
didn't bring
equivalent.
numbers
So it'd be
in
double A.
until the
It'd be
80s,
double A.
yeah.
Yeah, but it was the equivalent. Like you had to be a relatively grown-up
Yeah.
teenager to be able to go and see that, but also accompanied by an adult to see that film.
I know, right? Yeah. And
And if they couldn't just label a video nasty and let you see it.
I remember my
Yeah.
parents took me to watch Death on the Nile, the one with Peter Ustinov in the 70s.
Yes. Yeah.
And I was a kid, and we went to the cinema to watch that. And when the murder takes place, he puts the pillow over her
Yeah.
and shoots through the pillow. You
Yeah.
don't see any
No.
blood guts or anything like that. But fucking traumatized. I had nightmares for days after
It's
that.
the implication of it.
Yeah.
Yeah. Absolutely.
But I mean, I can't remember. That must have been rated a U, because otherwise
I
I
would
wouldn't
have
have been able
thought
to.
so.
They wouldn't have got me into the cinema.
Well, this
Unless,
is it.
Of course, they didn't care.
They didn't. Nobody. See, people are affected by different things in a different way. And I mean, yeah, all right. The certificates were guidelines, but some of them were well off, and for really stupid reasons. You know, oh, there's a woman in a bikini. Oh, then it's going to be an R-rated film because of that, and you have to be 16 and older to be able to watch it. But you can go down to the beach and see women in bikinis everywhere, and well, no, that's all right. So, but yeah, I mean. I can remember, what was it? I remember something I did watch that scared the living shit out of me. I was young, 6. I wasn't supposed to watch it. What the hell was it? Oh, shit, it'll come to me in a minute. It was a
I
film.
saw Alien in the theater when I was 9, and it was basically super full volume, and that was pretty traumatic. I loved it, but it was, holy shit.
That's the way to watch that film.
Yeah.
Yeah, you get precisely what that film was trying to portray.
Oh, yeah. My mom was freaking out. She had her face covered half the time. So
I had a friend whose parents would go out and rent all the so-called, as we called them back then, the video nasties in the late 70s, early 80s. Like I Spit on Your Grave and Drill a Killer and
the ones under the counter at the front desk.
but they'd order them, and then we'd go home and we'd sit and watch them and kind of go. Straw Dogs. I remember I just didn't get Straw Dogs to start with. It was just like, it was violent, but then I remember being, I was working in the video industry when they finally, because those films were banned in the UK in the late 70s and early 80s. They wouldn't certify them. And it wasn't until around 98, 99 that there was this kind of relaxing of all of those videos. So I think Driller Killer was one of the first ones that they relaxed. There was a bit of a there was a bit of thing about it, where finally these films, and of course 20 years had passed or so, and so you watch them and you go, like, compared to what we see nowadays,
it?
this
Yeah.
You know, it looks
Yeah.
rough and it looks
Right,
amateurish.
you ready for a
compared to this-
giggle? I've just remembered what it is I watched that scared the living shit out of me. I think I was 6. And it was...
Carry on up the Khyber.
Yeah. It was the American version of War of the Worlds.
Oh right, the 50s one, yeah.
Yeah, and I saw the
Creepy. It's creepy.
alien hand, the Martian hand coming out and then sort of like bubbling and dying on the ramp.
But didn't you laugh when they scared it and went, ah? There's that scene where it's running away.
Oh God, yeah.
That was kind of funny, right?
Well,
I love that
no,
movie. George
no. At
Powell's
that point,
amazing.
the actual machines. I was watching. I've been watching it from like round the corner of the stairs, and Dad's
Yeah.
got the TV in the corner there, and I'm 6. I'm watching it like this, and you know these spaceships with all this going on, and it's blowing up everything and all the rest of it. It scared the living fuck out of me.
What about the time machine with the Morlocks? That must have been much more scary, right? These fucking underground cannibals.
It was scary, but it's weird because it was a film and I watched it during the day. It wasn't.
Wasn't? Yeah.
No, weirdly.
remember
Whereas
seeing-
Doctor Who's Daleks used to scare the living fuck out of me. My dad bought me a clockwork one, and I had a battery one that went around that was that big. And when they were in my bedroom, I wouldn't go in there.
Wow.
When they were on the floor with the rest of the toys, I wouldn't go anywhere near. I wanted my Thunderbird 2, but it was next to the Dalek, and I'm going, I had to get my mum to get the Thunderbird 2 for me.
It didn't yell at you, masturbate!
I'll tell you what frightened me as
Yeah.
a kid.
Exfoliate. Exfoliate.
There was a Part Work magazine that started to come out, and this must have been, again, sort of like late 70s. And the magazine was called The Unexplained.
Yeah.
And I was into all of that kind of, stuff as a kid, UFOs and all that kind of thing. And so I remember buying the first copy of that, and it was just it was a bunch of all of these unexplained theories, like Bigfoot and UFO sightings. But there was a feature in there about spontaneous human combustion.
Yeah.
And there was a bunch of pictures like that famous one of the leg by the fireplace, just the lower leg
Yes.
with the shoes still on.
Yes.
And there was, the write-up was all about that. And then that weirded me out a little bit because I was thinking, well, Jesus, I could go up at any time.
You could burst
sort of
into
thing.
flames at any time,
How
yeah.
does that happen? And but the
Yes.
worst thing about it was it came with a flexi disc. You remember those little 7-inch flexi discs that wobble? And on this flexi disc were recordings, alleged recordings
Yeah.
of the dead speaking.
Yeah.
So the people who've been doing, they've got all these high tech gadgets, and they were recording the voices of the dead.
Electronic voice phenomenon, yeah. So.
Yeah, that kind of stuff. And, and they
yeah.
recorded it onto this thing. And I remember this because I had a little portable record player with a built-in speaker, so it sounded pretty shit anyway. So I guess that combined with the crappy nature of the recordings, it all sounded really kind of weird. And I remember listening to that and just freaking the hell out to the point where I put the record into the magazine and put the magazine at the very bottom of this box under my bed. But even though I knew it was still there, it was still freaking me out.
Yeah, it still freak
So
you
in the
out, yeah.
end, I got the record and I cut it into tiny pieces and threw it away. That was the only way that I could kind of like purge myself of the fear of this stuff.
And it's the only record you've ever got rid of.
It's the only one
Ever.
See, don't you wish you had that record now?
No.
Oh, I don't know. There's probably not many of them. They're rare and worth quite a few
Somebody
quid.
probably uploaded it to the
Yeah.
internet somewhere. But
Yeah, but you'd have the original. It's worth money, mate.
yeah.
So because everybody else had cut theirs up and thrown it in the bin.
Yeah. Yeah, the only other things I had underneath my bed was a large poster of Olivia Newton-John, and who was the other one? She was one of the Charlie's Angels, but she was the what was her name? It wasn't Jacqueline Smith, and it wasn't Farrah Fawcett Majors.
Cheryl Ladd?
Cheryl Ladd was the other one.
No, it was the one that Cheryl Ladd replaced. Was it
Kate
Fawcett?
Kate Jackson?
Kate
Jackson.
Jackson.
Yeah.
Yeah, I had to think about Kate Jackson. Kate Jackson.
Oh, hello.
Carrie Fisher and Olivia Newton-John.
Okay.
I had the Cheryl Ladd poster with her kimono. Oof, that was a good one.
I can just imagine Robbie having a wank to Xanadu.
No. This was before I even discovered the pleasures of pleasuring. This was just.
Yeah, but when you were old enough.
But by the time I'd moved on.
I'm talking about maybe 10, 15 years ago.
We get Samantha Fox in, right? Yeah.
No, not even Samantha. My mate had a life-size picture of Linda Lusardi.
Yeah, with the hair.
It was blown. Yeah, and it was. You could see
Look
her
her up. I don't know who that
shaved
is.
stubble around her.
Yeah,
It was
yeah.
just, nah. Never went for
This is before South America was discovered.
Yeah. No, I never had a thing. I could never understand the whole point of page 3 or lecturing at girls in bikinis.
Man with beard had a thing for Erica Rowe. Do you remember Erica Rowe?
Erica Rowe. She was the streaker, wasn't she, at the rugby?
I believe so. Yes.
Yeah.
And what was the girl that was always on Kenny Everett?
Oh, Clea Rockus.
Clea Rockus. That's the.
Yeah. I think we all had a thing for Clea.
Yeah, Clea Rockus. Yeah, because she seemed to have character.
Well, yeah, she was funny, and it was Kenny
Yeah.
Everett, so.
Yeah, exactly.
Now, I think the first girl, or the first person I sort of ever had a massive crush on that kind of formed my view of, what the ideal woman would be was Carrie
What was
Fisher.
going to get you going or not?
Yeah, it was Carrie Fisher.
Really?
100% Carrie Fisher. As soon as I saw her in Star Wars, that was it. I watched When Harry Met Sally the other day for the first time in ages, and in there she's super hot. She's not she's just she's not like wearing anything odd or anything. She's just gorgeous.
That's interesting. 'Cause I'm just thinking now. Carrie Fisher is in a Peter Ustinov Poirot, isn't she?
Is she?
Yeah. She is,
Let's have a look.
Have a Google. I'm
If
sure.
you get a good picture of them together, she really looks like Debbie Reynolds. Her mom
Obviously.
really, but really looks like her, not just.
It's not
it's
Death on the Nile, is it?
I'm sure I would have remembered.
I'm trying to remember. She was in the scene. She's in this kind of like large gazebo with a load of other people. Poirot is there, with his white hat and jacket and trousers. Might be Death on the Nile.
No. Her first film was Shampoo, then it was Star Wars, Empire, Blues Brothers,
I remember Shampoo.
Yeah.
Under the Rainbow, Return of the Jedi, Garbo Talks, Man with One Red Shoe, Hannah and Sisters,
Shampoo's Warren Beatty.
Appointment with Death.
Oh, there you go.
Appointment
That's
with
a Peter Ustinov
Yeah.
Poirot. Yeah.
There you go.
Appointment with Death.
88.
Oh, right. Okay. Some 9 years after.
Yeah.
Right, 9 years. What I'm talking about. It'll probably actually be 10 years because
10 or 11 years after.
Because Star Wars took a little time to make.
Yeah.
We may have seen it in '79, but
David
Oh, wait a
Soul
minute.
in it as well.
no, it was in cinemas in May '78 in the US.
No, it was in cinemas in May 77 in the US. And
77 in the US.
It debuted in December 77 in London, and then by the time it reached the provinces, it was like January, February 78.
Yeah,
So-
because I saw it
I
Leicester
saw it in
Square.
January.
I saw it Leicester Square, December something.
Lindsay Wagner, yeah, definitely.
Yeah, there you go.
Bionic Woman.
Yes. Mind you, they've done a remake of Bionic Man now, haven't they?
It was pretty
Okay.
silly.
I know
The
they've
best
done
was when he
Wonder
had to
Man.
fight Sasquatch.
Huh?
They're doing Wonder Man.
No, they're doing Bionic Man as
I
well.
haven't seen that one.
Yeah. And crashing the shuttle thing. They're doing the whole thing.
Oh wow.
But he's got some shit going on up here. He's got the eye. I think, don't quote me on this, but I think I saw that it was Henry Cavill.
All right.
Hmm.
Yeah, I used to have my Steve Austin doll.
Yeah,
You could
where you could look through the back of the
his
head. Yeah.
And you rolled up the sleeve. It had a plastic skin
Electronics, yeah.
sleeve.
Yeah.
And then you could reveal the electronic bits that would come in. And
Yeah.
So they had a making of Star Wars thing at the local Tech Museum many years ago, and they had all these little props for the movies. It's scale model props, real props and stuff. And they had a little. They tried to do some test shots with the land speeder and the little characters in there, and realized they had to do it practically. They couldn't do it stop motion, but they had that model there, and at least the Ben Kenobi character was the Steve Austin doll with a robe on. You could see the hole in his head.
Yeah.
Or the eyes, the look through the eye thing. It was hilarious.
I saw a photograph of the guy putting some detail to the fighter bay of an ISD. So it's standing on its engines. Fuck me, it was big model. It weren't a little model. It's got to be, 8 foot long?
Yeah, well, they wanted that detail.
Yeah, they certainly did, didn't they? Jesus. But to this day, you see it in Star Wars, and I always see it, is all the plastic plumbing that was
Mold
used
parts that they,
in the film.
Yeah.
And you go, yeah, you can tell that was filmed in London, because I recognise those parts that you used to be able to get from B&Q. Those little screw together plumbing thing, do it yourself plumbing.
I remember I went to Disney in Florida. There was a big Star Wars thing there. You had a AT-AT walker, but it was like half an AT-AT walker.
Yeah,
Like
yeah.
it'd been sliced down the middle, so you could see it. They also had a snow speeder there, but then when you went inside, they actually had it was like a mini museum, and they had the hologram chess table from the Falcon there, and then they had 2 speeders, bike speeders from Jedi.
Right.
But they had the full-size ones, and then they had the miniature ones that they used for the animations.
Yeah.
So they had, side by side. So the miniature ones are like this, and then, obviously the full-size
And
ones.
then
that
the full-size one that you actually got on.
the
and
green screened.
Yeah.
There was some other bits there, but it was quite cool to see, some of those things. I seem to remember Casper the Friendly Ghost had just premiered.
Yeah.
The one with Christina Ricci, and they'd got some of the animatronics and stuff there. It was very. I do like looking at that stuff.
I don't think I ever saw Casper.
It's all right.
In all honesty.
I just remember the cartoon, never saw the movies.
Yeah.
It's kind
Mind
of
you, do you know what? I never saw Beetlejuice first time round.
Really?
Yeah, I never saw
Great
it.
film.
Never
Great,
saw
great
it.
film.
I saw it for the first time a couple of years ago.
Hello, Mitz. No, bye-bye, Mitz. Just
But-
making sure you're still there.
It's weird, isn't it? You get some films that you've maybe not seen or maybe seen once, and then you get other films that you've seen at least 300 times. Like Aliens. I could probably recite the entire fucking dialogue of the film.
We sat and watched
Wrath of Khan.
the bulk of Indiana Jones and the Last Crusade because it was just on last night, and we just
Yeah.
And like you say, you know exactly what's. I'm preempting what's happening, and I'm sort of chuckling just before it actually happens because I know what's going to happen.
Because you know what's coming.
Jesus, I've watched it, but I can watch that film over and over again. It's one of those films that can stand up to repeat viewings. It
was a good game too. The LucasArts game was fun as well.
I've got the new one on PlayStation 5, and that's actually very, very good. They've got the guy that does the voice is very good. Does a great Harrison Ford, and it kind of retains the essence of the movies.
Is that VR or is that just a regular game?
No, it's just a regular.
Very good.
Just a regular.
Well, to do Harrison Ford, all you do is sound really, really fucking bored.
Yeah,
I'm tired.
Yeah, he's all right.
Mark Hamill does a great Harrison Ford.
Yeah,
he does.
yeah.
Yeah, he does.
Hey, kid. Yeah, well, that sort of thing. Yeah,
Very good.
yeah. It's sort of like give us a break, kid. Yeah.
Well, that's like when he did the voiceover for Blade Runner, with that same kind of tired,
Yeah.
kind of thing that he didn't want to do it, and that's why he wanted them to cut it out.
Okay.
And then
Here I
Mark
am
Hamill
again.
is a very good voice actor as well. I mean,
Yes.
Wing
Well, his
Commander,
Joker.
yeah, going back, and Joker, and
His Joker was
he
fucking
was
brilliant,
doing some
mate.
great stuff.
Yeah. But when it comes to those Batman films and all the rest of it, Heath Ledger, for me, he's the best Joker. As much as I love Jack Nicholson, Heath Ledger's Joker.
No, yeah, I have to admit that was very good.
Yeah.
And of course, they talk about movie bloopers. The bit when Heath Ledger walks out of the hospital dressed as a nurse and does that with the thing.
Oh yeah, because it didn't actually go. It doesn't.
Because it didn't actually go off. And so he carried on in character, and then it went. And he kept
it turns
all in.
around, does all this, and then it goes, and he goes, well, okay. Which is brilliant. Otherwise, that's going to be a completely ruined shot because now the hospital's blown up.
Yeah.
And they can't reshoot it, can they?
That's it.
That's funny.
Yeah. So I imagine the directors there going, fucking hell, he's just saved with $3 million. Fuck me.
Yeah, because Chris Nolan, you won't be doing that in special effects. That will have to be.
Oh, yeah.
Everything's practical with him, isn't it? I'm looking forward to seeing The Odyssey. That looks to be quite good.
It looks gritty, to say the least. And it does explain Matt Damon's beard now.
Yeah.
When is that supposed to come out?
It's supposed to be this year, isn't it? The Odyssey.
Yeah, soon, I believe. I think it's March. Possibly March. Possibly it's March or June or something like that. I think it's the first half of the year anyway. Yeah, see now that's another thing that's started cropping up on YouTube that's fucking me off.
What's that?
Trailers for films that are actually being AI generated.
Yeah.
And you go, you get about 30 seconds, minute into the film, you go, hang on a minute, no, fuck off.
Fan concept.
Goodbye. Yeah.
Or clips from other movies you've seen. You go, I know that scene.
Yeah, exactly. You go, no, I know where that's from, fuck off.
They're having a field day at the moment with the Avengers Doomsday stuff because the Avengers Doomsday, they're doing these little mini teasers with each of the characters. So first there was Steve, what's his face, Captain America, or not Captain America now, but then there was Thor, and I think there's a third one. Isn't there a third one? And they're leaking, and then the fans are getting hold of it and doing these AI things, and of course they're using bits from other films.
Yeah.
So they're having a bloody field day with all that shit at the moment.
Yeah. Good. I did see a trailer for a Captain America where he's holding a little baby.
Yeah, that's that was the first Doomsday trailer.
Yeah. That looked real. And the one where Thor is asking Odin for help to beat your last enemy. Yeah, that looked real. But like you say, some of the others, and you go, nah, mate.
I just don't watch them because sometimes there's spoilers in there. And I want to be surprised. So
now these are just little teasers that are just basically saying Thor will return in Avengers Doomsday, and Steve, what was his bloody name?
Oh,
Captain America.
Rogers.
Steve Rogers.
Yeah, Steve Rogers will return.
Yeah.
And you think, hang on a minute. But it's Marvel. You can do anything, can't you?
Yeah,
Multiverse.
Exactly.
That's the
multiverse. Yeah. They, on the other side of the wardrobe.
Yeah.
And then you got Matey Boy. You know, Matey Boy played Better Call Saul.
Oh yeah.
Yeah, he's got a long name.
Yeah, I can't remember.
And there's
Bob Odenkirk.
Odenkirk, that's it. Thank you. And there's this trailer. There's just a little town called Normal, right? And he's this sort of like friendly little cop.
Yeah.
And then all shit breaks out, and suddenly there's machine guns and shit all over the place, and he's bashing people in the face with stuff. And I'm going, hang on, this is just nobody with him wearing a cop uniform.
He's got a new thing. Yeah.
But the thing is, Bob Odenkirk was a great stand-up comedian.
Yeah. He wrote for SNL too.
Yeah, he wrote for SNL. He wrote some of the
Mr. Show's a great show if you haven't seen that.
The famous SNL clip with not John Candy.
Belushi?
No, Chris.
Chris Farley.
Chris Farley.
Yeah.
Chippendales dance thing.
Yeah. No, the one where he's explaining to the kid because you end up in a van
down by the river. Yeah. Yes.
Bob Odenkirk wrote that.
He did he?
Yeah, he was a very good comic writer. Probably still is a very good comic writer.
He did a show called Mr. Show with David Cross. It was a very funny show, variety show.
Yeah.
Yeah, because I was watching a documentary. It was about Second City, which started off in Toronto, I think.
Okay.
Then moved down to Chicago, and it's just the kind of all the comedians that came out of that. I think Was it that, or was it the John Candy documentary that came out last year that Ryan Reynolds produced?
Yeah.
And again, you get this fascinating insight to John Candy, who was this thoroughly decent, guy that obviously had some issues, health-wise and stuff. But
yeah,
they talked a lot about Second City, which is where he started. It was very good.
Interesting. You end up living in a van down by the river. Yeah, brilliant.
Because the parents in that sketch, the father was, and his name's just literally gone out of my head. He was on The Simpsons. I mean, he was in lots of other things, but he was the guy on The Simpsons, the TV.
Harry Shearer?
No, you might remember me from such things as, bloody hell, what was his name?
There were like 2 or 3 guys that almost all the voices on The Simpsons. It's Harry Shearer, Don Castellaneta.
You might remember me from
Dan
such
Castellaneta.
movies. He always used to come on. He says, and he always used to like to do.
Oh, him. Dirk something. Yeah. You may remember me from such films as.
Yeah.
Yeah. What was his name in
He was
that?
on SNL, and he was in so many things, and he had this amazing voice. Just such a great voice.
Is this the
Phil
guy that
Hartman,
could?
thank you very much, Craig.
Phil Hartman.
Oh, the guy that his wife killed.
Yeah, he did Troy McClure in.
Yeah.
Troy McClure. That was it.
Phil Hartman had a really sad ending.
Yeah.
Who's the guy that used to do the really brilliant John Malkovich impression?
Oh, he's the one that did. He's the one that did the Bob Malkovich impression to Bob Malkovich.
To him. Yeah.
Is it Bob Hader?
That sounds about right. Yeah.
Oh, Bill Hader.
Bill Hader.
Bill Hader.
Bill Hader's
Yeah,
real
thank you.
Hader.
Yeah.
Yeah.
And he could also do the Al Pacino bit and all.
Because he sat there with John Malkovich. He says, I can do a John Malkovich. No,
Yeah, he
yes,
goes, I sound nothing like that. He goes,
and he says,
you sound exactly like this.
you sound exactly like.
Yeah.
I love John Malkovich. I love his voice.
I don't sound like that.
Oh dear. Yeah, Bill Hader does a lot of good impressions.
But you know, Don Rickles though, when he was doing some sort of like comedy thing, some sketch comedy show thing, and he's doing his bit and everything. It's all going perfectly well, and the director shouts, "Cut!" like that, and he goes, "What the hell was wrong with that?" He starts laying into people. There's nothing wrong with that. He says, "Look at us, 2 Jews waiting for a car."
It was that, but he's on. I think he was on the Tonight Show with Frank Sinatra, and Frank, because those two used to do so much stuff together. And, Frank says, "Oh, I was at this restaurant with Don, and Don comes over to me. He says, "Look, I'm here on a date with a girlfriend." And he said, "Look, I'm gonna, I just want to impress her, just so that if I come over, can you just like play along with me and say, you know me, that sort of thing." And and Frank says, "Tell you what," I said, "I'll come over to your table and ask how you're doing." So Frank gets up and he comes over and says, "Hey Don, how you doing?" And Don says, "What do you mean? I'm trying to impress a date here. Get out of here." He obviously tells it way better than I do.
Yeah.
It's hilarious.
Yeah, but there was this blooper with him, and he, for some reason, he's using a cue card for this take, and he's there going, "You're supposed to say you don't know." He goes, "Aren't they paying you enough? You have to read it. You don't even go. They can't pay you enough to read the script. What's going on here?"
He
Laying
was
into
king of
it.
the roast, wasn't he?
Yeah, and then once he's all cracked up, and it's like, that's it, we're over. It's not going to get this scene done, kind of thing. No, he was definitely a talented guy, for sure.
Well, even when he was getting really old, he was quick.
Yeah.
Very quick with the funny insults.
But I do like the two current guys, you know, when they do that. Because I'll watch those, you know, weekly update things of theirs.
Yeah, weekend update and that's
Yeah, weekend update and the traditional
Che
swap the
and-
jokes. Michael Che and
Scarlett Johansson's
since husband. Yeah.
or husband, yeah.
Yeah.
What's his name?
Not
Again,
sure.
another.
Yeah, exactly.
I haven't watched SNL for a while. It's always
Yeah.
with me. So
Oh, there's some fantastic. I just love the one when they write jokes for each other and trying to get
Yeah, they have
themselves
to
into
say each
shit.
other's. Yeah.
Yeah.
I really like
You
that Daryl Hammond guy who used to be on there. He did a great Sean Connery. He did a bunch of other really great characters, and they did Sean Connery on Jeopardy. And he's always
yeah.
misreading the titles. He goes, "I'll take the rapists for 200."
Yeah.
Colin Jost. That's it.
Yeah.
Colin Jost and Michael Che.
Colin Jost, that's it.
Yeah.
He goes, I'm going to do all these jokes in black voice so I don't get into trouble. He goes,
The
you haven't
best
seen
weekend updates were the ones that Norm did.
Exactly.
it.
Especially started goofing on
the
OJ
whole,
over
the whole
again.
OJ thing. There's some. I think I've said
Yeah.
that
Don
here before.
Allmeyer was friends with OJ and had to fire him because he couldn't take it anymore.
Somebody did a supercut of every single Norm weekend update where he ripped on OJ, and they've done it in chronological order. So it's, yeah,
I
that's the
gotta
case.
find
where
that.
It is gold. It's
Yeah.
absolute gold.
So a lot of people don't know this, but Norm, probably 10 years before he got sick, maybe more than that, he did a video podcast for a while.
Yeah.
And it's on, if you go to the Wayback Machine and just search for his podcast with his name on it, they have them all archived there.
Right.
And they're hilarious. I mean,
Yeah.
it just because it's all uncensored, it's off the cuff, and all these famous comedians come in, and it's really funny.
Yeah.
It's just,
He was.
Yeah.
He was.
because it's just him. It's not produced material. It's very good. Yeah.
He was one of the most natural
Yeah.
comics. It just literally poured out of him.
That you want to talk about sad? I was really sad that last appearance he had on Letterman.
Mm.
That was fucking sad because you knew he was dying of cancer at that point.
Yeah.
Yeah.
And
But he probably would have done that for a laugh, you know. That
Oh,
was
sure.
Kind of, you know,
Yeah.
his nature, wasn't it?
But, you know, I think we need something new now. Because a lot of the long-term institutions are beginning to get a little dull and predictable now. Like, you know, like Family Guy.
well, you don't like
and-
Tony Hinchcliffe, a piece of shit comedian.
Oh, I don't. Yeah. You see, because there's this American comedian. He's literally, and he's probably it's not intentional, I don't think, but he is literally just copying Jimmy Carr's way
That's
of doing
what
stuff.
Tony Hinchcliffe is kind of trying to do. He's a
Is he?
MAGA comedian. Yeah, he's a.
Right. No, him. I no, I don't think. I don't know. No, this guy's not MAGA at all. But he's kind of doing the same kind. It's based on, you know, a lot of it's just based on talking to the audience and using that as feed lines, you know, for stuff. And it's sort of like, yeah, well, you know, what's the next new thing going to be?
I don't know. We went to go see a comedian at the local improv a couple nights ago, and her crowd work was pretty bad. So some people just can't do it.
Well, this is it, you know.
I'm going to see Randy Feltface in March.
Mm.
No,
Actually, does a performance really?
yeah,
Is a puppet, right?
yeah.
Okay,
Yeah.
so he does like a Triumph thing. Does he?
He tours
Yeah.
on stage. He's
I didn't know
playing at the Theatre Royal, Drury Lane, which is one of the most
Oh, wow.
respected theatres in the West End.
I thought he was just a guy in line. I didn't know he did performances. That's
Well, I mean,
weird.
there's not many people. There's not many people that actually do ventriloquist acts. It's
Yeah.
been a dying
It's not
art.
ventriloquist, is it?
Well, I mean,
he's just
yeah.
under the
But I mean, saying that the ventriloquist thing has been dying out slowly. I know Miss Conti does the one where she now
Nina
puts the
Conti's
thing on
brilliant,
other people's
yeah.
faces and makes them
She
say
is
things.
very good.
But no, I think it's an American guy, the guy with the jalapeno, and the old grumpy guy
That's
and
I
the
know what you're
fluffy
talking
about.
blue
Forgot his
fella.
name.
Bill Dunham, something.
Is it
Yeah,
Dunham?
something
Jeff
like
Dunham.
that. Yeah,
Jeff Dunham.
Jeff Dunham.
Yeah.
I mean, he's
He had
still,
the Arab terrorist for a while. He hasn't. I don't think he's done that for a while. I kill you.
yeah. He should do though.
Yeah. I mean, maybe he does. I just haven't seen it that often.
I
But
think
Yeah,
he
true
came
enough.
close to getting canceled a couple times. He had to clean up his act a little bit. So
God, getting close to being cancelled. I mean, how do you cancel a comedian? If you carry on working, you're not cancelled.
well, there's some really bad ones that probably should be canceled. But
Well, there's always places that will want to book you.
yeah, for sure.
You can't get cancelled. It's
well, there
it's
is that
horse
one
shit.
over here. I can't remember his name, but he looks like an evil little cunt. And I've seen some of his material, and it is.
What, too far?
No, it's not even. It's not even funny.
Yeah.
Asinine.
He's a little ginger guy with like eyes that look like piss holes in snow,
Right.
and he makes a big deal about being cancelled. And he does some really. It's not funny stuff. It's just fucking vile stuff. It's not
Just all
funny.
mean spirited, not funny.
Yeah,
Yeah.
Oh, okay.
It's all squeeze, no juice. It's
Well,
just,
that doesn't have longevity, so he won't
Well,
be.
that's a lot of the mega comics do. They
Andrew
do this
something or
nasty
other.
stuff.
His name's Andrew. No, anyway,
Nah.
and he makes. You only ever hear about him when a theatre cancels his gig there because they've been made aware of his overtly right-wing, racist, homophobic,
Right,
shit.
okay.
Yeah.
I mean, like my kids, I often hear my kids berate Ricky Gervais. I actually kind of like Ricky Gervais because if you understand that, it's a joke
Yeah.
and in the full context, like Jimmy Carr, it's a joke in full context. It kind of makes
Especially with his
sense.
track
It's-
record, he's done so much great stuff.
Yeah.
it's just-
Yeah. And anybody who's an animal lover to his extent is always going to be good in
Yeah.
my book
Exactly,
anyway.
yeah.
I mean, The Office is great, but I always loved Extras. It was hilarious. It just
Oh, yeah.
yeah.
Afterlife, I thought was.
I still play
brilliant.
those blooper bits of the guys in the pub
Yeah,
with all these nicknames.
Yeah.
Billy the Cunt,
really can't.
Harold Shitmum.
I mean, speaking of David Bowie, even had David Bowie in there to call him the Fat Man,
Yeah,
singing
yeah.
the Fat Man song.
Yeah.
It was a good sport.
Yeah, for sure.
I love the I always forget her name. The one from Titanic.
What was the other? Liquor,
Winslet.
clit, all sorts.
The actress from Titanic.
Yeah, Kate Winslet.
Kate Winslet. Yeah, the one
Kate
she's
Winslet,
like
yeah.
the foul mouth extra, and that's it. That was great.
Or the one with Daniel Radcliffe. He
Yeah.
pulls out his condom. Or Patrick Stewart. And then
Oh,
all
that's
the
the best.
clothes fall off.
Patrick Stewart's the
And I
best.
could see everything.
You can see everything. Yeah.
Yeah. But like when he was doing the Golden Globes, and Ricky Gervais says something really offensive, and he goes, "I don't care.
Mel
care.
Gibson was the best.
He's your friend.
Yeah.
I don't care." Yeah.
Getting Mel Gibson was great. It's just
Oh yeah. Now I like a drink as much as the next man, unless that man is Mel Gibson.
and he takes it away. He forgot his drink there. He wanted to take it away from him.
Yeah.
And then he says, "So what does actually sugar tits mean?" So,
I always like the bit when him and Steve Carell did that,
Yeah. Give it back.
Yeah.
Yeah.
See, there's another funny guy, I think, Steve Carell.
Steve Carell. Yeah.
oh yeah, he's funny.
Yeah. He goes, I bet you got it with you. I've been told you carry it everywhere with you. Where is it? Where is it? Come on in. Come on in.
His
gonna give him
terrible
a
movie idea. What was this terrible movie called again? 0 Point Midnight or something like that. Operation something midnight.
Oh, pass.
It was on the American Office show. It was very funny.
Oh. Yeah. Now, when a lot of shows that are here are then aired, they're repackaged and then done in the States, and you can see why The Office had to be repackaged.
Well, I've watched the unrepackaged one, and it was fine. I didn't have a problem.
Yeah,
with
yeah.
it.
You see, but I don't think.
But I also like British shows and stuff. So.
Yeah, but the thing is because the way the office was set up here.
Yeah.
It's done in there's a whole different cultural background
Yeah.
that we will know about living here that Americans wouldn't. And
Oh,
there'd
yeah.
be
I don't
some
know
of
shit about Slough.
So
I
yeah, exactly.
Yeah.
So bringing it in and making it fit the American culture it was actually a brilliant move.
Well, they even have, I think, there's an Indian one. There's a couple different versions of it out there.
Oh God, yeah.
Yeah.
I think there's a South African version of it as well.
Yeah.
And of course, you go, and they give me the money.
Yeah, sure.
But things it gets blurry sometimes because I'll see a clip on YouTube of a game show, for instance, in the States, and I go, hang on a minute, there used to be a game show here in the
Remake of
70s,
something. Yeah.
and it's it's all exactly the same type of thing.
Well, why reinvent the wheel, right? Most Americans wouldn't know the difference, so what the hell?
Yeah. And you go, oh, it's you do hear people go, oh well, it's a cultural appropriation. You go, no, it was probably sold to them, mate.
Exactly.
And
that's why I was laughing. You guys say there was a precursor to Sanford and Son, which is so American. I thought it was hilarious when you guys said you had the show first over there or something else. So,
yeah, and it was much more near the knuckle.
Yeah.
But we'd always, and you see, that was another thing. At some points in some of the remakes, it feels weakened and watered down.
Yeah.
Compared with what we had, but we always were pushed shit harder here, anyway.
Although the Archie Bunker stuff was pretty hardcore for the time, so.
Yeah, oh, absolutely. Where we had the same. We had I think it was called Love Thy Neighbor. Was it? Robbie will know. We had a show here called Love Thy Neighbor, and it was about a black family that moved in next to a white family, and they go, "Oh no, you couldn't show that today now because it's terrible, it's racist." Yeah. But the actual whole point of the show was that the black guy and the white guy, which would kind of be at loggerheads, although the black guy wasn't at loggerheads with him, but he was. Yeah. But he was always be the one that loses. Right? So what's racist about that? Till death us do part, yeah. And it's really hard sometimes to work out which side of the Atlantic was the original concept with some of the shows, for sure. But even then, I mean, you get a lot of shows where they run too long, don't they? And you get like half of the last season is just god awful, and it kind of spoils everything that came before. Like, what shows that went on too long? Friends went on too long.
You think?
Yeah, I think it did. I think the last season, it was like, phone it in. They were getting paid $1 million each an episode. So, yeah, fucking hell. Read it out and get it done with. But the stories weren't as strong. So many things have been resolved. People have teamed up with people, and elements that were there have gone because they've been resolved at some point, And
I have this weird relationship with Friends because when I worked in video stores, we would play that like constantly during the day because you could only play certain things at certain times because of the certificates.
Yeah.
So we always just resolved to put Friends on because everybody liked Friends. It was everybody loves it. So I got to a point where I could, almost recite, whole seasons of Friends because it was constantly on in the shop.
Yeah.
But
then there was plenty of bloopers to keep you going as well afterwards.
Yeah.
It's really weird. She was just telling me, I didn't know this, but Tommy Lee Jones' daughter just died, right?
Yeah, apparently so.
Well, she was in our hotel that night we were there.
No way.
She died of a drug overdose, and they found her in the hallway somewhere.
Oh, for fuck's sake!
How fucking weird is that? It was the same night we were there,
right?
Man.
I tell you what was weird. I went on a skiing holiday in 1980, the beginning of 1983. That's a weird thing because I was at this high school in 82, and then my mum left my dad, and we got transferred to another high school.
Yeah.
But my parents had already paid for this skiing trip with the first high school, and so there had to be a bit of a negotiation. They let me go on it,
Yeah.
and I always remember going there. It was a brilliant. It was like a week school trip to this Swiss ski resort, and I always remember the name of it. And I've only ever heard it sort of mentioned once or twice since. And of course, it's the resort that that big fire happened at the other day, Crown Montana. I was like, wow, haven't heard that place reported in so many years.
Yeah.
It's a big ski resort, but yeah, that was the and I have a funny feeling, because it's only a small place, but I have a funny feeling that me and my mate used to have to go to lessons in the morning, ski lessons, and in the afternoon we were expected to practice, but we didn't have to. And so me and my mate thought, oh, fuck that shit, we're going into town. And I'm pretty sure that we got a coffee or a Coke or something at that very bar, but I don't know, I couldn't tell you. But yeah, weird.
Yeah.
That was scary. I mean, Jesus, underground basement club with your soundproofing, you on the ceilings, and then they're holding up champagne bottles with sparklers, and what do you expect?
Jesus.
Yeah.
Do you know what? There's still a that can only be described as a pussy pole going on in the chat here.
A pussy pole.
Yeah, of various young ladies in various TV roles.
Oh, right.
That caused certain sexual awakenings. Ranked in, I don't know what order they're ranked in, but if ranked is the right word. Boom.
Wanked. Not,
Did
not,
it.
wanked, not ranked. Yeah.
Yeah. But yeah, no, there was Red Dwarf did it as well. That overrun, I think it went too long.
Yeah. Yeah, I don't know. That was a weird one because it kind of finished, and we thought, oh, well, we would like a bit more. Then when they did a bit more, they moved from the BBC to Dave or something, didn't they?
Something like that. Yeah.
And everyone got very excited, and then I think the only people that ever really enjoyed it were the die-hard fans, and
Yes.
and everyone else was like, yeah.
But everything else had been pretty much, everything had been pretty much covered by then.
Yeah.
It's that kind of thing, isn't it?
There is only so much you can do.
Did you ever see the failed American pilot for that?
Yes.
So
Oh, it was terrible.
Yeah, I did. Yeah.
As so many, it's like the American IT crowd. Even though Richard Ayoade is in the American IT crowd, it's just horrible.
Yeah, as an IT guy, I never liked IT crowd. I don't get it, but I know people do like it. So
the thing with the IT crowd is not so much IT. It's the people that work.
No, it's a bunch of goofballs. And
everybody
stuff.
knows.
Yeah.
People like.
They know those people from everything else.
Yeah.
And the all wind is blowing.
Yeah. I loved him.
I particularly like that light. It flashes once, then goes out and flashes twice. See? I like that. Well, Richard Ayoade is...
he's amazing.
He's incredibly dry.
He's
Incredibly dry.
Yeah, he is
movie I
just
saw,
so
man.
funny without being... He's got his own little thing that nobody else does. And he's married to one of the Fox daughters, like not Amelia Fox. I think Amelia Fox is his sister-in-law,
Right.
or something. But he's married to one of the Fox daughters, and he often gets asked about fucking Lawrence Fox, and he said, "Yeah, everyone's just disowned him. Don't want anything to do with him. He's a fucking knob." Yeah. No, he's a very, very funny guy, and so is Chris O'Dowd as well, and Jen, the woman that plays Jen. I love her. She's very funny.
It's back on form. Okay.
Have you seen
Noted.
Chris Barry lately? He looks very old. But then I suppose he is.
That's because
getting
he
on a
is.
bit.
Yeah, we're
But I mean,
all
he
old.
looks-
Have
he
you
look-
not
he looks
noticed?
He looks like he looks beyond his years old.
Yeah, well.
Yeah.
Yes.
The show that was super popular, I never could get into it. I just thought it was kind of insulting in general because it's the Big Bang Theory is just ridiculous.
Never really. I mean, I see bits of it and think, oh yeah, that looks good. Maybe I'll sit down and watch that, and I never do.
Yeah.
Do you know what? I'm trying to
My
remember it.
style show. I just
Oh, Big Bang. Oh, right, okay.
there's a bunch of science people being goofy. And
Yes,
doing
yeah.
things, and it's just the stuff
Well, that could be classed as a show that went on too long as well, because once the relationships have been established, that's really what it was. That was the premise of the show from the start, really. And so everything would, sort of like, well, we've done everything, but let's keep going because we're making money.
Yeah.
Yeah.
It's just kind of like the old sitcom formula that's just old and tired, So
I do admire show
tracks and all
writers that know when something has to stop and stop it well, like Breaking Bad.
oh, it did perfectly.
I like
Yeah,
that.
absolutely perfect.
Very
Same
few
with
shows end well.
Yeah.
same with
I like that.
Stranger Things. Stranger Things, perfect. Tells the story, get to beginning and that's it. End of story.
I can't help getting the feeling though that you really like this show.
He really does. I
don't know what it is.
Good. I kind of petered out. I watched the whole thing anyway, but I really enjoyed the first couple seasons. After that, I was like, it's more old hat stuff.
No, I think it's because I must be slightly empathic, but I get this feeling that he really, really likes the show. Yeah.
I'll show you my collection of soundtrack cassettes. They only did the first 3 seasons, and they stopped doing them after that. But they come in special. They made them look like miniature video VHS cassettes. And
Yeah, but
I'm a big Stranger Things fan because I love nostalgia. And
oh, don't worry, mate, I get
that's
it.
my era.
I have pictures of shadow ships in the fucking landing.
My only issue with Stranger Things is they kind of shove the nostalgia down your throat. I love nostalgic things, but it seemed like after a while they're like, oh, remember this kind of thing, more than just organically happening.
I think maybe the first couple of seasons was a bit like that, but when season 3 and 4, particularly with the Russian thing, and it was less of that. It seemed to distance itself a bit more, but there was always cultural references in it. I think I don't know. For me, it just ticked all the boxes. It had a brilliant story. It was that classic kind of hero tale, or hero's tale of kids. It had all these little references and nods to all the classic things that I loved. At that time, the music was great. The blend of the soundtrack with the original. Like, again, I don't think I'm spoiling this for anyone, but in the last episode, you go from When Doves Cry to Purple Rain, which plays a pivotal part in the episode. Then you go to Landslide from Fleetwood Mac, and then you go to some other, and the whoever was responsible for the musical direction on that was bang on. I thoroughly enjoyed it, and it ended so well. And there is apparently going to be a spin-off, but it's going to be
I heard there's something else
over here somewhere. Again, I won't mention because it'll probably spoil things, but it's none of the different time, different era, different characters, but there will be this kind of link. It's like a little thread that connects the two.
Well, you know what the perfect comedy series is? From the first frame to the last.
Faulty Towers.
No.
No?
Blackadder.
Oh, Blackadder, yeah.
Yeah, Blackadder's good.
Yeah. Thank God he got Flash Heart in it.
Yeah.
I'm glad he's known for something else other than Mr. Bean.
Yeah, I was never mad on Mr. Bean.
I don't get. Yeah, it's just very.
I always thought that was beneath him.
Yeah.
And yet, it's one of his biggest money makers, isn't it?
He
Really.
used to do a Mr. Bean type before Mr. Bean was Mr. Bean.
Yeah.
He used to do a character.
Yeah, the
that was,
hello.
Yeah, very Mr. Bean-y.
Beaneth.
Yeah. Bean adjacent, I think is the current phrase. He was Bean adjacent.
Soft bean.
Yeah. And that was fine.
He was some
Yeah.
kind of legume. Yeah, it was a.
Yeah.
Yeah.
But yeah.
Yes,
I
series one. I don't like series
Couldn't
one
believe-
as much as I like the others. But then I think it was still finding its, like I said, it was finding what it was. But by the time you get to when Laurie is Prince. What was he in it?
Oh, the print. Yeah.
Yeah,
It's the Prince of Wales, but
Prince of Wales. Yeah, but
but
he,
I can't
blah,
remember.
blah.
Yeah.
Yeah, and he was an absolute idiot. And Blackadder is the smart one,
Yeah.
which is complete role reversal from the first, the original series, first series. Yeah,
But
I love the one with Dr. Johnson.
Because haven't they said that if they found the right story, and if everyone was up for doing it, they would make another series, but
Yeah,
it would obviously have to be 20th century. And what could you do?
yeah.
I
Especially
think
considering how perfect and poignant
ending,
the ending of Fourth
the fourth
was. You go, ooh, here. I think you've peaked, mate.
Yeah, I mean that was
You finished
pretty
at
special.
the
Yeah.
top. Yeah, well, it won awards that final episode,
Yeah,
and it's so it's almost tear jerking, proper
absolutely,
tear
yeah.
jerking, But yeah, no, I did like that. I think was it Blackadder third with Prince. What's his fush? That was
I think my
that was a
favourite
funny.
has to be the second one with the
Never
Queen.
saw the
Yeah,
whole thing. I
Queen
need to
Elizabeth,
watch the rest of it.
Queenie.
With Queenie. Yeah, I mean, yeah, okay,
That was.
yeah.
Have you seen Pluribus?
Yeah. Oh man, that's so good.
That's good. I haven't finished it yet, but I'm still.
Oh, so I cannot wait for season 2 because the end of season 1 is just like no.
Yeah.
No, brilliant. I mean, not just from a story point of view, it's so beautifully shot,
Yeah.
and it uses this kind of technique of thirds, whether it's horizontal or vertical. Everything is so lovely to watch.
He's come a long way. He used to write for X-Files, then he
Yeah,
did some
that's
other
right.
stuff, then he did Breaking Bad, and
Yeah.
so, it's-
And she is amazing. Ray Seahorn is
She's very
just
good.
brilliant.
Now, you
It's
see-
a really good show.
There's another one. I haven't seen a single episode, not 1 second of Breaking Bad.
Oh,
mate,
man.
you don't know. You would honestly do not know what you're missing.
No,
it's
actually,
very good.
that's a lie. I've seen the odd clip of it on YouTube. I can see that it's a deep, complicated series.
I remember people when it first came out. I remember lots of people saying, "Oh, Breaking Bad is amazing, amazing." And I remember watching or seeing clips, like you said, on YouTube and thinking, "Nah, don't know."
Yeah, the clips didn't look interesting. I had to
Yeah,
just jump in
sure.
and watch it.
And then
Yeah.
somebody was telling me, "You've got to watch it." You said, "You'll never believe who the guy that plays the main character." So it's too late. My name's escaping me at the moment. He said, and I go, "But he's the guy. He's the dad in Malcolm of the Middle."
Yeah,
Yeah.
that's what's so
Well,
great about it.
Yeah.
I'm like, so then I thought, well, I've got
Against
to watch
type.
this because
Yeah.
I didn't make that connection.
I mean, I have decided that I will sit down with Fiona and we will watch them. We will watch them.
You've got to.
And we
it
will
is
do what
essential television.
And it was one particular scene I think I saw that I think is from Breaking Bad. And I was going, interesting. And that's the guy. There's this old guy in his
The wheelchair with the bell.
little
with the bell.
Yeah.
Yeah, and he blows it, and the guy walks out, and the justice tie, and then of course
Yeah,
half his
it's
face
half-
is missing.
Oh
I'm going,
man, you saw that before. Yeah, that was a good
Yeah.
build-up. You missed
Yeah,
it.
yeah.
You had to see that fresh.
Yeah,
because it was
yeah, because I did see the scene where they build up with him putting a bomb under the chair and explaining him why he'd be better off dead anyway, and it'd be helping him out.
But even all the history long before that, because they hated each other for a long time.
Yeah.
Yeah, but then I saw another scene where he was working with the guy, and I'm so that's interesting. So people are falling out with each other, and relationships
Well, it's a
are being
cartel,
made.
man. It's bad news.
And it's based around money and whether this guy can produce 2 pounds of product or not, and all the rest of it. And I'm going, yeah, do you know what? I think we will sit down and binge this. I have to wait for Fiona to finish Burn Notice.
The great thing about it is, not to spoil anything, because I'm trying not to, but a science nerd who's having health issues becomes this like rock star, like drug guy. And he's really good at it because he really knows his science. He ends up being, changes his character a bunch of times. It's really good.
It's all right. You're not actually spoiling anything, because I kind of picked that up from clips I have seen.
Yeah.
That are mixed up in other videos I was watching.
You don't
and they go
often
to a
get
clip
like
of that.
a nerdy science teacher being a cool guy and like a badass.
I think Jackie walked in when I was watching the episode. I think it was episode 2 or 3 of the first season when they dissolve the body in acid in the bath. Yeah. And she said, "Oh no, I'm not watching that." She's refused to. I said, "Look, honestly, I'll watch it on my own. I'm happy to do that." But I keep trying to say, look, we've got, now most things are kind of wrapped up for them. Why don't we watch? Because I'm happy to watch it all over again because it was superb. But I haven't quite.
Because from the clips I've seen, I got the impression that he was quite the mild-mannered janitor kind of character, and he just got harder and harder and harder.
Yeah.
And he's still, towards to the end of it, he's still desperately trying to hang on to that, who he really is.
Yeah.
But and not what he's become, but he's become, it's all very.
I take the marriage and everything has fallen apart at some point as well.
I'm not going to say.
Yeah, you have to see.
Okay,
but
okay.
It's like anything else. It's hard to put the genie back in the bottle. He's trying to shove it back in there.
Yeah. I'm with you. Yeah. So that's one that's gone onto the list now. And
then Better Call Saul, is a spin-off of that.
Spin-off, a very different style.
Yeah. I must admit that's.
And I just want to go to Albuquerque. I want to visit Albuquerque because it looks so, especially in Pluribus, he makes it look so beautiful.
Yeah.
It's pretty hot and dull. Actually.
Yeah, I know. So everyone keeps telling me, but it just looks amazing.
But Santa Fe, you got to go to Santa Fe. It's beautiful.
Yeah.
Just a short drive away. Santa Fe is really nice.
Yeah, so I think there's always a series that I will return to that I've already seen anyway, and could probably actually just quote the entire script as well. It's Babylon 5. I always go back to Babylon 5.
Yeah. How about you like Sopranos? That's a good one.
I started it. I've yet to continue it.
I watched it twice. It's so good, but it's
that's a dark one, isn't it?
It's the best gangster stuff that's not a movie. It's really, really good. Yeah, the guy's dead now, but he did. It's his best work ever. I'm never a huge fan of his, James Gandolfini, and various things, but he really pulled out all the stops for that role.
Yeah, it is very good. But I love my Babylon 5. I must admit.
Oh, for sure.
I didn't think there would be anything that would a science fiction series that would come along that would.
Expanse was good. Did you see that?
Yeah, I did. But no, Babs just did it for me. I loved it.
Yeah,
I loved how Babylon 5 had poor people in it, and then
it's not too far in the future, and you're seeing all these different alien cultures at a deeper level than any other show.
Yeah, and you got this religious conflicts and Christ knows what, but it was poor people in it and then you noticed, maybe it's through the success of Babylon 5, I speculate, but then you started to see that there was people and poor people in Star Trek all of a sudden.
Well, they did get ideas
before
from
that.
him,
Everybody was like perfectly happy and fine, thank you very much, and then you started seeing that there was an underclass, whether we were in the Federation or not.
So there you go.
Yeah. So, but there again, Star Wars probably kicked that one off. To be honest, before science fiction, everything was clean and shiny and worked.
You had a few things. Silent Running is kind of grungy. It's not pretty. It's worn, lived in kind of environments.
Yeah, kind of. But I mean, there was robots doing everything for him anyway. But there was a certain clinical element to it. I mean, but it didn't give the impression that, at least in that environment, everything was, that there wasn't really anything wrong. Whereas,
Except he's by himself with some fucking robots.
yeah, but in Star Wars, you got slavery, you got all sorts of injustice and poverty, hunger, you name it. People in rags, for Christ's sake, and the whole sort of thing you don't see in science fiction at all, really, before that. And now it's the thing.
Star Wars isn't really science fiction.
It isn't. It's fantasy, space adventure. Yeah,
well, you know what I mean. But
even Lucas said it wasn't science fiction.
I must admit that particular thing it's always irked me slightly because no, it's not science fiction. It's science fiction, fantasy. When I go, well, science fiction is supposed to be based on fact. Show me anything in Star Trek that's fucking based on fact.
Well, it is. It's just
the shields, facts. The warp drive.
Yeah, but that's technology of the future. And there's some after original Star Trek came out.
Well, until it exists, it's just fantasy, isn't it?
But there are several technologies in the original Star Trek that already came to pass.
Like
in one form or another.
Like what?
Not shields, not force fields, not warp drive, but a lot of other stuff. Medicine.
Yeah,
and medicine, and then
3D printing.
I mean, they had goddamn tapes in Star Trek. Come on, data storage on tapes.
Yeah, in fairness, it was done in the '60s, wasn't it? So
exactly.
Yeah, I agree, but I like to. No, I think science fiction is just the one. It's just the one. There you go.
But it has, allegory, humanist stuff going on in it. It's got a lot of other things happening.
Sure enough, yeah.
Allows you to talk about race and gender and sexual preference without pissing everybody off.
Star Trek was always holding up a mirror to society.
Yeah, exactly.
And telling
and the best science fiction does that.
Yeah.
Yeah. Well, I think Babs did it in a big way, actually.
Oh, for sure.
There was even, racial bigotry and all sorts going on in that, wasn't there?
And the military industrial complex, all that bullshit.
Yeah, and taking the technology of the shadow ship to incorporate into
one alien group creates the Psychor folks, right? Aliens seed the technology into the humanity, right? And then the military gets a hold of it and corrupts the shit out of it and treats them like garbage.
Yeah.
So in a way, the Psychor was slaves as well.
Yeah, absolutely, yeah.
So it's really dark.
Yeah. It is. Yeah, it is dark.
Because what was your choice? You join the Corps and you help out. You become a renegade hunter the rest of your life, or you take the sleeper drugs and want to kill yourself.
Yeah.
They had nowhere to go.
Yeah.
So.
Yeah, you look at the way Lita was treated.
Oh, sure, like the worst. Plus, she was treated by the aliens as well.
Yeah.
She was shit on all sides.
Yeah. And then she became P10. Everybody look out.
Well, then she was a bad guy, right? Now they're out to hunt her because now she's dangerous.
Yeah.
So.
Yeah, but
she was also. At this point, I have no idea what you're talking.
Good. Enjoy the series.
It is. It's if you're into science fiction, it's worth watching. At least once.
But it's gritty. Do you know what I mean? It's
gritty. The CGI is old hat, but it's still cool. But the fact that they have everything digital, you can do impossible camera moves and alien ships that are like living ships and other cool stuff that was not practical back then at all. There's no way. So for a TV show, it was pretty insane.
Well, I must admit, that series cost me a shitload of money. Because that's what got me into Lightwave, isn't it?
Oh, we're talking about Babylon 5.
Babylon 5, sorry, yeah.
Yeah.
And it cost me a shitload of money, that series. It really did. Thousands.
Well,
but enjoyable hours of staring at a screen, watching lines slowly work their way across. Another frame.
And you have models you can print anytime you want, right? So
yeah.
All the hard work.
I've got I've got an Agamemnon I've got to build. downstairs in the cupboard downstairs by the door. And I've got an original. I say original. The model isn't original, but it is of the original Martian Machine from the '56 film.
Oh, you bought kits?
Yeah.
Oh, nice. Very cool.
Although that needs to paint, so I've got to get that lovely sort of like goldy bronze that you spray on the inside to get for the main bodywork and stuff.
Yeah.
And then you have LEDs for the green bits.
Yeah, those were cool looking ships.
But the bit I really like, there's 3 LEDs that go in the bottom. And they say if you blow smoke on it, you'll be able to see the 3 electric legs that apparently it walks on. It does float, but
you can barely see them in the movie.
Yeah, the little laser legs that prop it up off the ground. Yeah.
But I love the fact that they use like a car ignition for the sound.
Yeah.
Yeah, it worked.
Yeah, it fucking works, man. Yeah. And the sparkler out the nose.
Yeah, the cheap sparkler effect. But I mean,
yeah.
George Powell was good at taking cheap stuff and make it look cool.
But then I loved the Martian Machines as contrived by the album. I loved the way they look.
With the walking legs, yeah.
Yeah, with the big legs. Yeah. And that was very, 18th century kind of industrial look to it. Do you know what I mean?
Yeah.
And it was fucking brilliant. The Tom Cruise ones, yeah, they're okay.
The sound
is my favourite.
But I didn't
yeah.
Didn't really
but
like the movie.
They're okay, but they're not. They didn't conjure up the same kind of enthusiasm, shall we say?
Oh, they did have that big kind of anus thing that sucked them up into the ship, right?
Oh yeah. Yeah.
Remember that, the big orifice that went into the net and picked them up?
Yeah.
In my opinion, nobody has ever properly captured War of the Worlds on film or TV and done it justice.
What, compared to the original book?
Compared to the book?
Oh, yeah. Absolutely. Yeah, the book is, it's got to be read. And preferably read by, what's his mush? Oh, Christ. Orson Welles. It's really enjoyable when it's read by Orson Welles.
Well, it made people commit suicide. It worked, right?
Yeah. I mean, it's quintessentially a British story set in Woking and Chobham and Nap Hill and so
just over there.
Yeah, literally.
Yeah, it is literally about 5 mile up the road.
Yeah.
Yeah, the first cylinder landed on Horsell Common.
Horsell Common, yeah.
Yep.
You didn't like the modern old timey version that they had?
Well, the BBC one, no.
Yeah.
And then there was this god awful one that was made by a
Tripods.
Small budget film company called, I can't remember what they're called now, but it was horrible. No, there's
there was that Tripods as well, which is kind of a kind of.
The thing is that the War in the Worlds story has been told so many. I mean, Independence Day, fucking War of the Worlds.
Yeah.
The story has been told a million times, but it's never been told the proper way that follows the book, because the book is incredible. But I suppose the book is incredible because it was written in just before the turn of the century.
Yeah.
And if you put yourself in that mindset that aliens were invading in during Queen Victoria's reign, the only thing that's ever come close is Jeff Wayne.
Yes. At least it's got Thunderchild in it.
Yeah. It's the only thing that comes close.
Yeah.
Even though the music is distinctly 1970s music.
Well, it's CS80, mate.
It still tells the story more authentically than any other film production has ever been able, or TV production. Because I had really high hopes when the BBC announced it a few years ago. They were doing this thing with Rafe Spall, and I can forget the actress's name now. And they showed the clips, and it was period. And I thought, at last, finally. Yeah. And then they get like 2/3 of the way through. Actually, no, they lost me when the first ones landed in Horsell, they started to divert a little bit, but I kind of thought in my mind I cut them a little bit of slack, and then they just went off, and they went off piste, and I thought, no, you've pandered
went into War of the Worlds, the spin-off.
Yeah,
Yeah, okay, yeah.
You've got to stick with the story.
Because I think because in the story they have the short spider Martian machines with the basket, the electrified basket on the back that's picking up the people and keeping them in the basket.
Yeah.
They kept that in the record as well.
I mean, to be fair, the Tom Cruise one follows the story more closely than anything else.
Well, at least it unscrews.
It unscrews.
And then
You've got the Tim Robbins character.
Yeah.
You know, the artilleryman.
Yeah.
But he's not the artilleryman. But you know, they adapted it better than I think anything else has done.
Yeah.
But it still needs. And the thing is, every time somebody tries it, you've then got to wait 10 years before somebody else will put
on the record. David Essex was the artilleryman, wasn't he?
He was, yeah.
He did that really well, you know.
He did that very well, and I'm not a massive David Essex fan.
No, but he did that.
But he did
well.
that very well. And Phil Lynott as the Mad Vicar.
Yes.
Oh, I mean, what a cast that was.
was
Judy Covington,
fantastic.
wasn't it?
Judy Covington, yeah.
Yeah.
And of course, starring the CS80.
Yeah.
Yeah, it was so great to hear synthesizers played musically with orchestra. Don't think that really happened before. But played musically even more so, you know?
Yeah.
Because synthesizers weren't played very musically, if you know what I mean.
Well, you had theremin play with orchestra way back when. That's cool.
True. Yeah, true enough. But you know, in this sort of like this kind of polyphonically musical kind of way, whereas before it was always about the weirdest sounds you could do and stuff
It was all
like
about
that.
special effects, wasn't it?
Yes. Yeah. But yeah, and it was a great double album. I remember getting it from the record shop. And we just kept playing it on repeat over and over and over again. Couldn't get enough of it until it's time to go to bed. Loved every fucking second of it. It was brilliant.
Hey guys, I got to jam. I got to get some food. I've been here too long.
All right.
Stomach's saying eat, eat, eat. So
His tummy says it's time for tea.
tummy time. Yeah. So, see everybody. Thanks.
See you later, Andy.
See you later, bye.
Bye.
If I remember rightly, the only thing I can play on bass guitar is the beginning of side 2.
Dum,
Dum 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 dum
It's a great
dum
little
dum
line,
dum
that.
dum
Yeah.
dum 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 dum. Yeah, absolutely fucking fantastic. Yeah. Cool, bloody hell. We ain't off shot the breeze bloody this afternoon, mate. Well, tonight, I should say.
I've only
We
been
talked
at
about
half-time.
fucking everything from ghosts to,
Oh, I missed that one.
oh, yeah, you know, cars. We've done cars, haven't we? In great detail. And idiots flying off of roundabouts. And Christ knows what else.
Can't beat an idiot flying off around.
Oh, it's always good. Especially if they fly towards the camera, it's even better.
Yeah.
Especially, you know, if they were prepared enough, so as they fly by, they go, "I'm Batman," yeah, or something like that, you know. But it'd be more like isn't it? Yeah, obviously mobile phone texting was involved in all three of them.
Yeah.
Yeah, there's no way you didn't see that, 40-foot wide roundabout. Except, mate, well, to be honest, the one with that silver van, he was coming out from behind another car on the bend, so he wouldn't have seen it until it was too late.
Yeah, but the thing was, as you approach the roundabout, I know that stretch. I used to travel that stretch of road every day. They put these big yellow lines across both carriageways.
That's true. Yeah,
for at least
to let you know
300 yards.
To let you know there is a roundabout coming up. Yeah,
because it is on a corner. You do sort of come round a corner.
Yeah,
and they put these big yellow lines that not only you see them, but you feel them because you get as
Right.
you go over them. And they are at least for the first three or the final 300 yards because you got the 3, 2, 1 markers. And there's big fucking signs that says roundabout, straight across Norwich, right, Attleborough. How he obviously wasn't paying any attention whatsoever. Either didn't know the road or, was on his phone or something.
Yeah.
Bonkers.
Yeah, but being on your phone travelling that speed.
Being on your phone in the car at any time is just stupid.
Yeah, but at that speed, it's just the recipe for death.
But then, this is what you get, unfortunately, with a lot of van drivers. Obviously, they're working. A lot of them probably self-employed. They're busy. But it's no excuse. Absolutely no excuse. Because, what if your family had been in a car travelling in the opposite direction and that thing comes over and boom, lands on you?
Yeah. Yeah, but that's what I was worrying about. That it's just there was no sign of that van anywhere when Matey Boy comes round about it. Just where is it?
Yeah.
There's no smoke. It's just like it shot off into the clouds or something.
Yeah.
It's bizarre. I don't know. It makes you wonder.
Indeed you do.
So there you go.
So what are we going to put on the ProSynth Network stand at Synth East this year?
A very wet Jupiter 4. I don't know.
I always like to do a theme. I always like to have not just a random collection of.
Well, I would hazard a guess that you want to pick a theme that doesn't involve having to move the DX1.
Well, yes, that's already.
Yeah.
So
you could be the star of the show. Take what's under the blanket.
Well, blanket synth will be known.
Will it?
By then, yes.
Oh, okay.
It'll be known by then.
Well, then you can take it then, can't you?
But I have a feeling that the distributor of that company in the UK will probably be there as well and will almost certainly...
You don't want to do any thunder stealing?
Well, I won't be doing thunder stealing. It'll just be...
Well, you will if you got one there as well.
If they haven't brought one, I mean, maybe I need to speak to them.
Yeah, maybe, have a very long conversation with them first. Yeah. You don't want to tread on any fucking toes, mate.
Well, no, I don't think it'll be that
well,
much
just in case,
I did think about doing the Sonicware Liven Orchestra, where I take all the Sonicware Livens and mount them on a board.
Yeah.
And then have them all linked up, all via the sync cable, so they can all, talk to each other in time. But then I thought, no, that just gets a bit messy because I'm not entirely sure if that would work.
Okay.
Then I've got this. I feel obliged to bring the Osprey drum synthesizer because I was talking with the guy that invented it just the other day. Actually, he's got an amazing customer. I'm not sure I'm able to. Yeah, Harry Connick Jr. has ordered one.
Oh,
I know,
cool.
right?
Is he still going?
Yeah, and he's really into that kind of stuff.
Oh wow.
But I said to him, look, because he said he'll try and get up to, because he lives like Warwickshire, sort of just southwest of Birmingham, I think. He said getting to Norwich and staying over is going to be a bit of a financial stretch for him. So I said, look, I'll happily bring it and show people, and I'll hook it up and let people play with it. But I can't just have that. There's got to be some other stuff. I did have an idea. What was the idea I had the other day? Oh, that's it. I was gonna set up the Keystep Pro.
Yeah.
Hook the Osprey up as the drum machine, and then have 3 other instruments attached to it that aren't very common. So I thought, well, I'll bring the Mask 1EX. That's a nice small little thing.
Yeah.
Nobody, not a lot of people have got one of those.
Well, from what I'm hearing, not a lot of people are very au fait with the PB12.
No. And that was another idea I had, was because I wrote that piece for Gear News the other week, all about expressive synthesizers. So I thought, well, I could bring Polyroot 12. I could bring Osmos 61. But the other thing is, as much as I like to bring these things out for people to show, it's having lots of random people pour over your synthesizers and play them.
Yeah.
Without most of the time, the people are very good with that. But
Oh yeah.
I don't know. I need to think of something quick because February, whenever it is, 20 something.
It's only about
about
6 weeks.
6 weeks.
Yeah,
away
7
from next
weeks.
week.
Yeah.
It's going to be a
Yeah.
busy weekend.
It'll leak that up. It'll leak that up quick and all.
Because I'm up there on the Friday night because they've got they're showing a film and they got a Q&A thing at the end of that.
Yeah.
And then I go back up on the Saturday with whatever we take. Meet Peter there as well.
Yeah.
Give him that CS15D that I've got, which I think he's bringing to you to have a once over. But it looks on the surface, it looks in really good condition.
Yeah. Christ, that's another thing. I mean, literally the week after Dawlish, I've got to take that downstairs.
Oh, yeah.
It's bye-bye
Yes,
CS80.
indeed. But isn't he bringing another one?
It's still a might be.
Right.
He said customs have been a bit of a wank of late, apparently.
Yeah.
So, because non-EU country.
Yes.
So he's coming from an EU country into a non-EU country. He said they suddenly get very, very picky.
I'm not looking forward to going to Berlin this year, although it's the one that it'll save me the bother when I go to Italy. Because now, travelling into Europe, we have to do the whole biometric thing. So
Right, okay.
You only need to do it. You only need to set it up once, and you can only set it up at the border. So when I go to Berlin,
Okay.
I'm going to have to do the whole thing at Stansted, where I scan your fingerprints and all that kind of stuff.
Right, and forms to fill out?
I don't think so. I think it's just like it's all done automated on the machine, and you just go up and you scan your passport and you do your fingerprints, and then I think it ties everything up. And then any subsequent thing, no, it's not a UK thing, Wags. It's a EU thing. Because we've left the European Union, they now say, well, no, we don't trust you. So,
And who can blame them?
yeah. But when I go to Italy a few months later, I won't have to do it because once you've done it, and that's it. It's stored, and then it's only when you go back, or they want to check you that they might do. Because it's like whenever you go into America, they scan your fingerprints every time.
Well, it might be because, Wags, it might be because the EU hasn't got the arse with Switzerland.
Yeah.
Because us pulling out didn't do them any good. And they go, we will punish you for being twats.
But it went live, I think, September, October last year. And there was a bit of a bottleneck because things weren't quite working, but they reckon it's all sorted now. So they don't think it's going to add too much time, but I'm going to be getting to Stansted and maybe an hour earlier than I normally would, just to make sure that I get through it all.
Well, yeah.
In time.
Remember, boredom is unplanned tranquility.
Indeed. Yeah, but in Stansted...
Yeah. There's no such thing as tranquility in Stansted, is there?
Oh, I might even fork out for lounge access on that day. I don't know.
Well, as it's known around, Stansted has always been known around here as the poor man's airport.
It's not awful. It's actually, I mean, it is a small London airport. It's not Heathrow or Gatwick. I mean, Gatwick ain't all that.
No, Gatwick's always been, the poor relation of Heathrow.
Yeah.
According to Fiona, anyway.
Oh yeah, it is by a long shot. I mean, Heathrow is when Heathrow is working fine, particularly Terminal 5. Terminal 5 is really good. When everything's working fine, it's brilliant. When it's not, it can be an absolute nightmare. Luton is it still smacks of a provincial airport.
Yeah.
Even though it's London Luton, it still feels like a little provincial airport.
Yeah, because what you got to realise here, I mean, the sky above this house looks like there's a invisible spider making a web every fucking morning. You've never seen so many aircraft in the sky at once. It's ridiculous.
Yeah.
You know, and because they used to have this thing where it didn't matter what altitude you were, you weren't allowed to fly over Heathrow. And they've changed that now, and you can.
Right.
But you see a lot, nearly always, I think 3 times a week, you will see 2 aircraft, probably at about, 35,000 feet or so, going this way early morning, and they're racing each other. And there's literally, you couldn't get a cigarette paper between the vapor trails. And
Yeah, but in actual fact,
they're
there's
racing.
probably about 2.5 miles between them. Because
No, there isn't. And the reason for that is that when you look at the aircraft, they're both exactly the same size
yeah, but
and travelling at the same speed.
up there, the distances are.
Well, this is the thing. The vapor trails are dissipating at the same rate, which means they're at the same altitude.
Yeah, but that on a, remember 3 dimensions. They
Yeah,
might
yeah.
be the same height, but they might, if they can't be more than a mile.
Oh no,
or 2
they're
apart.
not. They're not close. They're not physically close to each other, but they are on exactly the same heading, and they are definitely racing. Yeah, and they're out there most mornings. You'll see 2 planes having a race like that, because you could go behind the other plane, sort of thing, sort of like. But yeah, you have to seem to have a little race at each other, I suppose. You've got people looking out the window at the other plane behind them. But there's always planes, just planes everywhere.
Yeah.
And then there'll be a pack of them over here, just flying around in circles,
Yeah.
waiting for clearance to come in that big spiral of theirs that they have over here. And I think there's another one which is right over there, but it's actually quite a long way away. I can't see it from here. But you can see the southern one, anyway. And it's just aircraft everywhere all the time.
Yeah.
So, I mean, I remember when my cousin came over from Ireland, and he goes, how do you put up with the noise? I went, what noise? He said, all these aircraft. I said, oh, them. No. Just used to it,
Yeah.
Because there's so many planes in the sky all the time. How do you put up with it? Yeah, don't notice it, mate.
No. It was like when I used to go and see mother-in-law when she lived in Chobham.
Yeah.
She'd have exactly the same stuff,
Yeah.
but you just after a while you just don't hear it. It's like I've got a bloody great 4-lane motorway at the back of my house,
Yeah.
and you just don't notice it.
You wouldn't know it, no. You get used to these things. You tune these things out anyway.
Yeah.
If they are in any way sort of intrusive, you do after a while just don't hear it.
So,
Yeah. Although, I wish I could say that about my tinnitus. It drives me fucking mad some mornings,
I
honestly.
think I
Robbie.
might be starting because I'm sat here sometimes, and not when I've got my headphones on and stuff, but when I'm just like watching the TV, I can just hear this high pitched, just there all the time. So I don't know whether I've probably damaged them over the years, or I don't know. It didn't help when I went to see Terence Trent D'Arby, or the artist formerly known as Terence Trent D'Arby. And the only place I could get to that I wouldn't have to be stood behind some lanky streak of piss that meant I couldn't see the stage was right in front of the fucking PA. Literally, it was there.
Yeah.
And they were kicking out some fucking... It was one of those ones where it actually kind of hurt. At peak levels, you could sort of wince, So
Yeah.
I don't know if you get that thing when you hear something really loud, particularly at a certain high pitch, that it makes you sort of go a bit dizzy.
Yeah.
It's like, oh, fuck.
He said, I mean, the thing about the tinnitus that is pissing me off is when I put on a very, very expensive string library, it will distort in this ear.
Yeah.
And you go, but I want to use the expensive ones.
Yeah, I do have earplugs, Bicky, but I always forget to take them with me. And the times I take them with me are the times when I don't need them, really. So
Yeah.
it's stupid, but yeah, I got these ones that I actually bought them when I was gigging, and they fit in. They're like clear. They're like this clear silicon, but they've got like a little hole, and it just filters out those damaging frequencies.
Yeah.
Without everything else, you can still hear everything. It's just. No,
Oh, did I tell you about the message I got on one of the pubs, one of the comments?
No.
Remember, I was playing the Hydra, and then it suddenly played everything that I just played back.
Oh yes, you did. You said.
Yeah, and the guy said there's a firmware for it.
Yeah, you got to hit them up for it.
Yeah, so I'm going to put that on.
Or just drop Ken an email. He'll sort you out.
Yeah, all right. But
I've got to speak to him soon.
I need to get that Pro 3 sorted out as well. Must get around to getting that done because I've barely played it yet. And to have it like just die like that.
Right,
So I mean, I got it to come back of sorts because before you used to turn it on, just nothing happened. And I did a reset, and then it sort of came back. And then put the firmware on, which takes for fucking ever to load this firmware.
Yeah.
I don't know, what the hell? It took like 10 minutes. You know? It's like, why? How big is this firmware? You know? And it fails. At the very last light, it goes, no. Well, it's like, fucking hell. So, but like I said, the lights that remain on and flash, I think are some sort of diagnostic code, and they mean something if you have the books.
Yeah.
So, and this subsequent 37 I worked on today, well, didn't work on today, because I went online, there's nothing. No service manuals, nothing is available. Which screams to me, must go to a Moog service centre, approved Moog service centre. Because there's no manual available. I mean, anywhere. I really looked around. So, poor old bloke's going to have to just collect it and then go and find somewhere that's going to literally bend him over the desk and go take it like a man. Because it's going to cost money. So, which is a bit of a shame. But I don't know what it is about the subsequent 37 though, because I think I got the service manual for the grandmother, but not for the Moog 1. So, make of that what you will. And it depends on how in music want to play it with the messenger.
Yeah. I'm waiting for the Waldorf Protein to get back in stock.
Yeah.
Quite fancy one of them.
You see, I must admit, it's not in keeping with the Moog philosophy, because at one time of day you would buy a Moog, it came with the service manual, sellotaped inside the lid.
Yeah.
You know, like on their vocoders and stuff like that. The whole manual was in there ready for you to repair it if it needed repairing. It's a different kettle of fish these days. I think it mainly come around in the 80s. You started, service manuals were not provided anymore. They tried to, lock out the, right to repair thing.
Yeah.
They'd say, oh, it's to stop other companies from copying our work. And you go, well, that's bullshit for a start, because all they've got to do is go to a music shop and buy your keyboard.
Buy one, yeah.
And then take it home and fucking deconstruct it. I mean, that's
it.
It's horseshit. Well, Fiona's in my good books again. She bought 2 bottles of Baileys. She got them from Amazon. They turned up this morning.
Nice.
I said it wasn't so much that she drank the Baileys. It's that it was 2 parts. One, putting the bottles back exactly where they were on the dresser, so they looked like they were still untouched, when in fact they were actually full on empty.
So it's like putting the empty after 8 mints.
Fucking hell, the people who do that, you go, Oh, he go, oh, that's a bit light. Oh, hang on a minute. There's fucking one at the end. And that's because they missed it, you know. No, so it's the fact that she put the bottles back and made them look like they haven't been touched yet. But the other thing was I had made up my mind a couple of weeks before that that's when I was going to have a Bailey's with her. But apparently she had them, and oh, that's that thing. That's the thing that's been happening the last about week and a half now. There's we got a tub of celebrations.
Oh yeah.
It's on the coffee table, and what happens every now and again, Charlie comes up and nudges the pot, and he nudges it at you like that with his nose, and you go, "Sorry, do you want something, Charlie? What's the matter, mate?" And he go, and lift it up so it goes clunk, clunk like that, and stands there looking at you. You know, okay. And what it is it's the what do they call them? The Galaxy caramels.
Oh yeah.
Yeah, and you go, you know, sort of like, and what he does now, he has his dinner, and then about an hour later, he comes over and nudges the pot. You know, he wants his pudding. So I get him out at one of these Cadbury's Galaxy caramels, and I go, there you go, and he takes it ever so gently. He's such a gentle dog, and he's like, and then goes and lies down. But then about 11 o'clock, he comes and hits the pot again. What? You see, the thing is, there's not many left now.
Right.
And I said to Fiona, I said, well, we're going to have to get rid of the pot. And I went, no, wait a minute. What if we just put, you know, little biscuity treats in there?
Mm.
And when he wants a treat, he comes over and asks for it, and we give him a treat. Of course, all the others come round and go, oh, hello, treats on the go. And they all have to have one as well. But he leaves like sometimes like 3-4 hours between coming over and just go, can I have another one, please? Because he only has one. So it's not like he's greedy about it. And that pot stays on that coffee table all night. And nobody, he doesn't touch it. And doesn't allude towards it or anything. Even in the mornings. I think he starts nudging it about 4 o'clock. About 5 o'clock, he'll come over and nudge it. And of course, if there's nobody sitting there, he lifts it slightly so it makes a clattering noise on the coffee table. So you go, oh, hello, I think somebody wants a treat. So so we're going to put some little, you know, there's these little turkey star treat things that we've done, and we can put them in there, and because he went and had his grooming, he's had his paws done, and his coat has been done and everything like that. He looks, like I say, he looks 10 years younger. He doesn't look, because he looked kind of haggard the way his fur was.
Yeah.
And he's looking good now.
Good.
And apparently because this was another place in Chessington, because down the road can't take him now because he has to be inoculated because it's a doggy daycare.
Yeah.
And so he went to this new place, and when Fiona went to pick him up, they complimented him. He goes, my God, he's so laid back and chilled and everything like that. And again, while she was paying, he went and picked himself this £5 chew out. And it was in a box with some other chews at the side of the counter. They weren't on display. And he lifts the lid of the box and takes one out. And just stands there with this thing in his mouth. And Fiona goes, how much is the chew? She goes, they're £5. She goes, oh, okay, thank you. All right, you got it, Charlie. Kid. But when she took him up there, he did knock the smart car out of gear with his paw. He pulled on it and pushed it. Sort of knocked it into a different gear, and it's like the car's going like this. She goes, would you please leave the controls in the car alone?
Bless him.
He goes, I want to drive. So, bless him. So, yeah, that was £85.
Yeah, these things aren't cheap, are they?
Yeah. But he smells lovely now anyway. And he didn't have to puff up.
Yeah.
All right, you two. What do you want? What's been going on? Oh, hello. What? The thing is, they go out, even when she just goes out for a quick pee, because it'd be 3 o'clock in the morning, right? I'm laying on the bed. She's here around my neck. And then she'd get up and she goes out. And you hear the cat flap go. And she's only out there 30 seconds. She's going to have a quick pee. And then she comes back in. But when she lays back down again, she's like -2. And it's like, Jesus Christ, you're cold, girl. Jesus. What? And it wakes you up. It's like, oh shit, I'm awake now. Thanks for that. Thank God for Audible. That's all I can say.
Yeah.
Because I need to have something going on in the background. Otherwise, all I can hear is this fucking ear. And it keeps you awake. Let's try out. So, Fiona reckons I'm going to have to get something done about it.
Right.
Rather than just, use some Otex and hope for the best kind of thing. It's not going to be enough, I don't think, with this. So, we'll see. Because somebody in the chat was saying about it being a diet thing. Was it too much potassium in the diet or something? Basically salt, isn't it, I suppose? And it can cause this. I said, yeah, but I really don't actually consume a lot of salt at all.
Yeah, it's one thing I'm trying to keep an eye on is my salt consumption, obviously with the heart condition.
Well, you're getting to an age where you have to anyway.
Yeah.
Regardless of whether you had a upset, heart or not. Yeah, something I've got to think about.
From Monday, it's diet time. And
sodium, yeah, it might have been sodium. He said, actually, thinking about it. You're right.
I chased up my doctor again just before the weekend because I was told that I was on a list at my surgery for going on to one of these weight loss drugs, Manjaro or whatever it was.
Oh, okay. Would you prefer to do it in a more natural way?
I would prefer to do it in a more natural way, but the more natural way isn't very doable for me because my job means I need to be sat down here, sedentary, same, whether it's a day job or the other job.
Yeah.
I don't get sort of much opportunity. I know a lot of people, we'll get up earlier and do this. And yeah, I suppose I could do all of that stuff. But,
What about an aggressive diet? No. Because the aggressive diet means that your body then stores fats.
Yes. Yeah.
That's not the way to go at all. Forget I said
I've
that.
tried intermediate fasting and it didn't really work for me. So,
no, it kind of trains the body, like I say, to store fats.
Yeah. No.
Because it's not sure when it's going to get food again, isn't it?
Yeah, my wife does it. Periodically, she'll do 2 days fasting, 5 days not. But I tried it and it just didn't work. And because of my heart condition, I've got to be careful with strenuous exercise as well. Because it's not just atrial fibrillation. I've got high blood pressure and a aortic aneurysm.
Yeah.
So I have to be very careful with that. So
yeah.
I was told. I remember I contacted the surgery when I think it was Manjaro became available in the NHS, and I think me and like the rest of the world or the rest of the county contacted the surgery, and I just got this stock answer of saying we are preparing, blah blah blah, and we'll let people know, sort of like, thanks,
Oh,
but
okay.
wait.
Yeah.
And then
Wags has just put me straight on the body storing fat.
Well, yeah. It there is it works different for everyone, doesn't it? But
Yeah, I guess.
But when I went for one of my checkups, the nurse said, "Oh, is there anything else?" And I said, "Yeah." I said, "Well, I got told, that I have to wait for this weight loss, to be considered for the." She goes, "Hang on a minute." She goes in, blah blah blah. And she goes, "No, you're on the list." I said, "There's a list?" And she goes, "Yeah, we've got a list of people that we've prioritised, that registered at this surgery anyway,
Yeah.
that we want to put on, because I tick. There are 5 conditions that if you tick at least 3 of them, you should be considered, and I tick all 5. So high blood pressure, heart condition, diabetes, sleep apnea, and what was the other one? Something, a high cholesterol or something. Yeah.
Right.
So,
Okay.
and I tick all of those 5.
Oh.
So she goes, "You're on the list," and I said, "Oh right." I said, "What do I do?" She says, "Well, look," she says, "reopen the case," because we use the online thing. She says, "Reopen the case and ask my GP, and they should get back to you." And I did that. This was back in July of last year.
Right.
And I reopened the case and never heard anything back. So I said to Jackie, because we're talking about these diets and stuff, I said, "I'll just ping him again," and still it's fucking tumbleweed. So because I know someone who went on, I think, Wegovy a couple of years or so ago, and he came over here. He's one of our community. I won't name names, but he came over here one day, and we sat having a coffee in the kitchen, and he was telling me, "I've just started this Wegovy." He said, "Oh, it makes you feel a bit rough to start with, but I'm told, you just persevere. Right. It makes you feel very nauseous, apparently, and stuff." And he said, but he had to do it because his day job, it's part of his day job that he has to pass medicals. It's not just it's part of his job.
Yeah.
So they paid for him to go onto it and everything. And then I saw him again at Synthfest UK the last time it happened, so not 25, 24.
Mm-hmm.
And he was literally half the man he used to be. And he said, I feel great, I've lost all this weight, I'm on what they call the maintenance dosage now. So, it's a slightly lower dosage, but it just keeps me at this level. I said, "Mate, you look fucking amazing," because you're half the way. I mean, he wasn't a huge guy, but he was, substantial. And he's just, you could see his face was much better defined, and he looked great. So, I don't know. We'll see. Let's see if we can get sorted on that at some point this year.
Yeah.
Because I seem to be stuck. Whatever I do, I might go down a little, but I'll always end up coming back up, and I'll go down. I just can't get over that.
Yeah.
That cliff edge,
That critical point, isn't it? Yeah.
And I know that if I did, I could, I could potentially, if I got the weight down, I could potentially come off my CPAP machine for the sleep apnea. I could put my type 2 diabetes into remission. I could slow down the growth of the aneurysm. So, yeah. We shall see. We shall see. Because I'm not paying for it privately because it costs a fucking fortune, and I just don't have that money.
Oh, Christ, yeah, well.
So, fingers crossed the NHS will come through.
I suppose I should really be, counting my chickens, because having this metabolism that's, just ridiculous. But there again, doesn't mean that, the fat content and the cholesterols and, all the rest of the shit isn't high. just because I'm thin. I need to get that checked. I'll have to look into this at some point. I was thinking about doing something about that this year, actually, just to see where I am on the scale, so I know whether to back off or not, which will help. Because I don't mind the backing off, which is weird. 'Cause that's what's always been weird about me. Where I go, like, if there's 60 quid's worth of chocolate in the front room, I can sit down in the settee and eat 60 quid's worth of chocolate. Or if there's 60 quid's worth of crisps, I'll eat the 60 quid's worth of crisps. That's fine. And other times I can completely ignore it. Just bizarre, it's right there, and I'm just like, no, I'm all right. Or Fiona would go, "Oh, do you want a Mars bar?" "No, I'm all right, thanks. Cheers." It's weird. So it's not that, if chocolate's there, I'm going to eat it. It's sometimes I just go, "No, chocolate, come on." So I want to know where I am. So if people said, look, you really got to cut down on chocolates, crisps, eggs, cheese, blah 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 blah, I go, okay, and just stay away from them, and it won't be traumatic in any way. It's really weird, but I can eat bad things like I have an addiction to them, and then just not. What the fuck is that all about?
Everyone's unique. Everyone's different.
But like I say, I can eat 60 quid's worth of chocolates and nothing shows anywhere, And I can do it for like 3 or 4 days in a fucking row. And don't know what the hell that's all about. So that's another reason why it should be taking notice of what's going on inside, because it's not showing on the outside. So... somewhat like a stealth. I could be stealthily fat without knowing it.
Well, the thing is, you're not. So you haven't got the mass and the weight and stuff, but you still might have things like the high cholesterol. The bad
I mean, I could have arteries that look like a 1956 fucking drain. For all I know.
And that's the thing.
And that is the thing. So this is why I can't... Yeah, come on. It's... when was the last time I had my blood pressure taken? I think you could still buy Ford Escorts. No, I'm serious.
You can buy the machines on... I've bought a...
Well, this is what I was thinking. The thing is, I had one for Mum. Buggered if I know where it is now.
Yeah. They're not that...
I might go up in the attic and have a sniff.
They're really not that expensive.
No.
I bought mine, and mine is a not Osram. It's a well-known brand, so it's not just like it's not like a cheap Chinese thing. It's it's a properly accurate thing. And I bought it because when did I? It was the doctor said, "Oh, we'll fit you with one of these 24-hour blood pressure things." So they put the cuff on you, and then you have a sling, and in the sling is the little recorder, and every hour it will take your blood pressure wherever you are, over 24 hours. And of course, when you're in bed asleep, it will do your blood pressure.
Well, Richard Hilton showed me this ring he's got on. And it's reading all sorts of things.
The latest Apple Watch, although it doesn't directly do blood pressure, it can monitor aspects of blood pressure now. So they reckon, I read somewhere that Apple apparently, and I'm sure other wrist-based device developers, they've got the software that will monitor your blood pressure, but it's getting it approved by the relevant authorities in each country. So but they reckon it won't be far off that we'll be able to monitor our blood pressure as well as all the other things that we do with this thing. But I bought this little machine and I use it because every now and again I have to do 2 days worth of blood pressure monitoring. So 12 readings an hour apart every day for 2 days.
Yeah.
And then, the averages, gives them an average and they see where my blood pressure's at. And rather than wear one of those stupid bloody things, I'd just rather, I'll bring it down here and I'll sit here and I'm working. I'll just put the thing on, just do it.
Yeah.
Job's a good one. So,
Yeah. Well, it would be foolish to ignore it. That's for sure.
Yeah, because that's the thing that gave me my aneurysm, which because I had high blood pressure, that's what caused that to bulge.
Yeah.
Which reminds me, actually, I've probably got a checkup in the next few weeks. They'll probably have.
Well, you see, another thing that's setting it home for me is, as far as the doctor was concerned, my dad was fine. There was nothing really wrong with him or anything like that. And he gets up to answer the door to the milkman to pay him and drops dead. So
Yeah.
there you go. And if you want to throw genetics into that, you go, hang on, Ken, you might actually probably want to have a look,
Well, it's like.
Although I didn't eat
Louise.
slabs of butter like he did.
Yeah.
You cut off a lump of full butter. And, oh yeah, look. But that's his background. What do you call it? The fat. It's because today we use cooking oil. Back then he used to use lard.
Lard. Yeah.
Yeah, but once it's cooked, if you cooked it in bacon, he cut a slice of that
Yeah.
because that's what they were eating in the war. They were spreading that on fucking bread and stuff like that. And he's like, oh, lovely. Oh, like that. So I'm not there, but
It's like Louise, she was super fit. And then
well, yeah, exactly. Something breaks off, and
that's it.
yeah, it makes you think, doesn't it?
That does. I mean, that was just.
Yeah, and we're not 17. We've got to take that into account as well.
Because I said I forced Jackie to
Yeah,
have a cholesterol test.
because apparently, I think I saw, is it today or yesterday? Ross Lamont's brother died.
Oh, God.
He was a year younger than me, and he'd only seen him like a couple of days before. It's like, here we go.
Mm.
The fragility of the human form is like constantly going, hello. Do you remember how old you are? Oh,
Yeah, daily.
all right. Yeah, so I won't be climbing trees tomorrow. So no, it won't be a tree that kills you.
And on that note,
Yeah, on that cheerful note.
I need to go to bed.
But a warning note, people. Be aware. Just be aware.
Yeah,
Yeah.
it comes to us all.
Oh, yeah, but it's good to put it off as much as possible.
Yeah,
Where possible,
indeed.
I suppose. I have so many things to do.
Exactly.
Or do I?
All right, buddy. I will see you round.
All right, darling. Oh, God.
Take it easy, everyone.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Take care and look after yourselves.
Yeah. See you all later.
Take care.
Bye.
Ta-da!